Could I declare open this meeting of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee on Thursday the 10th of November 2022. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday the 29th of November 2022 and has fixed Friday the 16th of December 2022 as a date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee has resolved that written questions on notice should be received from senators by close of business on Friday the 18th of November 2022. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. Any question going to the operation or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds and estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process of which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public interest immunity statement into the Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Senators, departments, agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure that the budget estimates 2022-23 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. Today, the committee will be hearing evidence from the education portfolio. I welcome the Senator Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Education and Assistant Minister for Regional Development, representing the Minister for Education. Minister Chisholm, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No thanks, Chair, but good to be with you.
Thank you. I now call officers of the Department in relationship to Outcome 1, schools. If you'd like to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair, but no thanks.
Good, thank you. Senator O'Sullivan? Senator Little, thank you.
Good morning. School funding over the forward estimates under the Coalition was set to increase by 12.6%. The budget presented by Labor slightly increases that to 15.3%. Can you please detail for the committee the increase and what additional elements of that have actually been increased?
Thank you very much, Senator. Ros Baxter, Deputy Secretary Schools. So, Senator, there are a number of areas where the forward projections indicate increases over the forward years. The first is in relation to generally recurrent funding. So, as you know, Senator, recurrent funding is based on the population of students at the school at any given time, the characteristics of those students, and the application of indexation. So these forward estimates that have been presented do represent a shift in some of those numbers for schools across the board, both the non-government and the government sector, and that does increase the amount of recurrent funding that's projected to be paid over the forward estimates. I'm not sure, Senator, if you're also referring to the broader range of schools measures that have been included in this particular PBS, but as you know, there are some very significant payments which are going out to schools, again, both in the government and non-government system, paid out by the states. And they include the School Upgrade Fund, which was an election commitment of this government, the Student Wellbeing Boost, and a range of other smaller measures. So both the school upgrade fund and the student wellbeing booster, 200 million approximately each. And there are a range of smaller measures. If you would like, Senator, I can detail each of those in turn.
And those funds that are specifically for the school upgrades, is the plan, is it already identified where those funds will go, or is that part of a competitive bid round for those?
So, thank you, Senator. The School Upgrade Fund has a number of components to it. So there is a component for projects which have already been identified through the election commitment process. Then there is a component that is for an open round, a competitive open round. Those applications will open in November. We're still hoping that will happen in November, and we're expecting them to close in February. And schools from both the government sector and the non-government sector will be able to apply for small-scale capital grants. And then there is a component of that school upgrade fund election commitment that relates to matching the capital grants that are provided to the non-government sector. So that component, 215 approximately million, is earmarked for the public sector in order to equalise capital funding that goes out to the two sectors in 2023.
Right. Do you have a number that will explain any of the distribution of those funds under that component of funding for public schools versus independent schools?
So, Senator, can I just check that you are definitely talking about the 215 million component?
Yep.
Yes, we do. So it is. It will go out via that component will be paid out by Treasury through Treasury as a under a national partnership, and I'll just get the numbers for you. You might have them there already, do you, Mr. Harding? While I turn to the right.
So it's Fabian Harding, Press Secretary, Funding and Data Collection Division. At this stage, we're working through how that will be distributed. It's likely to be distributed in a similar way to which the non-government capital grants are distributed. And we'll be using a similar thing which bases on enrolments in the sectors and the split down of the sectors itself.
Right.
So there are two components that drive that, Senator, as Mr. Harding was saying. The first is how many schools are there in that particular area, and secondly, the split of recurrent funding, because recurrent funding gives you an idea of the need for each school, because recurrent funding is based not just on the base, but also on those loadings that indicate need. So we have a formula, as Mr. Harding said. It's the same approach we take to non-government capital grants, and it's not just a direct count of how many children and how many schools. It also includes this component of need by looking at how much recurrent funding goes to each of those.
Right. So how much does each state and territory receive in regional loading for schools?
Yes, Senator, I have that number here.
And I'm interested in that breakdown over 10 years and over the forwards.
Got a very large trusty folder today, so just excuse me while I get to the right page. So you're looking for the amount paid in the loading. So of the $318.9 billion the Australian government is providing to schools over 2018 to 2029, $71.5 billion is to students in regional and remote schools. And that includes an estimated $5.7 billion in 2022. So, yep, I've got the loading as well. So not all of the 71.5 is the loading. Here we go. The location loading is approximately 539 million in 2022.
And is that
and that is an increase. Sorry, just the 5.7 billion to regional and remote students is in 2022 is up from 4.4 in 2018. We're estimating that will go out to 7.3 billion in 2029. I think you asked for the 10-year figure.
Yep.
So that will go out to 7.3 billion in 2029. That's an increase of about two-thirds, so about 67.4% since that original 4.4 billion in 2018 figure.
Right. So the distribution, when you talk about remote, is that based on postcode, or are there other elements based in? The reason why I'm asking this question is because in the Northern Territory and South Australia, you have some communities that would be classified, I guess, in those of greatest need, but they are right alongside a bitumen road that's serviced quite regularly, compared to another community in the same postcode, but a lot further away, and having a lot more cost pressures on
Yes.
getting teachers, resourcing it, getting provisions to it.
So I think it's a really good point you make, Senator, and I think it's where the interplay of some of the loadings comes in. So many of the schools and the students who attract the location loading also attract other loadings, for example, the Indigenous loading and also the low socio-economic loading, in some cases the language background other than English loading. But just to go specifically to your question, Senator, so we use the remoteless classification that's based on the Australian Education Act 2013. It's a measure of both remoteness and accessibility. So it looks at the ARIA score. It turns that into a remoteless classification for the purposes of the Education Act. So major city, inner regional, outer regional, remote and very remote. And to just give you a sense of what you might be talking about, cities are fairly obvious, Sydney or Melbourne for major city. Inner regional might be North Rockhampton. I don't know if the team particularly used that one because that's where I went to school, but it was. Outer regional might be something like Coffs Harbour, sort of one of his smaller outer regional towns. Remote could be Swan Hill in Victoria, and then very remote might be Mount Gambier, and also, of course, some of our locations in the Northern Territory.
Yeah. This question relates to each state and territory, how much they receive in disability loading for schools over that last 10 years and over the forwards, if you can provide that. But also in South Australia, we've got information that teachers, we've heard that teachers are doing a lot of work around administration rather than on actually teaching.
Yes.
But we're hearing more and more that teachers are actually getting more and more involved in securing NDIS funding for some of their students. And I'm just wanting to hear whether you're also hearing that, and how the teachers might be better supported to respond if that's what they're doing.
I am not sure that we have the disability broken down by state. Do you have that one with you? I'll come to that, but just to go to the issue about, which we certainly have seen feature recently in some reporting about the NCCD loading in the press, the disability loading in the press, and I think it's a good moment to clear it up, is that actually there does seem to be this sense that getting access to the disability loading is something that requires an enormous amount of extra paperwork. We've heard this discussion that it's easier for non-government schools to get that because they have more resources. In fact, there is no separate process or paperwork that is required for you to be able to say that a student needs to attract the disability loading. It's about the normal processes of teaching that student. It's about teacher observations, which they are doing for their usual lesson planning anyway. They observe them over a period of weeks, and the teacher is able to say, this student requires adjustments, whether that be at the 1, 2, 3 or 4 level.
But in those remote communities, you're more likely to find a higher proportion of people that would probably likely to be able to go through that process and make applications. So what I'm asking for is, are you giving any consideration to the additional support that those teachers might need who are already teaching children in a high needs, complex category to go through that process? Because if you've got 15 kids in a classroom that are undiagnosed yet but clearly have FASD, then that's a significant workload that's distracting you from the important work that you should be doing in the classroom.
Absolutely.
Sorry. Senator, I was going to say the move to use a functional definition for students with a disability was important because it put teachers in the driving seat of making judgments that they do every day. They're the closest. It used to be a medical diagnosis that was required to attract the disability loading. But in the last little while, we've moved to a functional definition so that teachers make those judgments in the place of their everyday work, and that's been significant. they're dealing with the children. They make the assessment based on their judgment, and that's what we use. We also have a moderation process across teaching because different sites, and in fact the government has an injection of about $20 million, correct me Dr Baxter if I'm wrong, $20 million to ensure that we get comparability of data on functional definitions of disability. So, there's no doubt that teachers, and we'll probably have another conversation later today about teacher workload, and anything that we can do to support. So there's the moderation exercise to help them, putting them in the driving seat to ensure that they exercise their judgments around students with disability, and that will then trigger the loading that the school attracts for students with a disability.
If I could also add, Senator, that you're absolutely right. Some teachers do feel like they need more guidance, and so the Secretary has mentioned the budget measure, the NQIM, that's been working with teachers and also with systems to try to help improve the resources they have to try to work through what this means, what it looks like, how do you provide this assistance. So some of the things that we are doing to try to help all teachers, including recognising the special situation for those in particular regional areas, is we are implementing the recommendations of the 2019 National Schools Resourcing Board report on the students with disability loading, and this is about really trying to have a strong evidence base for that loading. We're also, we've developed a portal which teachers can use, which explains how the loading works and what is and is not required. Schools are certainly not required to create new or additional evidence for the purposes of the NCCD, and it sets that out. We've also developed new materials that are specifically aimed at teachers, and we've tailored that to the various sectors. So I think we've had the independent sector at one point approach us. And is this the fact sheet here? So you might like to talk to that, Mr. Harding. He's got an example of the kinds of things that are covered in the fact sheet for teachers. But we've also done projects within that program, Senator, on things like the impact of trauma. So many of these students with disability that we know experience trauma, especially as you rightly put out, in some areas they might be children who've got multiple trauma, trauma on top of disability, on top of other things that have happened to them. And we've also been developing a targeted assurance process for the NCCD. So our senior executive who works on this, Ms Butel, has been working very closely with each of the sectors on those resources. Is there anything, Mr Harding, you'd like to add on the fact sheets?
Only that the department strongly encourages school staff responsible for gathering evidence not to create unnecessary documentation. So the whole fact sheet designed to sort of work out what is required and what's not required. A lot of the stuff that schools are doing was in excess of those requirements, which relates to the workload you were referring to earlier.
Okay. I just want to go to, on the 15th of October, the Prime Minister said that his government has inherited cuts to schools. The speech was to the New South Wales ALP conference. Can you please advise who provided that advice to the Prime Minister or PM&C, and who prepared his draft speech that would have advised that there were cuts to funding? Have there been cuts to funding?
I think that may be a question best directed to PM&C. I'm not aware of where that advice came from for PM&C.
But it definitely didn't. It didn't come from you.
Not that
your
particular
department.
piece that you're talking about that I'm aware of. No.
So has the department provided advice to any of the portfolio ministers in relation to so-called cuts statement made by the Prime Minister, either
Senator,
before or after the speech?
I would have to take that on notice. Obviously, we have a significant group in Schools Group, and we do have broad and deep relationships across the other agencies. So I'll take that one on notice for you, Senator. I'm not aware of advice, but that certainly doesn't mean that we may not have been asked either directly through our departmental colleagues about funding information, or that we may not have had an approach via the Minister's office. It's not one that I've been aware of.
Okay. But certainly you've not had conversations to either correct or seek more information about that since that speech?
Not I personally, but I'll take on notice whether we've provided anything.
Okay. Anybody in the department? No?
No, not to my knowledge, Senator.
Thank you. Okay. How to you?
Absolutely.
No, I haven't actually. Did you want to ask that?
Pretty close to 15.
Okay. Well, can I just ask the Minister, does the Minister concur with the statement that the Prime Minister made in his speech?
I haven't seen it, sorry, so I have to get a copy of it.
Okay.
I wasn't at the New South Wales conference.
Okay.
Thanks, Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go to the teacher shortages. Now, we know that there's shortages. I wonder if you could just step out for us what that looks like and how long we've been experiencing this. Like, is there an event that's sort of taken us here, or has this been brewing for some time?
Yeah, I might start, Senator. I think, already in the meeting this morning we see another report from the independent school sector indicating that the shortages in teaching have probably been over the last at least decade, if not longer. There's no doubt that there's been pockets of shortages, and some of those areas, have been particularly in subject-specific areas. So you would have heard the STEM, the shortage of physics and science and maths teachers in secondary schools. And while probably a number of years ago we had an oversupply in primary teachers.
An oversupply, did you say?
Oversupply of primary teachers. We don't see that in its current shape and form today. So I think we've got some numbers that the team have got, what we've been looking at in terms of what we see in terms of increase into entries into teachers and where we
That would be very helpful.
losing. So I might hand to the team.
Yeah, so that you would be aware, Senator, that as part of the teacher roundtable and the work that the Secretary is currently leading with the Teacher Workforce Action Group, there was an issues paper prepared that canvassed some of this, but I'll just touch on some of the key pieces of data.
So can I just ask, and that's the Teacher Workforce Action Plan?
That's
Yes.
correct.
And so there was an issues paper, you say, and then you released a draft plan, or are you conflating those two?
That's correct. So
Okay,
in
thanks.
the lead up to the draft plan, there was an issues paper released. We also had a teacher roundtable that each of the Australian education ministers attended alongside teachers and peak bodies and unions back on the 12th of August. Out of that meeting, the ministers issued a communique saying that they would ask the Secretary to chair a teacher workforce action group that would look at this issue of teacher shortages. That group has worked at a cracking pace over the last couple of months to really examine the data, to undertake sort of targeted consultation in their own areas and to come up with a draft action plan. So it's an initial list of actions that are focused on some of these drivers that I'll talk about in a moment. But the issues paper was a feeder for that first discussion for the roundtable.
Great. Sorry. So yeah, that's very helpful. The numbers, that sort of 10-year period you were talking about, do you have those numbers?
Yeah, so I think there's a number of things, and Ms Birmingham will help me and Ms Moore will help me as we go through. There are issues that have led to the teacher shortages. So we've got increases in student growth between 2021 and 2031. We expect primary school enrolments to grow by 11%, secondary school enrolments to grow by 10%. Feeding into that picture, we then got reduced ITE, which is shorthand for our initial teacher education, so teacher training. We've got reduced ITE commencements and completions. So between 2017, the data, some of the windows of the data are a little bit different from each other, but it's sort of all over that 10-year period. Between 2017 and 2020, commencements, so people starting those teacher training courses, declined by about 8%. But completions declined even further by about 17%. And in fact, our 6-year completion rate, so the number of people who finish a teaching qualification in 6 years, has declined between 2010 and 2015. It declined 8%, and it now is only at 48%. So we basically only see half of those who are starting a teaching qualification finishing it within 6 years. So that's one of the drivers.
Do we know why?
Absolutely. We can probably even do that, while we're in session, get
Great.
that into the committee. Yeah, it's on the public record.
Thank you. So obviously that's quite a challenging scenario, but you're saying the planning for the next step in terms of how you're going to address the teacher shortage, the workforce challenge, is work that you're undertaking now, Secretary?
That's correct, Senator. And in fact, we've worked very hard. We've had representatives from principals groups, every state and territories, independent teachers union, the AU, convened. I think it's a task force that I lead of about 20 odd people who have volunteered their expertise and time to work with us on that task force. And what has been the outcome is the draft action plan that we now have out for consultation, and the major areas that that plan that we've agreed to put and try and seek feedback is about how do we elevate the status of the profession, and incredibly important. How do we improve that teacher supply to increase the number of students entering but also completing? As Dr. Baxter has pointed out, completion starting doesn't mean that they're completing. Thinking about how we might strengthen initial teacher education, so we've got to make sure that we support teachers. Maximising the time to teach. So that's kind of related to how do you actually focus on teachers doing what they're trained to do, and that is to teach and to maximise their time in classroom and face-to-face, and how do we look at alleviating some of the admin burden and the different strategies in states and territories that they're doing. How do we understand the future needs of the workforce?
That one is particularly of interest to me, because have we not looked at that previously, given, you said we've had this decline,
Yes.
and we all know that there's a shortage out there, and it's been going on for a number of years. Have we tried anything before?
I'd have to say that's probably done at a jurisdictional level. So each state and territory, they're the employers of teachers, and there would be some workforce planning there. They would be aware of retention strategies, having a look at that. At the national level, this is the first time we've come together nationally as a group to have a look at what we might be able to do in a national sense. So I think that's really important, to have a look at supply and demand. So for us, at the Commonwealth level, we've got universities and having a look at how that profile of universities in ITE. The states and territories will know their demand data, so they'll have their populations. So bringing those two things together is critically important so that we can work together at a national level, but also the jurisdictions work very hard at putting in different strategies to do that. And the last area that we decided to put in the draft action plan was about better career pathways to support and retrain teachers. So you've probably got a new body of teachers coming in through ITE, you've got your existing workforce, and how do you retain, and you've probably to some degree got a returning workforce. People who are prepared to work 2 and 3 days a week in part-time roles, but not a full-time job. So great expertise as people have, finished their full-time teaching career. They're actually prepared to come back and work, but not in a full-time capacity. So how do we understand how those things come together at a jurisdiction and what support we can give? Particularly to our beginning teachers coming through. Our existing workforce, it's probably about the 80-20 rule. You've got 80% of existing workforce. Is incredibly important that we support the existing workforce as well.
Yeah, and I might just add on the ITE, Senator, which you were just asking about and which the Secretary touched upon. The panel that the Secretary chairs is not the only body of work we have going on that the government has commissioned in this regard. The other is the Teacher Education Expert Panel, which Professor Mark Scott, who's the Vice-Chancellor of Sydney Uni, is chairing, and that's really looking at, I could hear you were starting to sort of go to, that's an interesting picture of commencements and completions, and that's one of the things that that panel is very interested in looking at. What is it about? Initial teacher education training. From our point of view, as the Secretary said, one of the things that we'll examine is the Commonwealth holds some of those funding levers. And I know you're talking to higher education later in the day, but what is it that works or doesn't work to get excellence out of those funding levers? It's also looking at things like how does the prac work? So, students going to classrooms and do a prac, could that be more effective? And how do we make sure that those middle career entrants, so they're a very important source of new teachers coming into teaching, not just because they're often, you know, really excellent and already have skills in a wide range of areas, but of course they take less time to train. They can generally have a truncated teaching masters. So each of those things means that they're very important as well. So Professor Scott and his team will be looking at that. So we've got the secretary's process, which is looking broadly at this issue of teacher shortages, and then we have Professor Scott's panel really zeroing in on this picture of training and university and what works and what doesn't work.
That's great. After watching this challenge of teacher shortages just get worse and worse over a number of years, it's great to see something actually happening, and the whole idea about having a national plan sounds great. Thank you so much.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you. I might actually start with my questions around the draft workforce plan document. As somebody who comes from Central Queensland, where at least 7 schools are already at crisis levels for teacher staffing, I think this is something that's pretty important to get right. I note that there's a significant number of, in elevating the profession, we're talking about awards, encourage people to nominate people for orders of members of Australia. I guess I'd like to suggest to you that if anyone can see through giving people a gold star for good work, it's teachers. We invented it, and it really stops losing it. It loses its effectiveness at about year 6. So I would like to suggest to you that teachers are not in this, as a teacher myself of 30 years, to get awards, and that's probably not where we should be focusing our time.
That was one recommendation out of 28.
Yeah, I understand that, thank you. In relation to increasing HAT and lead teachers to about 10,000 by 2025, I note that really addresses only, less than 5% of the teacher workforce. So I'm interested to know what the plan is, I guess, to increase salaries and pathways for the other 95% of teachers, and is work being done on that?
So, Senator, I might start, and we might have some data on the HATS process, so the highly accomplished teachers process. There's no doubt that if you look at the numbers of highly accomplished teachers, we don't have very many.
People don't.
And there's no doubt, working with AITSL, we need to streamline that process because it is an onerous, you rightly point out, it is an onerous task, and the paperwork required and portfolios are there. So we're looking at how AITSL might do some work around streamlining that process, which is important. In terms of paying conditions, they'll fall into the enterprise or industrial agreements in each of the jurisdictions, as you'll be aware, in terms of that being an important element. In some jurisdictions, there's the traditional incremental scales where teachers, as you're aware, every year you go up and there's a ceiling effect at year 8, and there's nowhere you can go beyond that unless you go into an admin role or deputy or a kind of assistant principal role. In other jurisdictions, there's...
Maybe could I just stop you? I guess what my question is going to is, what is the federal government looking at doing to assist with that? So is the federal government looking at putting more money into particularly the public sector, so that states have the ability to increase salaries across the board? Because I know that individual states are doing individual things. I'm really interested in what you're doing.
Yes, so the National Schools Reform Agreement is the primary driver, so for additionality that goes in. Some states already use that recurrent source in terms of enterprise agreement, so we'll be looking forward as we go to the next agreement, which will be struck in 2023, to ensure that states are in a position, if they choose, and some already choose to do that, to use the recurrent funding flow to support different things within the teaching profession.
All right, thank you. I note that in the improving teacher supply section, there's suggestion that 1,500 more places in the high achieving teachers program. I note that the evaluation, I'm presuming this is Teach for Australia in the Monash Nexus program. Is that what we're talking about here?
La Trobe,
Yep, okay. And I note that that Monash program is only in trial and hasn't gone through a full cycle. But in relation to the Teach for Australia program, the report that was commissioned by the then Department for Education and Training by Dan DeLoe Partners shows that within a year of completing their 2-year placement, more than a third of TFA associates have already stopped teaching, and that after 3 years, less than half of them are still employed as teachers. The estimated cost of training each Teach for Australia alumnus who remains in the profession for at least 3 years is over $100,000. So my first question is, are you aware of the report? And how much money will be going to the Teach for Australia program, as well as this new Nexus program, given that the outcomes aren't really that great?
Thank you, Senator. So I'll call on Ms Moore in a moment to talk specifically about evaluation of Teach for Australia and Nexus, the two programs. But I would say that this document refers to 2,260 new places for people who are coming in as mid-career entrants. 760 of those are places that are matching a commitment around TFA, Teach for Australia and La Trobe, and they are, they're an important pipeline, and many schools, particularly in our regional areas, have really valued teachers who've been placed there who are quite high performing, recognising the issues that you've mentioned. The other 1,500 places, the action that comes after the action I think you're referring to, which is number 7, so action 8, refers to using that pool to really try to commission new ways of looking at what works. So we are not bound that those 1,500 places would be provided by TFA or Nexus, the current programs. And in fact, what we really want to do is innovate with the money for those places. We want to work out what works. Is it about getting teacher aides, for example, trained up to become teachers? What's the right pathway there? And it might be that there's a range of institutions who've got ideas about how to do this better.
I guess my concern is that there is evidence that shows that, the less skilled a teacher is, the less benefit there is for students. And what we're seeing, particularly in the TFA program, is they specifically say that they are designed to put teachers into disadvantaged schools. So we're effectively compounding disadvantage by putting the least trained teachers into areas of high need. And if there's anything that we know, it's that the disadvantage gap is growing, particularly in our public sector. So I guess it's of concern to me that we'd still be putting money into a program that's effectively compounding disadvantage and isn't seeing long-term people who have a really long-term commitment to the profession and are staying. I might move on. In relation to, where am I? Visas. So another component of the program is increasing the number of skilled migrants that we bring in. My research tells me from checking that we've got 70% of teachers in the UK who've considered quitting recently because they've got high workload, low pay. They're looking at recruiting from Australia. In the USA, they have a shortage of 112,000 teachers, and 75% of principals are having difficulty covering absences. In Canada, they're trying to get retired teachers back into classrooms. They're estimating that 40% of their teachers will leave in the next 5 years, and they're introducing 30-hour courses to get untrained people into the classroom. I guess I'm interested to know, where do we think these skilled migrants are going to come from?
Thank you, Senator. So certainly this is just one component of a multi-pronged, where, as I mentioned, we're looking at what do we do with our ITE graduates domestically. Some of this goes to how do we keep our existing teachers in the classroom, and this is one prong of that. You're right that teacher supply and teacher shortages issues do seem to be a bit of a phenomenon, certainly across some of the partner countries that you've mentioned at the moment. But we do also know that our skilled migration program does attract a lot of people who are interested in coming to Australia as teachers. We are working with our Department of Home Affairs at the moment to really try to get a handle on those numbers. The Secretary herself did some work a number of months ago to sit with the Home Affairs processing people and really try to understand what were some of the drivers of those delays and work through and short-circuit some of those and expedite submissions from trained teachers who are waiting to come to Australia. You'll see from the material that's in here that we now have a commitment for allocation times of 2 business days in the education sector, and we are starting to see those flow through. Now, I think the team do not have any more current data than that because we are working with Home Affairs on that. But a really critical piece of this action plan is the data piece. It's sort of in some ways the least sexy bit of the plan, but it's actually the bit that we're most excited about in some ways in the department, because it's actually been quite hard to get a handle on some of these supply and demand issues, and there are some real commitments now from the states and territories and the non-government sector to really help us to understand what their demand is. And once we have that, that's such a critical ingredient then to us, Home Affairs, DFAT, doing that work overseas to identify where are the lucrative markets for potential teachers. Australia has a lot going for it in terms of people wanting to come here, and if we can just sort of target those potential pockets of supply with what we know about demand. Yes.
I was just saying, Dr. Batt, we've already got some states and territories, and we've had some bilateral discussions with counterparts in Ireland, and we know that WA has already struck a memorandum of understanding. In fact, their teacher training there, I think there's an oversupply in some areas. But you're right, Senator, we're going to have to work really, really hard across a number of elements to do what we need to do.
Yeah, I should have said we don't underestimate the scale of the challenge.
I also want to go to the part of the document that talks about maximising the time to teach. I guess one of my, and I say this as somebody who left the teaching profession in April this year, I've taught for 30 years, and I thought it was interesting that a Monash survey found recently that 90% of teachers feel that the group of people that gives them the least respect is actually politicians. 90% of teachers think that politicians have a lack of respect and trust for the profession. And I note that, as we've said, teachers have been saying for over a decade that we have a shortage of teachers and we have workload issues. And I think it's reasonable then for them to feel like they haven't been listened to. Particularly when I look at this document, and this section is called Maximising Time to Teach, and I'm interested on why there's a repeated focus on this idea of maximising time spent teaching rather than meaningfully reducing workload. Because I'm assuming that you're aware that Australia is in the top of the OECD in terms of time spent in front of students. Okay, so when I look at this, a lot of the stuff in here is really focused on newer teachers and retaining newer teachers, and I'm interested to know why there doesn't seem to be a significant focus on retaining the teachers that we have and getting back the ones we've lost, because we know that the bulk of teachers who are leaving are actually the ones in that 6 to 10 year bracket who are drowning under workload. And I note from the conversation around NCCD that I think you'd have to accept, wouldn't you, that the burden now of making those functional assessments for kids has been put on teachers when that previously wasn't a job that they had before. And what I'm not seeing in this document is the 3 key things that I think teachers have been calling for over a decade. And one of them is lowering class sizes to reduce workload, increasing non-contact time so that teachers have time to plan and collaboratively do what they need to do to address the needs of the diverse students that they have in front of them, and increase teacher pay. And so I guess what I want to know is why are we going ahead with all these pilot studies for micro reforms when we've got the evidence that we need? It's been the same evidence for over a decade. Teachers have been saying it repeatedly. When are we going to increase funding, particularly to public schools, to lower class sizes, increase the amount of non-contact time they need to plan properly, and to increase the pay for teachers across the board? Because I'm not seeing that in this plan.
Thanks, Senator. I just wanted to respond to the first point about respect for teachers. And I can absolutely assure you that Minister Clare, every chance he gets, he talks about his respect for teachers and the role they play in the community.
But we need to see it in actions, Minister,
Let me finish,
and teachers
please.
aren't seeing
the
that.
The Prime Minister the same, and the government as well. So I think, I'll try not to be too political, but I think the previous government were more than happy to pick a fight rather than actually elevate the role teachers play in the community. I think, and I'm happy for the department to add more, but one of the key focuses of the draft plan was actually what work the government can do to help elevate the role of teachers in the community. And that's something that I know Minister Clare is very passionate about. I've heard him talk about it on regular occasions. But I also understand the practical elements you talk about, which I know that are important, and I'm happy for the department to add more to that.
Senator, I might just talk to two things there. One, I think the conversation in the working group, and we certainly began this conversation, was to look at the nature and distribution of work in a school. And say what is the nature of teaching and teachers teaching, and what are the other things they're expected to do, and how do you get that distribution so teachers who are trained in the art of teaching and learning and supporting students focus on their main game and not distracted by a whole lot of other things. So when we talk about maximising time to teach, that was really saying how do we get teachers to focus and use their expertise and skills in understanding how the learning process occurs, and get them focused, and what might we build around that to support teachers to do that. We've seen in some jurisdictions the reduction of face-to-face teaching time. So Victoria has already put in place a reduction of 2 hours weekly, and our Victorian counterpart shared what they had done in terms of reducing face-to-face time for their teachers to plan and prepare. And most importantly, I think your point on collaboration, there is absolute clear research from the OECD that talks about the important part of collaborating, both in terms of planning and assessing and talking about students' needs. So I think in some of that, being professionally isolated in a classroom or on your own isn't where we want the teaching profession to be. It's a relationship and making sure that time for collaboration. So wholeheartedly support your term about the importance of collaboration within the profession. It's been done on a number of times, but I think people, now the evidence base is in, places are turning to say, how do we get that time and space for teachers to collaborate in planning, preparation, assessment, and all the things that you need to do. So when we focused on the maximising time to teach, our conversation was a very rich one in terms of the working group that brought in all of those things about reduction of face-to-face, which Victoria's already put in place in their enterprise agreement recently, and also how do we actually look at taking some of the admin burden to give teachers time to teach. And that really went to the nature and distribution of work in a school, and who's best to do what role is incredibly important.
Excuse me, Chair, I have one more question on this line of questioning. Can I just ask that one
It's a
last
quick
question?
one? Yes.
Yep, it is. So I note finally one of the other parts of this plan is examining this idea of implementing essentially lesson plan banks or the like. It's number 16, and it uses the example of curriculum into the classroom in Queensland as one example where that's been done. I guess just a couple of questions. One, are you aware that that's been in place for over a decade now in Queensland and it hasn't reduced teacher workload at all? And secondly, if there is going to be this idea of creating a bank of stuff, are they going to have at least 3 levels of differentiation, which is what teachers are being asked to do for all of their classes and is actually at the core of teachers' work? And are they going to include reasonable adjustments that take into account the needs of all the students that teachers have in front of them in the classroom? Because I guess I'd suggest to you that actually this isn't something that's going to reduce workload.
Yeah. I think, Senator, the forefront is teacher judgment. So I'm a strong believer in teacher judgment, having a core resource there in which you adapt. You look at the students in your classroom. I come from a teaching background as well. And when you look at students in your classroom, you pull from the repertoire of skills and things that you know and resources you have, and you best match to what it is that you need to focus on with individual or groups of students within the classroom. So I think, the cry, what we heard through the task force was teachers actually saying, we don't have enough of that base material. Can you give us a good stock of base material? But I don't think that should ever take away from the importance of teachers' judgment and the context that they're working in. And that is a really important part of the craft of teaching and the profession. And that's the bit we have to elevate and we have to value. And that's where the collaboration thing comes in. So yes, understand the importance of that.
Thank you, Senator
Thanks.
O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, my mum's a teacher, and I'd be very remiss of me if I didn't put my respect on the table. And it's very disappointing to hear that teachers do feel that politicians don't respect them. I certainly do. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for teachers like Mr Vasquez and Mrs Burdekin and others that, I know had a profound impact on me. And I'm now seeing it with my children and the support that they're provided. And it's just, teachers are my heroes, and I think heroes in our society. So we'll go to Senator Parent-Davey in a minute, but I just want to clarify something, Secretary, that you said before in evidence with regard to the boosting teacher retention and the ITE review. So that this is the first time it's been done at a national level. Can we just get a bit of a picture of the timeline when you say first time? Because my understanding is that this work started with under the coalition with the ITE review by Lisa Paul, and these recommendations have actually been lifted and carried forward.
Yeah, so sorry, Senator, if I wasn't clear. I was referring to the first National Action Plan.
Yep.
We haven't had one before, but you're right. The ITE review fed into that, and Ms Paul's work has certainly been a critical component in our consideration and the work group's consideration. But I was referring to the first national, I can't recall a National Action Plan, but there's the teaching profession has been reviewed. I can't tell you how many times, reports. If you Google reviews of the teaching profession, there's probably a long list. And I think it hasn't been in the same context as we're operating in now. But you are right, that review did lead as input.
Thanks. Secretary, I just want to ask, is the department aware of the reports that have been highly publicised that around 7,000 school-age students in New South Wales are not enrolled in any form of formal education?
Senator, do you have the name of the report? Do you have a reference for me I can just go to?
There's been quite a range of media coverage about the report. I'll try and get the actual name if there's...
I think it's the New South Wales one, was it, Senator, you're referring to?
Well, it is about New South Wales, but I'm interested to understand basically if you're aware of it, but also if you've spoken to other states to see if there is similar numbers, because I think it's quite incredible that any students aren't enrolled in some school-age children aren't enrolled in some form of education.
Yes, thank you, Senator. We are certainly aware of the reports and we're aware of the issue. You do see various estimates and projections, and one of the areas where we've been mostly talking about and really have had some very significant efforts to try to deal with this issue has been in our development of the USI, the Unique Student Identifier National Priority Initiative under the current National Schools Reform Agreement. So one of the real focus areas of trying to develop a USI, a Unique Student Identifier, is so that we know, we are able to compare, do you have students who are not enrolled in school? For example, in our discussions, one particular state anecdotally told us that they observed that from year to year they could lose anything up to 20% of some of their First Nations students out of schools and not be able to track where they had gone. The Commonwealth has been very instrumental in piloting a USI over the last year. We've done that in partnership with the Northern Territory, South Australia, New South Wales and the non-government sector. And we expect education ministers to be having a conversation about the USI and where that's got to in December. We also know that allied to this issue of non-enrolment is this issue of concerns about attendance, and we are very focused on that as well. So yes, certainly both of those issues are issues that we have discussions about states and territories with. Now, as you would know and as Secretary would no doubt point out, we don't run schools and we don't run school systems, so we don't necessarily hold those levers that enable us to make sure each child is enrolled, which is why at the national level, initiatives like the USI, initiatives like the work that we are doing around student wellbeing are particularly significant. So the government has committed to a student wellbeing boost, so in excess of $200 million to ensure that each school has money to look at wellbeing for students and those who surround them in the community. So there are a number of things we can do nationally, but unfortunately, Senator, we don't hold all those levers. We certainly discuss it when we get together with our state and territory
So
colleagues.
my understanding is the USI was the target was to have all students assigned a USI by 2023?
By the end of 2023, that's
By
correct.
the end, okay. And have you got an indication yet of actually how it's tracking?
So look, Senator, from our point of view, it's not an easy process. There are things about developing USI, especially in the current climate, when you're talking about children's data, in the current climate of great concern about privacy and data that are complex, that are very sensitive. But I feel like we have made very good traction on the USI. The Commonwealth developed, ran and paid for the pilot of the USI, which proved that the things we want a USI to do, which is to be able to successfully identify a student, assign them a unique identifier and run a record to try and understand a student's missing, which is sort of at the core of a unique student identifier, were all able to be done. We are working up proposals to take to education ministers that say, here's what it would take us to get to a unique student identifier. So I feel from the Commonwealth point of view, we have hit those deadlines. I want to say we've spent $14 million. Will you check that for me, please, Ms Birmingham, in the Commonwealth, in the development of this measure. And we've also paid for, or will be paying for, states' participation and non-government participation, the costs of entering that trial. But again, it's something that does require the cooperation of each of the states and territories in order to implement.
Are there any penalties for the states if they don't get on board?
So there are a series of things that are built into the National Schools Reform Agreement that relate to powers of the Education Minister, the Commonwealth Education Minister. However, I think you'd understand, Senator, they are really, the Commonwealth power rests around funding. So essentially not funding, delaying funding in a context where we've had schools go through a really, really rough couple of years. And I would say that some of the reticence there might have been from some states to participate in the pilot or to do other things around the USI, it's not out of sheer obtuseness, is it out of the fact that they've had a pretty terrible couple of years where they've really been focused on their key role in getting children to school, getting children educated. So in that context, yes, there are levers that the Commonwealth Minister can bring to bear, but they are fairly significant in terms of what the implications of those would be for schools and students. It's an issue I think that we will look at as we develop the next NSRA. How do we do work collectively that doesn't rely on a Commonwealth stick, the impact of which is to potentially make life more difficult for schools and students?
And so just to look at it from a practical angle on what it means for parents. For example, I live close to a border, so there are a lot of families in my region who they might go to primary school in New South Wales and then they go to high school in Victoria. Does this mean that if I enrol my children into a New South Wales school, they get their student identifier? When they go to Victoria, that number goes with them and it's a way of just tracking, because today, without the identifier, they go to Victoria and they've disappeared off the New South Wales system. So this report about 7,000 kids in New South Wales might not actually be 7,000 children not going to school, but it's just that somewhere along the line they've disappeared off the records.
Yeah,
Correct.
Yeah, so there could be, Senator, the interstate student transfer note.
Yeah, one
Let me
we
say
can
that
never
there's a way in which different jurisdictions communicate with transfer that normally information travels cross-border with a number of students. But you're right, the number of 7,000 could be the transfer interstate. There's also things that reside, if my memory is correct, in the New South Wales Education Act, around the important enrolment and penalties associated where students actually aren't enrolled. So there's a mechanism within the New South Wales jurisdiction to deal with that inside the Education Act. But what we'd want to see is every child accessing good quality education as early as possible.
I agree. And in your annual report, under outcome 1, your performance measure, I think it's performance measure 59, calls for the proportion of students attending school to be 90% or more, or 90% or more of the time. Is that attendance or enrolment? Because there's different targets. Often there's a target for a certain percentage of students to attend school, but the actual data collection is based on enrolments rather than actually attending every day of the school year. And you have certain jurisdictions that say, yes, we've got 80% of children going to school, but that's 80% of children enrolled, and half of the children aren't actually attending school on a regular basis.
Yeah. Senator, school attendance has been quite a fraught issue in measuring that. As a teacher, when you mark the roll in the morning, someone can be attending, and by little lunch, I shouldn't use that term, but by lunchtime, they may not be there. And so some schools have moved to checking each of the periods for attendance. But on the measure, we've got the increased proportion of students attending school 90% or more of the time. That is actually attendance, Senator. That's not about enrolment. And indeed, in each of the jurisdictions' annual reports, I'll have attendance figure. I know in your case, if you look up the New South Wales annual report, you'll see attendance figure by at a lower level, so you can actually see the districts or areas in which school in which students are attending and what the proportion is.
Is it possible for the department to provide the committee with a breakdown of those attendance rates in the states or territories, and also whether they're metro, rural or regional, and whether you also track the socioeconomic demographics of those regions?
Yeah. So, Senator O'Clara, on the national report on schooling in Australia, they have a data portal, and on that portal you can access information there about attendance. Whether or not you can actually do it, I'd have to check for you, Senator, by particular regions or area. I'm sure you can, of interest.
Can I help also
Yes,
then, Secretary? So yes, Secretary's right. The National Report on Schooling in Australia, which is the ACARA document, gives you a sense of both what's the proportion who are at that 90% or more, but it also tracks actual full-time enrolment student days as a percentage, which is interesting. And then the department, we publish on our site fact sheets around attendance. So I think we can probably table them for the committee because they are public, but also we have copies of them here. And yes, Senator, they go to attendance by band, so 90% and above, 85 to 95%, like who's in those categories, by state. And then they also have some just really, really interesting reflections on breaking it down by sector, breaking it down by remoteness, breaking it down by education level that are
That's
really
great.
interesting. So we could even just give you the link, somebody, but through the magic of television, can give you the link and make sure that you've got that. And they do that each year. The latest year is 2021. So I just recently actually just had a little look at 2019 compared to 2021. I would say some of our data is missing for, tell me, Mr. Donovan, I think there was one year, it was either 2020 or 2021, where one of the reporting periods
Some
is
of the
missing.
2020 data is missing.
Yeah, because of the COVID period, because it was very difficult during that period to get reliable estimates of attendance, and ACARA
I
and
can
the
tell
states
you,
agreed.
I know
Senator
of
Davey,
at
so
least
just-
2 children
sorry,
who were meant
sorry,
to be
Senator
attending
Davey.
school during COVID who weren't, but that's beside.
So you have got.
No, I'm
I
done.
want to give you a couple more minutes. Sorry, you're right.
I'm happy. I'm you. See, unless, did you want to ask anything, or you want a full block?
Well, just you got 2 minutes.
Okay, we'll come.
We'll come back. I'll pass
Yeah.
it back to you. I'll give you the time back anyway. Just a quick question to the Minister before I go to Senator Payman. Just what's been the Minister's attitude to pay increases, I'm very mindful that teachers, attracting teachers as part of the mix, there's a number of issues that are critical to maintaining and growing the teaching profession. And since we're all, giving our honesty about our teacher engagement, I can only say I have a sister and brother-in-law, but they are fantastic teachers. So I better say that on the record, otherwise I'll say why didn't I say it. It'll be the one time I listened to Hansard, I listened to estimates. But importantly, what is the government's attitude to pays for teachers?
Thanks, Chair. And the Minister has actually been very clear on this. He thinks that all teachers should be paid more. I think when you consider the work that he's prioritised since he became Minister, obviously fitting into his role as Federal Minister, has been focused on the areas of where he can have the most significant impact. And I think we've seen that with the draft plan that was released last week. But he certainly is of the view that he values the role that teachers play in community. I remember his first visit was back to his old school where one of his former teachers was still there. And I have no doubt that that will continue to be a focus of him as Minister, but also, more importantly, motivate the work that he does to try and fix this challenge that we face across the country with the teacher shortage that is so widespread.
This question about workloads, what's the challenges there, and what's the initiatives there on both workloads, but also encouraging some of our youngest and brightest from many areas we've talked about, but also from our schooling system to enter the profession.
Yeah, so I think that was a substantial feature of the draft plan that was put forward, that was released last week, and obviously open for consultation now. And I'm happy for the department to add more to that. But I think some of the significant things that we were focused on in terms of ensuring that we can attract people to the teaching profession and those that can go on to be make a significant contribution in that area was $56 million in the October budget, which goes to bursaries to get the best and brightest Year 12 students into initial teacher education. So I think, as the department have talked about this morning, there's so many facets to this challenge that there's many planks to what the government needs to be doing. I think we're providing that national leadership, but we're also working cohesively with the states so that we can ensure that we're doing our part, but we're co-opting the states to be doing what they can to help fix this because of the nature of education across the country.
I'd like to go to Senator Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I would like to turn to consent and respectful relationship education. Would you agree that that's an important issue in all our schools?
Certainly.
Fantastic. And when in government, the opposition launched the Respect Matters program. Is that is the Good Society website part of that program?
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. Okay. And moving on, I think there was the so-called milkshake and taco video. Do you recall that?
I certainly do, Senator.
And that was released, so the opposition released it while in government. I'm just curious to know whether those videos were funded as part of the Good Society website.
That's correct. They were funded as part of that website, Senator.
And so what process did they follow in developing those videos, in particular the milkshake and taco?
Yeah.
Were there any consultation or approval by consent and respectful relationships experts?
Yeah, so Senator, that was a contract that the department let. There was an advisory group. I think I'm on the public record saying that what the department failed to do was to listen to the voice of experts. That group of experts did provide some feedback on a range of things over a long period of time. I think the contract was originally signed in 2015, if my memory's right, to previous testimony here. And so as a result of that, we've had a review and we've decommissioned the website.
So you decommissioned the website. When you say that the department failed to listen to the feedback from experts, what were their responses to these videos?
Sorry, Senator,
What was the responses of these experts in regards to
So there was
the
a range
videos?
of responses over a period of time. Some were very positive. There were pilots in schools done of the videos. You'd have to say that the feedback was there, but I think in particular, if my memory is correct, Our Watch was particularly critical of some of those videos, and the suite was developed and launched. I think on the day that it was drawn to my attention, I removed those videos from the website, and since then we've had an expert review with experts in the field looking at it, and we've decommissioned the website.
Okay, because I recall an article where the director of End Rape on Campus warned that, her name's Shana Bremner, warned that the videos failed to meet national standards for prevention of sexual assault through education, and she rather called the videos bizarre and really trivialising an incredible serious issue and undermining the intelligence of young people. So in that essence, would you say the Good Society website was a successful initiative, and what are its future prospects?
Senator, it's been decommissioned, and that's been on the advice of experts. Us working very closely with experts to have a look at everything, and we made the decision to decommission it.
Okay. And being aware of the Respect at Work report completed by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, and obviously the current government has committed to implementing the recommendations in full, what budget measures have been included to implement the recommendations of the report through the education portfolio, and perhaps the Minister can add to it as well?
Senator, incredibly important report. And as a department, internally within our organisation, we've taken steps to implement the recommendations. But in particular, I think it's from memory, recommendation 10, is it, Dr. Baxter? The government has committed significant resources to implement recommendation 10, and I'll ask Dr. Baxter to give you the details.
Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, Senator. So yes, it is recommendation 10. Ms Jenkins recommended that states and Commonwealth and that all schools should implement respectful relationships education in schools, and that was part of the decision around decommissioning the website, which is in the process of happening at the moment. The government, in response to that recommendation, had an election commitment, which you would have seen in the budget papers is $83.5 million over the next 6 years. It's really quite a change in tack. It really goes to working in partnership with the states, territories, the non-government system to, as recommendation 10 said, get that education into schools rather than having it as this sort of standalone website. There is a lot in that commitment. There's a commitment around establishing the expert group this year, really using that expert group to drive a review that, we've had a number of other reviews, but this one is really going to look at the how do you do respectful relationships education well? What does that need to look like? Who needs to provide it? What kind of program, what kind of content should it have? And to have that piece of work then drive the development of an accreditation framework, so that if schools are purchasing programs to go into there, almost like a kind of heart foundation tick for respectful relationships education, so that when programs are being purchased, schools know that they're appropriate. The two bywords of the recommendation and of the government when they've been talking about this commitment have been age appropriate and evidence based, and that's what we're looking to do here. And also, once we have done that work, so once we've worked out how should this be done, and we've developed the accreditation framework, then we'll be looking at a number of grant rounds over 5 years that will be available to states and territories and the non-government systems to make, for the first few years, about $20 million available, and in the tail years, I think it's about 8 or 9 million in each of those last couple of years, to really try to effectively get the sort of boots on the ground with these resources in schools.
Senator, can I just be clear? We're in the process of decommissioning that website. I think I had said it was decommissioned, but I should be very clear. We've made the decision to decommission and we're in the process of decommissioning.
Excellent, thank you. Minister, would you like to add anything?
Thanks, Senator Payman, and a very important issue, as you right to highlight. The government is obviously committed to implementing the Respect at Work inquiry in full, and the department, I think, has given a good account of their responsibilities in that regard. I think that, broadly speaking, the government is committed to ensuring that respectful relationships and consent education is done in an age-appropriate way, but also that it's evidence-based and developed by experts. And that will be the focus of what the government delivers on, and I think the support was in the budget for that to occur as well.
Thank you. That's all for me. Can I just now move on to the impacts of COVID on students? So we know that it impacted and had widespread effects across the nation, but I'm interested in how schools were impacted, in particular school students.
Yeah, really big issue, Senator. I think, and while the team are looking up the information they've got, I'd have to say that we saw different things in different states and territories occurring. I think teachers did an absolutely amazing job in terms of the shift that they needed to do, as well as balancing their personal life and online delivery and online resources. States and territories collaborated a lot to be able to do that, but I don't think we can underestimate, and I'm not quite sure that at this point we fully understand the tail effect of what it meant for students. But there's, you know, the isolation factor, we hear anecdotal reports, but we're actually looking at evidence-based about the impact of what that has meant. And I think we need to not only look at the short term, and we hear anecdotes of behavioural issues and coming back to school and socialising, even the fact of mask wearing, not being able to tell verbal cues from teachers. You know, that face-to-face interaction is incredibly important, particularly in the primary setting. So I think we all know there's been a variety of impacts, but actually quantifying and describing the nature of those impacts for both secondary students and primary students and early years students, I think research to come will bear a better light. But there's no doubt, mental health has been one aspect, and I think we've got a very strong response from government around the mental health and wellbeing. Dr. Baxter has spoken about that briefly before, about the importance of measures in terms of mental health and student wellbeing. And I'd add to that teacher wellbeing as well. I think, that relationship that you have as a teacher and a student, we can't underestimate the impact of COVID in terms of teacher wellbeing as well as student. But Dr. Baxter, do you want to talk to some of that?
I think you've really covered the key issue. So that the impacts that we saw on students were around mental health. So the government's piece of work around helping our students bounce back, and in particular student wellbeing boost, much of that is a response to the concerns of COVID. We've also seen very real infrastructure impacts in schools. So the School Upgrade Fund, for example, has as one of its focus areas, $200-ish million School Upgrade Fund, has as one of its focus areas ventilation and air quality in schools, and that's a response to some of the things we saw there as well. On the mental health side, the Student Wellbeing Boost is a response to that. Now, in terms of what impact did it have on student learning, we were all very keenly watching with interest this year's NAPLAN results, the 2022 NAPLAN results. Interestingly, a real story of stability there, so absolute kudos to students and teachers and families and everybody who helped students during this period, but in particular teachers who taught online during that period and taught in schools under often great difficulties themselves. But I know Akara is appearing later today and can talk you through some more of that detail. Another impact we saw was around all of us really having pause and having a think about digital learning and what does this mean, and being very, I think some real opportunities in digital learning, but also real concerns about students being driven online and some of the links of that with their mental health. Really great concern there. And look, the last one that I would add is students with disability. So it's probably an area where we don't know as much as we do in other areas. The government has an election commitment around undertaking an urgent review to understand the impact of COVID-19 on students with disability, and we expect that piece of work to go out to consultation with the community within the next couple of months, doing some preliminary work on that at the moment. But I think it's a real area for us to understand some more. Ms Birmingham, did you have anything you wanted to add around teachers or remote learning during COVID-19?
Julie Birmingham, First Assistant Secretary, National Reform Division. I think probably the other thing to add is that it's an ongoing body of research. So there's already, as we know, a lot of research going on in the academic community in this area, but governments are also working together to commission research. So the Australian Education and Senior Officials Committee has commissioned work from AERO, the Australian Education Research Organisation, to look at exactly those things about digital education. What did we learn from the experience of being online, but also what were some of the shortcomings. So hopefully that will be made available soon.
Well, thank you all.
Senator, I think globally, recently I was talking to US counterpart, and they've seen a massive decline in student outcomes through their results during COVID. So for us, I think we have to watch our outcomes. We've got NAPLAN, it's very promising, but I just wonder about the lag effect here. But we've certainly, Australia, I think our teachers and families and communities have done a terrific job for us to have that set of results as we are now.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Senator Allman-Payne.
I've got some questions around transparency of funding. I've got a whole bunch on the SRS, but I'll put them as questions on notice and get that later. A 2017 report from the Auditor General and its subsequent follow-up report from 2021 found, amongst other things, that the department does not yet effectively support the transparency of Australian government funding allocation and does not analyse school funding allocation data to ensure that funding is distributed in accordance with need. And it also found that the department does not always ensure that non-government representative bodies which allocate public funding to the private school sector fulfil their transparency requirements. Are you familiar with the findings of those Audit Office reports?
Yes, I am, Senator. Yes,
okay. In previous estimate sessions, the department has said that approved authorities for non-government schools are required to provide an annual acquittal certificate from an independent qualified accountant, and that approved authorities must provide assurance that the financial assistance paid to the approved authority during the year was spent appropriately. They've then gone on to say that the department then verifies the accountant credentials on a sample of these submissions and, if required, conducts further analysis and investigation. I'm interested to know if this is still the department policy, that is, that in effect the only oversight you have over public money going out to private schools is checking whether they used a reputable accounting firm to validate it.
Yes, let me just check on that, Senator. I know we do sample audits, and I think in some cases, I think it was the Joint Public Accounts Committee, that follow-on report, we'd put in more steps. And I think the most significant one is the publication of an annual report each year now. So we've introduced a report that comes into place that gives you full public transparency of that funding. But I might ask the team to look at other measures. So.
I will hand to Mr Harding to ask a specific question about that process, but it is certainly not the only piece of the puzzle, either for individual approved authorities and their money or the bigger picture. As the Secretary has said, on the 23rd of November 2021, we tabled the Australian Government tabled the first Section 127 report called Australian Government Schools Funding Report on Financial Assistance Paid to the School Sector. It effectively highlights what it was. It covered the period 2014 to 2020?
2020.
21? 20?
Yep, 20.
2014 to 2020, and it detailed the money that had been provided to each of the approved authorities during that period. So that was a very significant step forward and responded to one of the ANAO recommendations that you've referred to.
Does it indicate how the money is spent or just the money that's been given to the authority? Because my understanding is that we don't get oversight as to whether that's actually going to the schools that have the highest need, which is a bit of a problem in the way that they're allowed to distribute funds.
And it is also at that approved authority level rather than at the level of the individual school. Mr Harding?
So I think there's a couple of elements of what you're talking about there. One of the elements relates to the ability for approved authorities to allocate the money as they see fit inside the approved system, and also other ones who use our model that we calculate it with. So is your question about how we sort of follow the money through where the system redistributes? Because the system can redistribute the funds as they see fit, and basically what you have is for states and territories, they have their own needs-based models. They're very close to the need, and so they, for example, we have a base and 6 loadings. They may have several loadings that they split it into because they see need closer to where it's happening, and they allocate it more effectively based on their systems. So systems can redistribute, and sometimes they actually have a better understanding of where the need is, and they're more targeted of where that money goes.
Okay, so essentially, if I've got this right, there is no requirement whatsoever on the independent and Catholic sector to distribute their funding according to need.
No, there absolutely is. They're each required to distribute the funding according to a needs-based model. So we...
and do we have evidence that they're doing that? Because what I'm hearing is that they can distribute it as they see fit.
No, we do, and I'll talk to you about how that happens. So we draw the cheque, if you like, based on our base SRS funding and each of the loadings in relation to census data, how many children are there, what are their characteristics. We do that and we distribute that to the approved authorities. Now, under the legislation, they must have a needs-based arrangement for distributing that money, but they are able to calculate what that needs-based arrangement is. What we do is make sure that
can I clarify something?
Yes.
So there's no requirement. So there's an SRS funding model. It determines how much each student needs as a base rate. There's then your 6 loadings based on need and location. That's what the government uses to determine how much money goes to those 2 sectors. Yes. Yep. But then those sectors are allowed to distribute that money on their own model of need, which is not necessarily the same model that the government uses. Is that correct?
And that is not just the case for the non-government sector, that is the case for all sectors. So the states, the territories and the non-government sector look at how that need looks in their particular, because it's obviously the SRS and the loadings are still a reasonably blunt instrument because they're happening at that national level. And so the principle of subsidiarity is that they are closest to the need, they understand that, they must publish, and I think we have now got each of those needs-based funding models published.
Yeah, on the 5th of March, I think last year, there's a link on our website to all the needs-based funding arrangements.
Okay, so what I'm hearing though is we have a model, but we don't necessarily, the funding isn't being applied in that way in all jurisdictions.
So 2 aspects. I think Dr Baxter talked about the way in which the Commonwealth draws the cheque, so to speak. So that's the SRS, and then the factors that we do at the national level. In the public sector, it would go from Treasury to Treasury. And then, for example, there'd be a resource allocation model in a public school system. For example, one of the changes in loadings, I know from some jurisdictions, would be they take into effect distance. They load for distance and isolation a little bit more. In other places, they will have for high level of needs of disabilities, the funding follows the student.
Yep.
And so you have targeted funding. So that flexibility there, both in public and non-government schools, is there. We don't actually have a clear line of sight to the way we draw the cheque to the way it's distributed. So in that fact, Senator, you're right. But there are very good reasons why in the middle jurisdictions will do it slightly differently.
Okay.
Senator, can I also just add on the actual compliance of the money, making sure that the money is acquitted and spent the way it is supposed to. We do have a number of steps. I know you referred to one of those steps. I'm happy to put that on notice for you.
That'd be great.
Yeah, well,
and I'm interested too to know what's changed since the Auditor General's report and their findings about where the deficiencies are, and to get a clear understanding of what the department has put in place to address those deficiencies.
We can do that, and we can also show you what we have done and improved on in terms of compliance certificates, post-census enumeration, each of those steps that we undertake.
That would
I
be
think
great.
On notice is probably best.
Thank you. I note that the King's School in New South Wales, who charges around $40,000 per year 12 student per year, in 2020 they received $17 million from the Australian Government, according to my school, and they also spent $7 million on capital works. They've obviously been in the media recently because they were wanting to spend money on plunge pools for principals and sending senior staff to England to watch a rowing race. The New South Wales Government has launched an inquiry into how that money is being spent, and I'm interested to know whether the federal government is doing the same.
Yes, Senator. So where there are those inquiries, we work closely with the state, given that they are the regulator who is closest to the ground. But we did also write to the approved authority for the King's School, seeking an explanation on the issues that have been raised in the media. We have received information which we are currently reviewing, so obviously it's probably not appropriate to talk about that here, but be assured we did undertake action upon learning of that issue.
Will the department be adopting any additional transparency and accountability measures to ensure that taxpayer money is being spent responsibly, or is it going to continue to use the same method that it's currently using?
I think, Senator, the material that we put on notice for you, in that we will describe our ongoing efforts to continuously improve this compliance process. So, for example, Ms Butel, who runs that particular area of my group, her group are continually improving and undertaking ways to make sure that they're able to track what's happening, that they're able to understand areas of risk and respond, and they have a kind of continuously improving rate in doing that. So we can detail some of that for you when we go through what are these processes that we undertake with schools. But certainly we are ever vigilant, and it's not an area where we take our eye off the ball for a single moment.
And Senator, I can assure you that the Minister wants to make increased transparency and accessibility to data a key focus of the next agreement as well.
Yeah, I think given that we...
You have 3 minutes, those last question or two.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, well, I think given that we're giving that sector $1.7 billion, taxpayers have every right to know that it's being spent properly. Just in relation to the student wellbeing program, which is welcome, it says that there are a number of potential spending programs contained in the announcement. The budget mentions mental health professionals as well as sport and social events. And I'm happy for you to take some of this on notice if necessary. I'm interested in a breakdown of what the student wellbeing boost entails and how much money will be spent on each aspect of the program, whether that's professional, particularly whether it's around professional mental health support staff. Also interested in knowing what will happen to the programs and particularly to any mental health professionals that are hired as a result once it ceases to exist in mid-2023. And particularly whether kids are going to have access to mental health professionals withdrawn, because that's obviously of some concern.
Yes, thank you.
I might put a few more questions on notice too around that program. Also, we'll have some questions on notice around consent education, and in particular, interested to know how the funding is going to be directed between schools and external providers, with the funding due to drop after the forward estimates, the sorts of impacts that it will have on delivering consent education going forward, and again looking at whether external providers are going to be used as a major part of that rollout. But I'll put those on notice.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you. And my questions are just around the non-government schools national support. I just want to highlight that the former coalition government made a large investment in the Northern Territory education system, understanding that to effectively engage our young Indigenous students, that they need specified wraparound support, flexibility in curriculum, as well as location-specific ways to educate. A lot of our children are dealing with domestic violence, alcohol abuse and trauma in the home, health challenges that affect their learning and ability to learn. there are schools such as the Yipperinya School, which is an independent school, supports town camp students around Alice Springs, as well as the Dupamar Barker School that are providing some of these solutions. In the lead up to the election, I secured a commitment of $8 million to specifically for the Yipperinya School to be able to develop infrastructure for staff and students to support their needs. Just yesterday, the Territory Families Minister stated that the children on our streets at night will now be removed from their families. This particular piece of infrastructure is important because it speaks to the needs of those children who are on our streets at night. So I just wanted to ask if the government is committed to honouring this commitment of $8 million toward that staff and student accommodation at Yipperinya School.
Was it an election commitment that your party made?
It was, and it was
Okay.
outlined in the regional education infrastructure.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm happy for the department to provide some evidence, but generally speaking, when you have an election, we deliver on the promises we made during the election campaign. So I don't think we matched that one, did we?
That's what I'm asking. Whether this
I will
government is
call
committed to.
Mr Harding to the table just so that I can check whether that's on our list of the school upgrade fund commitments that were made, whether it was matched. I don't recall it. I would say, Senator, that we're always happy to take information directly to the department about particular needs in a school and look at what we can do. We obviously have a range of conversations, measures, programs where we work with some of our First Nations schools and communities. So I'm always very happy to take kind of direct approaches if there are areas where there's a funding concern, there's a program concern, there are concerns about particular students, and sometimes this is quite a useful forum for us to learn about some of these things, and certainly we have in the past. So no, they are not. He didn't come, he just wrote no on my piece of paper. They are not on the list that's being matched at the moment. But I'm very happy to have a look at the funding they have. Come back to you if you would like on that on notice.
That would be absolutely. I
Certainly,
would very much
the
appreciate
Pumia
that.
Barker is one that's front of my radar, but Yipperinya I'm not as familiar with.
I know that Minister Burney had visited the school just last Friday, so I'm hoping that will be a priority going forward. It's pretty urgent considering the circumstances that the children are faced with in Alice Springs. Is there any reasoning as to why it may not have been a consideration? I know that there are other commitments that we've made as leading up to the election that have been honoured across other portfolios. Why this one may not have been considered going forward?
In general, Senator, we didn't have a process, and Minister or Secretary may wish to add, for reviewing the now opposition's commitments. There was certainly a process for reviewing and considering the commitments that had been made in the March 22-23 budget, and I can tell you that they have been honoured, so they have been matched and honoured. So where there was that commitment that had been made, for the very most part, apart from a couple of tiny ones around the edges, they were honoured in full. Not so much did we have a process for considering, it would not generally be part of the suite of what we would do to look at opposition election commitments. But as I said, it just may not have come to our attention. So if there is material you would like to forward about a particular need in a school, we're very happy to come back about, is there something we can do? Is there an existing source of funding that might be appropriate?
Okay. Are you able to sort of indicate what sort of support for children and educators in remote parts of Australia that does exist?
So we've talked to some of these today, Senator. We've talked to the sort of what I would think of as the big structural pieces. You know, we have the regional and remote loading that makes up part of the SRS, and that's a very substantial amount of money. We also have a loading for Indigenous students that they attract. That's also a very substantial amount of money. Then we have a number of other infrastructure and educational support programs that support children in remote areas but also in majority Indigenous schools. So to name a few examples, We have the Building Boarding Schools on Country measure, which is around 75 million to build Studio Schools Australia campuses on country so that children can stay on country but still get the benefits of boarding school. In fact, Secretary recently visited for the opening of one of those, Yiramalay. And so we are closely supporting that. Others are being built, and we are working very closely with Studio Schools Australia to look at some of the challenges they're facing at the moment with rising costs of building and those sorts of things. We have a suite of literacy and numeracy programs that we fund, including Good to Great Schools, Multilit, the support for the Kimberley Schools project. I'm very happy to put the full list on notice if that would be useful, or I've certainly got the list here, I can talk through it, but it's probably not.
If you could put that on notice, that would be great. Also, just of that 75 million, how much of that is committed so far, and what exists in terms of applications for that money if there is an application
So that
process?
75 million was committed for specific schools. It was provided for the establishment. I will just call the relevant officer to the table, but it was committed for the establishment of, I think, 3 new schools and an upgrade of 1 school, and that continues. There was also an accompanying amount of 26 million for the City Country Partnerships program, which is effectively building on some of those great organic partnerships we've seen between big city schools and remote schools. So Barker, which I think you mentioned before, Barker College are one who've done that very successfully. And this is recognising that this is something that's happened, effectively off the bats of particular schools, and really trying to supercharge that a bit. So we are working on that one as well. But Mr. Harding, Mr. Carpay, can you just remind me how many schools the Studio Schools Australia commitment was? That's those then, is that?
Those 3.
Thank you. So it is 3 new on-country residential middle year boarding schools, so years 7 to 9, in the...
Are they the Studio Schools?
They are the Studio Schools. Bandalung Winjana in Kimberley, WA, Dapuma Studio School in East Arnhem, and the Pilbara region as well. And then it's upgrading the existing Indigenous boarding facility for years 10 to 12 at Yiramalay in the Kimberley. And then it's also to establish an Indigenous Education Research Centre near one of the school sites. Okay. But I can put the full list on notice.
Okay, so that 75 million is already committed. There's no sort of scope for any new... Is there any opportunity going forward within the budget for other projects to be considered?
So there is certainly also a measure around supporting boarding students. So there was 17 million, which had previously been through the NIAA budget and is now through our budget, to support students who are having to move away from their home area to go to boarding school, and to really that money goes to boarding providers to help with the extra costs of children who are schooling away from home and those extra needs that they might have, including things like keeping families engaged with the student and the school, and providing the extra supports that they may need. So that is one that is still being worked through. That's money that's still being worked through. In terms of open capital, no, there is not, although the Schools Upgrade Fund is open to all government and non-government schools for small-scale capital projects. And I would note that the government school capital grant component that I mentioned before, the approximately $215 million, will of course also be available to government schools.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Good, thank you. Yeah, absolutely, Senator Little.
Thank you. You can do this on notice if you like, in the interest of time, but I'm wanting to understand what the intersect is between the Education Department providing funding for boarding schools and Aboriginal Hostels Limited, which has specific responsibility for Aboriginal boarding schools, some of them, and has been doing so for a very, very long time. I'm also interested in, and I've seen over the years, boarding schools that have been set up that have no students in them. So I'm wanting to understand not just what's been built, but also the utilisation. And I particularly would like you to have a look at and provide information on Nunajara College.
So that may be one we have to take on notice. I'm not familiar with that being here in my
Thank you.
notes. So we can come back to you on that. In terms of what does this money do that the Aboriginal Hostels money doesn't do, the $17 million a year, it's really recognising that some of the costs that go into the boarding system currently are not sufficient for those extra needs that a student might have who's going to boarding school. So it might not necessarily be the cost of literally, practically their boarding, but those things around the edge that help keep them at school, that help keep them away from family while still being connected and supported the way that they need to. And to your point about, well, what is this NIAA, is this us, where does this belong? Part of what we are doing here is really having a look at what is the boarding landscape and what does it cost to keep a child at boarding school and to provide that provision. So our department, the NIAA and the Department of Social Services, who have AB Study, are sort of looking collectively at this as a longer term piece.
Thank you. Under the Closing the Gap strategy, I think there's lots of work, and Senator, I think last night we talked about connected beginnings and so forth, so that kind of assists in closing the gap as well. But happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to ask about the student wellbeing boost. I see there's $200 million for this program. Can I just ask, is this going to be given to all schools in 2022 as promised?
So the Student Wellbeing Boost, Senator, comprises two elements. Schools will share in around about $192 million of the additional funds to support students' health and wellbeing with extra funding.
Yep.
And then there is also a piece that the department will manage, which is the $10.75 million new voluntary mental health check tool. So the additional funds will be paid to states and territories to distribute in December 2022, and they will then distribute it for use in the 2023 school year. So it's actually money for 2023.
Okay. How many students are expected to benefit from the program?
So, Senator, because it is money that is available for all schools, it is, I think we have 6,700 schools, I think is the number. Sorry?
9,600.
9,600. I've got my numbers around the wrong way. 9,600 schools. And we have approximately 4 million students. In fact, I can tell you the most recent census number is 4.025 million students. So we would expect that this is a measure that's designed to benefit each of those schools and students
Okay.
in some way.
Right. So if I deduct the 10.8, gives me 192. On 4 million students roughly, that's about $48 per student.
It's probably, Senator, more about looking around what it provides for the school. So I think in the government's election commitment, they talked about working it out on an average of around $20,000 a school, which is roughly comparable with what the chaplaincy program provides to schools. So it's material for some of a mental health professional's time, or alternately schools may elect to use it for camps, other student wellbeing activities. So it's been worked out on what does that cost, and we know a little bit about that from the
So
school
is this
chaplaincy
diverting it
program.
away from the school chaplaincy program?
No,
It's in
separate
addition
money,
to.
additional.
So will all schools receive equal funding?
So, Senator, some of that is still being worked through at the moment. As part of the process of developing regulations of this nature, we're required to go out and consult. Under the Act, we're required to go out and consult the states and territories, and also with the non-government sector. That's a standing requirement. We're in that process at the moment. We've been out to talk to them. We're having a look at what some of that means for the regulation. I think what we're looking at is, as I said, it's that the government commitment was around, a sort of an approximate amount per school being the full pool.
Yeah.
But obviously in the implementation, we want to think about things like, well, does a 3-person school, 3-child school require the same that a 1,500 child school may require? So there's some of the things the department is working through. Once we finalise that and better understand the feedback that we've had from states and territories and non-governments, then we'll provide that advice through the Minister for finalisation.
Okay, and that's where you determine what the criteria is for the schools?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Or how that will be distributed through the states. It's certainly money that will be distributed through the states. That's the mechanism, both to the state sector and to the non-government sector.
Yeah.
But we'll provide them with the guide rails.
Okay, appreciating it's still being worked through, but do you have a breakdown of what's going to be allocated to government schools, Catholic schools and independent schools? Is there any ratio
That would
there?
depend on whether or not the enrolment statistic is used,
That's
Senator,
right.
and the
The enrolment, did you
proportionality.
say?
Yeah, so
Yep.
I think Dr Baxter's example was, the size of the school and number of enrolments.
Yeah, so it'd be more based on the
Well,
enrolment.
it could. They're the things we're working through at the moment. So what's the proportion and
Right.
how might we allocate that money based on
So
the
will
size of school?
non-government schools be eligible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that we have a notional profile, Senator, which is really just about where the schools are. So where the numbers of schools are. But as the Secretary has said, those implementation considerations are still being worked through.
Okay, so then is there any consideration for regional and remote loading at all?
Well, I think again this goes to the advice that we are trying to work through
part of
with the
that,
states and
yeah.
territories and the non-govs. Is it that they may like to have considerations in their thinking about some of that tyranny of distance and what that means for costs? We're getting that advice from the people who are closest to it.
Thank you. Do you envisage that schools will have to report back to the department how it was expended?
There will certainly be a process of equivalent reporting through the states, yes.
Will the minister receive this information?
We would provide information through the Minister about how it's been expended.
Who would be responsible in the school to report back? Would it?
Senator, we're probably just going down a
In the
level
weeds.
of detail that we haven't,
That's all right.
I don't quite have with me here. As this program and its guidelines develop, and obviously some of those key considerations we've just mentioned are being worked through, I'll be able to come back to
Yeah.
you on some of that. But normally, it's not an uncommon process for Commonwealth recurrent funding of all types and other funding to go out through states, for us then to receive some assurance about how that money has been acquitted, and they will have their reporting processes in place at a state or non-government level.
Okay. And will those reports be independently assessed? Obviously, there's the expenditure, and I get that you're well equipped to determine if money was spent appropriately. But in terms of like the impact of that program in lifting wellbeing, is there going to be any independent analysis?
In general, when we allocate money through the states, we do try to avoid the Commonwealth being the kind of holder of the shoebox of receipts, because we aren't close enough to understand some of that. But we do ensure there are sufficiently robust reporting mechanisms that we can understand how money's been spent, that we can assure ourselves it has been spent for the purposes that it's intended, and that we can do any public reporting about what was the outcomes of this money that might be appropriate.
Senator, it might be a case where, the rich information from the diversity of schools across the country, we may be able to develop, even look at case studies where we're able to collaborate and share across different school settings about the initiatives that schools have put in place. I think that would be valuable for teachers in one school to understand what teachers in another school have done as well.
Mm-hmm. And are you working to any particular methodology with regards to the mental health monitoring and reporting metrics?
I think metrics in wellbeing, the framework that I'm most familiar with is the OECD framework for measuring wellbeing, and we see that it is incredibly important multi-factor measure. So actually students' kind of attitudes towards learning, how well their satisfaction instruments that can be used. I think we're not at a stage yet that we're going to put in one measure.
Yeah.
I think we're very, very differently, and I don't think at this point in time teachers actually focusing on building the wellbeing of students is the main thing. But there's no doubt there's a question about how do you know that it's happened, has it been successful, and how do you share what works in the wellbeing to boost student wellbeing. But hopefully this will be a rich source of information that we'll be able to look at and use it to be able to share across settings, as well as look at the traditional measurement of how you quantify and describe the nature of wellbeing.
Yeah, and we will work with, on the side of the tool, the mental health check tool. We will work with mental health experts and the state and territory authorities and the non-peak bodies, parent bodies, to make sure we get that right.
Is any of the overall 200 million going towards any departmental costs of administration of the program?
Just one moment, Senator.
Senator Pablo Carpe, First Assistant Secretary, Improving Student Outcomes Division. There's in the order of about $1 million to the department. Part of that relates to the systems and processes to actually get the money out of our systems and paid, but that is the only component, with a little bit of money for just staff.
And that's encompassed within the...
That's within that overall.
Okay.
It's within the
Are you
203
able to provide, and I'm happy to take it on notice, a breakdown of those costs?
I think we should be able to do that.
Thank you. So what's the definition of success for this program?
Senator, are you talking about the program as a whole?
Yes, that's right, the wellbeing program.
So I think it's twofold, really, Senator. It's about supporting the immediate it's certainly been, the aim of the program has been around supporting the mental health and wellbeing students in the recovery from COVID period. And secondly, through the tool, providing an early check mechanism. The tool is not pretending to be a clinical tool per se. It's something that can be used to give an early flag if there might be a concern about students in a school. So I think they are the two things we would be looking to achieve with this program.
Okay, I look forward to following its progress. Thank you. Just a couple of things. I had a whole heap of questions on curriculum, which I'll put most on notice. We're running to the clock. But I just wanted to ask, firstly, certainly seeing a lot and hearing a lot from teachers about the disruptive classrooms, and I know that the OECD index through the PISA index measure the disciplinary climate in schools, and Australia ranks 70 out of 77 when it comes to disruptive classrooms. So reports of teachers being harassed and even assaulted are disturbing, and so I'm just wondering if you can give us some comment on that, please, and what the government's doing.
Any assaults on teaching is very disturbing. I would have to say that, it goes to the nature of the value that we put on the profession and the interaction with parents. So I think there are probably two aspects there, Senator. One is around teaching, the other is around classroom. So when I think about the OECD measure on disciplinary climate, that's very true. 70 out of 78, I think, is correct for Australia. I think what we have to consider is our context. There's no doubt that we encourage interaction between students more so in the Australian context than some of our OECD counterparts. There's no doubt. But in terms of teachers' disruptive behaviour in classrooms, the mechanisms that are used by different systems to manage that, behavioural management of classrooms, how we look at the pre-service education for teachers on classroom management, and what support we do give teachers in terms of disruptions in classroom as a really important aspect. I think, when you look internationally and see Australia there, I think what you've got to do is unpack that in terms of the context that we're working in. We would not want, I guess, silent classrooms by any shape or form. We would want to encourage interaction, but the nature and type of the interaction about being positive versus disruptive is a really
all too often
important
we're seeing on our televisions and social media.
Yeah, I think some of the initiatives that a number of states and territories have taken on taking mobile phones out of classrooms have been incredibly important, and I think previous government had a very strong stance on that, and this government does as well.
Just quickly, we haven't got much time, but this could be a good reference inquiry, I think, maybe, Chair, I reckon, looking into this issue. But I'm just wondering, there was $7.2 million that was committed in previous budgets by the former government to implement measures that would support inclusive and respectful classrooms. Is that carried over? Is that still
So, Senator, yes, we are continuing to develop the component of that measure that involves professional learning resources for teachers and school leaders. So that one is going ahead. We're working with our education research organisation at the moment in the development of that. As we've been doing the work that we've been talking about this morning, working closely with sectors, teachers, peaks and unions about what it is that really matters, they have focused on this component of that measure, the component that's the practical support for teachers. There were one or two other components of the measure, I think one that was around summits and one that was around a report card, that as we've been working, it's become apparent are not as practical in the current context. So summits, for example, in a context where you have teacher shortages and it's very hard for us to take teachers out of the classroom, is not the most, we think at this point, effective use. It is really this focus on practical support for teachers and those resources that is important, and that element is certainly going ahead.
Thank you. And I'll put this one on notice. According to the department's annual report, under the agreement, all initial teacher education providers endorse teacher performance assessment to be in place by late 2021. All pre-service teachers must complete this assessment before they graduate. My questions are, how many pre-service teachers have completed this assessment? How are they marked? Is it pass or fail or a grade? What's the success rate? And what occurs if a teacher fails the assessment? If I could get that on notice. And go to Senator
Happy to
Little.
take it on notice.
The short time we've got left.
Can I just ask, just the boarding
Senator Davey, if you want to go quickly.
really
just
quickly,
quickly to Senator Little.
because you mentioned two programs that I am interested in. So you said in the May budget, everything committed to in the May budget was being honoured. Does that include the boarding school scholarship program?
It does, yes.
And how many scholarships will be available in 2023?
Senator, the Regional Scholarships Program is currently being worked through with advice from the Regional Education Commissioner. So our team is working very closely with the Regional Education Commissioner, and I will just hand over to Mr Donovan, who's joined us to the table, to provide you with a little update on where some of that work's up to.
Thanks, Dr Baxter. Felix Donovan, Assistant Secretary, Data, Regional Policy and Education Equity. Senator, we're continuing to work on the implementation of that program. The measure was confirmed in the October budget, and we're working very closely with the Regional Education Commissioner and other stakeholders to determine the final implementation arrangements, which will be confirmed shortly.
And will it be ready to go in 2023?
The timing of scholarships is one of the details that we're working through currently, and that obviously is affected by a number of factors that we're working through to make sure that the program achieves optimal outcomes for the students who are involved.
It's running rather late if people were hoping to be able to access one for the 2023 school year.
Well, I guess, Senator, one of the issues we've had here is that the process of election and government forming, it has caused a delay. We've worked very expeditiously since we've had confirmation of the measure, including with the Regional Education Commissioner, who's been really generous with her time.
And just quickly, the city-country partnerships you also mentioned.
Yes.
24 million, I believe.
I think it's 26.
24.991 million in administered funding, Senator.
Great. And I understand that it was open for grants, the grants closed.
Senator Davey, I appreciate you saying there's a quick question. I'm just, by all means, I'll let you continue to ask this question, but we are really running tight on time.
Great.
And we have to go
This will be my last question. I appreciate that the election meant that the grants couldn't be announced. That's fine. When will it open or close again? What will the process be now to deliver that?
Okay, so you've already mentioned, Senator, that we had the open grant round to select the delivery organisation. That's Yadu Muru Foundation. So they will now undertake a selection process to inform decisions on which partnerships are going to be supported through that process, and we are still expecting that partnerships will commence from 2023.
Thank you.
Senator Little.
Should require a quick yes, no. In relation to teaching performance assessments, your annual report says that they will be in place by late 2021. Did it happen?
Teacher performance assessments in literacy, the land type,
Yes.
Senator?
Yes, that's
I'm just not sure whether you're talking about the TPAs, because there were the TPAs, which were one of the national priority initiatives under the NSRA, or if you're talking about LandTight, the literacy and numeracy test for students. Can you just confirm?
I'm pretty sure that it's the teaching performance assessment that was referred to in the annual report. So it'll be, I'm assuming, the earlier.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you might want to
Do you have
a yes or no for the both.
So yes, they're in place. I can answer that question. So it's a requirement for all IT degrees, so teacher training courses, to have an assessment of teachers at the end of their course. So that's what that TPA is about. So every IT provider in Australia now has that in place.
And the other one, you'll provide the information on that? This is
land
the
type?
teacher, yeah.
So that's in place too. There's been quite a bit of discussion and debate about the timing of when LandTight is actually held in pre-service, but yes, it is in place, Senator.
And students who are looking to go into education who don't pass are not considered for employment.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's great.
Good, thank you for that. Now, Senator Allman-Payne assures me it's a very short. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So every year since 2011, the OECD and Education International organised the International Summit on the Teaching Profession. Brings together ministers and unions from the top 20 performing countries around the world in education to collaborate on the teaching profession and issues within that profession, how we can do it better. Australia's been invited to these summits since 2011 and we haven't attended a single one. So a decade of collaboration and working with the top performing countries has been lost. Given that we've talked about the complexities that we have with the profession at the moment, particularly retaining, attracting and keeping teachers, I'm interested to know whether it's the Education Minister's intention to accept the invitation in 2023.
The department might have something to add. I'd have to take it on notice and come back to you.
I think I'd have to take that on notice too, Senator. I know there's been a welcome invitation there for him to attend, but I'm not sure of the outcome.
Thank you.
Good, thanks everyone. That's the conclusion of outcome one. We'll now go on a 15-minute break, which will take us to just before 20 past. And we'll come back on outcome two, higher education, research and international. I now call officers from the department in relationship to outcome two, higher education, research and international. And I'll go directly to...
Sure.
Yep.
Welcome back. Can I start with just asking you about how far you've got with the detail on the 20,000 university places, kind of what that sort of distribution is going to look like, what courses are going to be prioritised?
Certainly, Senator. There we are. So, as you'll be aware, the government is providing $485.5 million over 22-23 to 25-26 to deliver that one-off boost of 20,000. So these Commonwealth-supported places are for commencement in 23 and 24 only, really to increase the opportunities from students with underrepresented groups to access higher education. So the places can be delivered for both sub-bachelor and bachelor level courses, and I might hand over to the team who've been doing the detailed work around the CSPs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Senator Tony Cook, Deputy Secretary of Higher Education, Research International. As you are aware, the government committed to the 20,000 additional places, and so that's 2023 and 2024. We went out several months ago and sought expressions of interest from higher education providers. Those providers then were required to apply against criteria that we set. The criteria was around two things particularly. One was around supporting underrepresented groups or students from underrepresented groups in higher education, which traditionally have a history of not being well represented in higher education, and also around skill shortages. So we used the National Skills Commission at the time, their shortage list, and we used that to inform the selection process in relation to those 20,000 places. Those 20,000 places, as you're aware, were announced a few weeks ago. And in terms of the priority areas, there were 5 particular themes that, out of the National Skills Commission, were identified as being particularly significant. So education, and I'll go through to assist the committee the numbers that we allocated in these areas: education, nursing, information technology, health professions in areas like pharmacy and health science, but we also have some mental health in that area as well, and psychology, and engineering as well. And so in terms of the allocation, there was about 4,036 places in education, which included 1,469 places for early education teachers. They're a mixture of both bachelor and sub-bachelor, and so they will be initial teacher education courses, but also there'll be some diploma courses, particularly for some of our early childhood teachers, that it's a diploma level as opposed to a degree level, and so we're supporting both of those areas. There's 2,600 places in nursing, there's 2,275 places in information technology, 2,740 places in health professions, and 1,738 places in engineering. The remainder of the places, which I think is about 5,000 or so, are in a range of skill shortages areas that have been identified again through our National Skills Commission colleagues across what we would define as being the various clusters in higher education. So there's something called Cluster 1, Cluster 2, Cluster 3, Cluster 4. In Cluster 1 are some of those business courses that are seen as being in shortage, such as auditors, believe it or not. And so there's an allocation of places for universities in some of those areas as well.
Great, thank you. And so the whole idea is to have some form of impact on the skills shortage we're seeing. Is there any distribution from state to state of these places?
So every provider who applied, Senator, and there were 42 providers who applied, out of 51 that were eligible. And so the providers were what we call Table A universities, so public universities, but also private universities were able to apply as well as some vet providers, traditionally vet providers such as some TAFEs that have historically offered nursing and teaching courses as part of their program as well. And so they were the eligible group. 42 providers actually applied. We were able to give an allocation to all 42 providers. Not everyone got what they wanted because we were oversubscribed, which we were pleased about. In terms of a state breakdown, every state got an allocation in relation to that, to the provision of the places that I just outlined. In terms of those numbers that I just gave to you a minute ago, in education, effectively, every state got a component of that other than Tasmania. Tasmania it's only one university in Tasmania, as you'd appreciate. But every state, I'm not sure, would you like me to go through a breakdown by
No, I
state?
just wanted to know there was a distribution across every
Absolutely.
state.
Distribution
really
across every state. Broadly, not totally, but broadly representative of the kind of number of higher education students that are in those states. Some states, however, got slightly higher than that because of what they actually applied for. But across all states and territories, and also importantly across regional and metropolitan universities as well. It's probably known to the committee there was some concern from regional universities about whether these places would be predominantly taken up by larger metropolitan universities. I'm pleased through the selection process, and it was a merit selection process, so the selection guidelines are actually online and publicly available. But I'm pleased that through the selection process and the types of courses that universities applied for, we were able to actually give a very fair distribution across all universities. Charles Sturt, for example, in New South Wales, a regional university, they've received $27 million in funding, for example, out of the total funding pool, which is one of the highest levels of allocations, because of the sort of courses that they applied for as a regional university.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Can I now just very quickly ask you to explain the rationale behind the end of the 10% upfront fee discount?
So, Senator, as you're aware, an election commitment by the government in relation to ending that 10%. That measure has been on and off and on and off over the last decade or so. And the data that we have available to us would indicate that there's very little change in relation to the take-up of the upfront fee, whether there's a discount or not. So
you wouldn't say it was an attraction mechanism, more of a kind of useful bonus along the way if you happen to be wealthy enough to pay up front?
Potentially, if you had the means to make that payment, then you took advantage of that discount. But we haven't seen any longitudinal data that would demonstrate that people who are able to make that upfront discount chose not to do so if the discount wasn't there.
Yeah.
So there's no kind of behavioural influence as a result of that particular measure being in place. It's about 54,000 students.
And as a percentage of all students taking it up, what would that be?
So there's 1.2 million domestic students in the sector. I should be able to work out my percentage, but someone will tell me who's much more numerical than I. But as you appreciate, it's a very low percentage of students who are taking that up.
So on those, it'd be a couple of percent, right?
That's right. It's a very low amount. 3% of students. There we go. About 3% of students each year. I've got the data in my folder here now.
And so would that will obviously provide a saving, I would have thought.
That's right.
What's the value of that saving to the budget going forward from stopping this measure?
So, Senator, over the forward estimates, the saving as a result of that measure is $144.1 million.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to talk about international students. We've just covered domestic. So I know that it was a sector that was hit quite hard, and I presume that you would agree, of course, that international students are a vital part of Australian society. What are some of the many economic, cultural and social benefits that international education brings to our communities and businesses?
Thank you for the question. I think we've got our expert in international ed here with us. So, Ms Sandercock, did you want to respond?
Karen Sandercock, First Assistant Secretary, International Division. Thank you, Senator. It's well acknowledged that international students make a very substantial contribution to our economy, our community and our society. I think the economic impact tends to attract a lot of focus and has been very much in focus with the decline in international student numbers during the pandemic. However, what we see is the ongoing cultural, foreign policy and what's often termed soft power benefits from international education, and the government's very focused on how those can be expanded, if you like, as international students increasingly start to return to our shores. That's outlined a little in the government's foreign policy statement, and of course it's part and parcel of the objectives that we have around international education.
Yes, no, I definitely acknowledge that. I'm curious to know, in 2022, at the beginning of the COVID pandemic, as you alluded to, the former Prime Minister told the international students it was time to go home. Did the Prime Minister or Minister for Education or anyone from the ministerial offices seek your advice, as in the department's advice, before making a statement on national television like that?
Senator, not to my recollection.
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
And so you mentioned how, there was a massive reduction of numbers of international students. How badly was the sector hit, essentially? Is there any numerical values of what the sector was bringing in to what happened after the pandemic and after the international students were told to go home?
I can probably talk you through the changes in numbers, Senator, and then the change in export revenue that occurred during the pandemic. So what we've seen is an international student enrolment decline on pre-COVID levels of 25%. What that's translated into is a reduction in export earnings. Prior to the pandemic, international education was the third largest export sector, generating around $40 billion in export benefits to the economy. The current preliminary figures, I think, bear with me whilst I check my notes, Senator, put that at around 20.2 billion, noting that there would be an additional amount of revenue that's delivered from students who are studying offshore at about 4 billion. My apologies, Senator.
Okay, so essentially it was halved in value.
That's correct.
By and large.
Acknowledging that the previous government's recklessness did some damage, can you talk to us about what the impact of this comment was on the reputation and emotional well-being of the students?
Senator, we have anecdotal data, and I guess this is anecdotal data from us speaking to particularly universities, Deputy Vice-Chancellors International. It's probably fair to say that anecdotal data would indicate that students had indicated they didn't feel welcomed, didn't feel supported. We had anecdotal data from education agents as well that the view of the international student market was that other countries were more welcoming than Australia as a result of the strict border control rules that were in place. So there was evidence through, I think, some of the providers' surveys that they indicated that countries like Canada, countries like the UK, countries like America, there was an initial drift for students to those countries. I'm pleased to say that recent data seems to indicate that that drift is now starting to change, and we've had record visa applications. In fact, I think it's the highest level of visa applications, was it July and August or June, July this year?
September, yes.
That we've ever seen in Australia. And so international students are certainly coming back, which is great. But in that period, we certainly had information conveyed to us by students themselves, by providers, that Australia was not seen in the same positive light potentially as it might have been in the past.
And that goes to my next question in terms of what are we doing as the new government to ensure that not only are we having international students come back, like what are some of the steps to improve our reputation back on the international stage with our competitors out there?
Sure. Minister Clare, in one of his first speeches that he gave, I think it was the Universities Australia speech, made it very clear, I guess, and said publicly that we welcome international students to Australia. I've actually got the speech here somewhere. I'm trying to find the wording itself, but he made it very clear that international students are welcome in Australia. He also makes it very clear in his statements that this is not about an economic position. This is about the points that you'd raised, about the importance of international students from a cultural perspective, as well as the work that we can do, particularly in the South Pacific, in supporting some of our South Pacific neighbours in what they want in terms of aspiration for their own people and their own countries. He has subsequently spoken, I know, at a number of events, including a pre-record. Unfortunately, he couldn't make the international conference, but a pre-record he'd made for the Australian International Conference a few weeks ago, around, again, reinforcing that message that the government has a very strong focus on welcoming international students. We as a department are working with our providers, and Ms Sendicott can probably talk to that as well. The Minister met with what's called the expert members of the International Council several weeks ago and spoke to them about what we could do in this area. And as you may be aware, out of the Jobs and Skills Summit, we're also looking at some of the issues around post-study work rights. And Ms. Endicott can talk about that in detail, but that's about extending the amount of time an international student can stay in Australia and work in Australia as a result of their study in Australia, which has been very warmly welcomed by both international students and also providers as well. So, Ms. Endicott, you might want to just add to those comments as well.
I'd probably add to that the government's been at pains to reassure sector stakeholders of its focus on encouraging students to return through practical measures such as visa processing and addressing some of the visa processing delays that stakeholders have raised as barriers to the return of international students and regrowth of the sector. He's also spoken with the sector about seeking their views on what else needs to be done to drive offshore delivery, to expand our offerings, expand our attractiveness and potential reach to students. And he's met with a number of international counterparts to demonstrate his commitment to working closely with other countries, India in particular. And early in the government being formed, Minister Clare met with his Indian counterpart, hosted an Australia-India Education Council and talked through opportunities for Australian education providers and Indian education providers to do more practically to expand education offerings to both our students. He's similarly engaged with other counterparts and likewise has put forward a range of initiatives that we're taking forward in the department that are aimed at regrowing, if you like, the sector and diversifying what's offered. And I can talk you through the details of those initiatives if that's helpful, Senator.
No, that's all from me. Thank you. I'll hand over.
Just because it's on the same subject, so quick, just a couple of very brief questions. Minister, when the international students were told to go home and our competitive countries, I'm not putting aside the humanity of what was said, and you may want to make some comments about that, but the competitive impact when other countries were supporting their students, particularly countries that we're in high competition with, such as Canada and others, and the impact has now been played out about the pickup rates in those countries in comparison with Australia. Now, we've seen a devastation of the university sector during COVID. Part of that, recuperating is to have a system that is welcoming, not just transactional, which we unfortunately publications like Times Higher Education on the 3rd of April, as far back as 2020, was saying that the comments risk exasperating perceptions of a transactional focus in Australia's educational exchange. And with the challenges that we have now and the competition we have across the market, the impact on getting our brightest also teaching, tutoring, thousands upon thousands of teachers and higher education professionals that have been laid off from universities. What's the impact, and what do you see as the devastation of that, and what's the government's determination to overcome that devastation?
Thanks, Chair. And I know the impact was particularly acute in Sydney, and I can still have vivid memories of people queuing for help with food just to survive at that time. So you really feel for those students who were left in the lurch, and obviously that has to have an impact on our international reputation at the same time. One of the things I've enjoyed most about being the Assistant Minister for Education is getting around to some of the university campuses and meeting with a lot of the Vice-Chancellors and other officials. And one of the things I always bring up is international students. And the overwhelming feedback about it has been the lack of vibrancy on campus as a result of them not being around. So I think that just shows, and it probably goes to Senator Payman's questions around, this isn't about economic, it's actually about the contribution they make on campus, and maybe if we get some of these post-study work rights ongoing to the community when you think about the economic challenges that we face as well. I was at the Universities of Australia dinner that Minister Clare spoke at, and the overwhelming sense I got from the Minister's words at that was that the sector know they have a government and a minister that wants to work with them. We don't want to pick fights for the sake of it. We actually want to work with these universities to try and get some of that market share back that we lost to, I think, particularly, I don't know, the department might have some figures, I think particularly Britain and Canada. So that work is going to be ongoing. I think we've made a good start. The other thing which I'll just mention is the Assistant Minister for Foreign Affairs, Tim Watts, as well. It's been a bit of a focus of his in his role working to the Foreign Minister, and when he's in representing Australia overseas, he also makes it a focus of some of his efforts to encourage people to come study in Australia as well.
And just briefly, there's the National Tertiary Education Union, the President, Alison Barnes, the National Union of Students, the various international student unions around the country. They've also pointed out that the exploitation of workers when they're here, students when they're here doing work to sustain their studies and sustain their living expenses. 76% of workers in the food delivery area are from overseas. The vast majority are students that are studying here internationally. How important is it to build our reputation back? You can come, you can study, there's appropriate work for you to be done, we've got a shortage of workers, but also, by heck, we're going to make sure you're paid correctly, because I've been in inquiries where at the time the Assistant Minister for Employment at the time, Amanda Stoker, was saying where evidence was given that people were getting paid as little as $6.70 an hour. No workers' comp, no sick leave, no annual leave, no rights. That was the contract they entered into when they literally had a choice between starvation and starvation wages, because they couldn't get, on top of that, during COVID, any support from by the federal government. How important is it we actually create a working environment also to sustain that important industry of international education?
Thanks, Chair, and I certainly appreciate your passion and knowledge of this area, and know it's been a long-standing issue for yourself, and admire the work you've done on it. It's absolutely vital for us to get those settings right. We operate in a global environment where, where once upon a time those stories may have been sidelined and not highlighted, they do have reverberations now around the world. So if we aren't treating visitors to our country in an appropriate way, then that is going to impact on our ability to attract students. So we certainly can't look at it as getting these students in as cheap labour to fix our problem. This needs to be about, as I think Senator Payman was going to, about building long-term relationships with international students and countries so that they're attracted to come and study here. And we are only going to rebuild our reputation in that regard is if we treat these students appropriately, and that the working arrangement of that is an absolutely key component.
And Senator, as a department, we've also been working with Fair Work Australia, the Fair Work Ombudsman, the Council of International Students, and providers in relation to ensuring that providers provide clear advice to international students about issues around their work rights and also workplace exploitation. We wrote to providers again earlier this year quite explicitly outlining what their requirements were in relation to that, and also the student materials that we have to support international students to understand their work rights more broadly. I also understand this issue was raised in the post-study work rights discussions that Ms Sandicott chaired, and I think there's some commentary potentially in relation to some advice we've provided to government recently in this space as well.
That's right, Chair. This has been an ongoing focus of the department's work in terms of providing accurate information to international students so they know how to access the support and protections that are available to them, and making sure that education providers and those who they use to support students are putting that information into students' hands so that students don't face increased risk of exploitation. That's been an ongoing concern. We regularly engage with the sector on this point, update materials and ask for assistance in communicating that to student groups, as well as working in partnership with the Fair Work Ombudsman, as Mr Cook outlined.
Look, I won't. First of all, thank you for the hard work you're doing on that front. And I'll just make this comment before I pass over. But as it stands at the moment, many thousands of international students here have no work rights, because if you're a gig worker, you don't have work rights in this country. And that is undermining our capacity to attract and retain students and to make it a place of destination for students when they need that supportive income whilst they're doing their studies. And I'm very aware that the government's made a commitment on changes there, and I'll be looking forward to the opposition support. Over to you, Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Budget Paper 1 on page 186 shows that the Job Ready Graduates Programme is largely responsible for a pretty significant increase in the total value of HELP loans between 2022-23 and 2025-26. This year it's $4.4 billion. By 2025-26, it's projected to be $6 billion. So students are being burdened with more and more debt at a time when the cost of living crisis is really biting, and young people, as you know, are disproportionately impacted. And Minister, you might also be aware that student debt has grown rapidly over the last decade, from $25 billion in 2012 to more than $68.7 billion in 2021. And more than 3 million people in Australia owe a total of around $70 billion in study debt. And more than 1.3 million of these people have debts greater than $23,000. This problem has really exploded. If it was up to me, I would wipe all student debt. But Minister, is the government considering some sort of student debt forgiveness measure, as we've seen recently in the United States?
Thanks, Senator Faruqi. What I would say about HECS, or HELP as it's known now, when HECS was first introduced in 1989, 7.9% of Australian adults had a university degree. Now it's at almost 33%. So you can see the significant impact it's had on Australians to obtain a degree and the benefit that it's been. In terms of the broader issue around debt that you talk about now, the Universities Accord process, which my understanding is that is due to be announced soon with terms of reference. I expect that the broader affordability discussion will be part of that Universities Accord process and the panel that are appointed to look at that.
The Accord process, according to the budget, there's been 2 years of funding, I think, allocated to it. So does that mean that for 2 years, nothing will change for students? And I ask this question because indexation resulted in student debts increasing by 3.9% this June due to high rates of inflation. That's added $1,000 onto an average debt of $23,685. So I guess it's a bit difficult that students will have to suffer for another 2 to 3 years. But I just want to ask the department, do you have any projections for what indexation will be next year and what the average student debt will rise by?
So, Senator, I don't believe we have those figures. The actual, as you, we had a discussion at our last hearing about the actuary, and we looked at some of the future projections. And I think, unfortunately, as a question I noticed, we said the actuary actually didn't project those figures. So, unless Mr. Coburn tells me otherwise, I don't believe we have that data available to us at the moment.
No, okay.
No,
but there is just an article today in the Sydney Morning Herald where, under some projections, the debt will rise by $2,000 by next year. And, that will be another round of sky-high indexation that students will be hit by. So if that happens, Minister, will the government provide some relief?
I think I've given you an answer, Senator Faruqi.
So no relief for another few years?
What we're talking about is the Universities Accord process, which the department can probably give an update on. We're expecting that the broader affordability question will be part of that discussion, and they can report on timelines potentially about where that is at.
Yeah, maybe if you could quickly tell us what the timelines are for that.
Thank you, Senator. As the Assistant Minister indicated, the Minister has said publicly he'll make an announcement this month in relation to the accord. The data you saw in the budget papers was for the operation of the panel. So that panel will operate predominantly for next year, but it will start its work this year. As the Minister said, and again Minister Clare has said this publicly, the accord will look at everything from funding and access to affordability, to just pick up the issue that you've raised there, transparency, regulation, employment conditions, and so I know we've often talked about employment conditions of university staff as well. The accord will cover those things off as well. It'll be a decision of the accord panel. It's not unusual for an accord panel to give sort of interim recommendations to governments at various times. I can't imagine they'll wait until just, the end of a year before they deliver views. They'll engage with the Minister, they'll engage with the government as they progress in relation to their consideration, but they'll certainly be asked to look at the issues around affordability.
Just on the panel, do we know who will be on the panel? At the moment, it just says it'll be made up of eminent Australians.
So I anticipate that'll be part of the announcement that the government will make, the Minister will make this month.
Okay, and
Senator.
what's the process of selecting the panel?
So that was part of a cabinet process.
So it's a cabinet process.
The department provided some advice to the Minister, but the process was part of a cabinet process.
Will students be on that panel?
Again, I probably can't say at this point until it's wrapped in a cabinet process, Senator. I'd prefer not to say, but I can assure you that the Minister will make announcements in relation to the panel this month.
No, I'm sure you will, but what my concern is that the people who are impacted by the accord and the decisions made, which are the students and the unions
I can say
and their members.
Discussions with, I'm comfortable.
You've had discussions with students and unions?
I'm comfortable to say we've had discussions with student unions and educator unions as well in relation to the formulation and sought their advice in relation to the terms of reference for the panel.
Okay, it's good to know. Minister, during the inquiry into the Job Ready Graduates Package, Labor's dissenting report concluded that the bill attacked the core research purpose of universities, would result in inequitable levels of student debt, especially for women, would have a significantly worse impact on women and First Nations people, undermine the quality of university teaching, was so deeply flawed it could not be repaired with amendments. So when are you going to reverse the funding cuts and fee hikes of the Job Ready Graduates Package?
I'm happy for the department to add more to this, but my understanding is that this will be a significant part of the review that we're setting up. So I expect it to be a key focus on that. I know as I've been getting around the country, meeting with universities, it's been a topic that I don't have to bring up. The Vice-Chancellors and other staff have brought it up with me. But I do believe that the Minister has already said it'll be a significant part of the Universities Accord.
That's correct, Senator. The Minister has publicly said that the review of Job Ready Graduates, as you're aware, there was a proposed review of Job Ready Graduates, that will be a part of the Accord process.
So now it's become part of the Accord process.
The Minister's been upfront from that from day one.
Okay, so that means that could be an early decision as well, or we have to wait for 2 to 3 years for these marginalised groups to be further impacted?
Well, that'll be a matter for the Accord in terms of their process. As you're aware, the Accord's an independent process, and then it'll be a matter for government in relation to any recommendations that come out of that Accord.
In October last year, the Senate Select Committee on Job Security, which was chaired by the chair of this committee, Senator Sheldon, made several excellent recommendations in relation to universities, and they included the requirement for all universities to provide more detailed reporting of their staffing composition, require as a condition of receiving public funding, universities to set publicly available targets for increasing permanent employment and reducing casualisation, and some other recommendations. I guess you're going to tell me that the new Labor government will implement these as part of the Accord. Are these things on the table in the Accord, or is there any, could we look forward to having these recommendations implemented before 2 years or 3 years?
So, Senator, I've got the recommendations here in front of me, so I know them well. You and I have talked about them a few times. As I said, the Minister...
By the way, they are very good recommendations.
Yes.
The Minister has said publicly again, the point that I raised earlier, employment conditions will be very important in relation to the accord process. These recommendations will absolutely be fed into the consideration of the accord. Again, I can't preempt when the accord might respond or have a position in relation to these, but I can assure you that these recommendations will be a consideration as part of that process.
Just moving on to another topic, Recommendation 12 of the Respect at Work report calls for the government to support smaller higher education providers to deliver information and training on sexual harassment for staff and students that addresses the drivers of gender-based violence and includes content on workplace rights. So what progress has the department made in implementing this recommendation?
While our team are looking up the information, Senator, I know you're aware of Universities Australia's significant work in the area around this really important topic. We work closely with Universities Australia to support that, but in the explicit recommendation 12, I might hand to the team.
Thank you, Secretary. And Senator, thank you for the question. TEXA will be here a little later. They might be able to provide a bit more detail. I'm not sure whether you're able to come to the TEXA hearing or session at all. They have been explicitly working with the Australian Human Rights Commission to implement both recommendation 11 and 12, and so they are developing courses in relation, programs in relation to that and resources in relation to sexual harassment. Those resources should be available in the next month or so.
Okay, thank you. We had the Fair Work Ombudsman appear at Senate estimates yesterday, and Ms. Parker stated that wage theft in universities was a cultural problem linked to poor governance. She has also previously acknowledged that the problem is systemic. Given the federal government has this role in funding universities, I guess, do you also consider yourself having a role in fixing the problem of wage theft at universities?
So, Senator, I watched the hearing yesterday, and I saw the discussions you had with Ms. Parker. Ms. Parker and I have met in relation to some of the issues that she has raised. Obviously, in terms of her limitations around any particular action, we couldn't go into too much detail. But again, particularly TEXA, from a regulatory perspective, have a significant role in relation to this. TEXA put out a statement in relation to effectively wage theft earlier this year, identified that they had been working with 15 higher education providers, I think it was, in relation to this issue, outlined there are 4, I think, higher education standards which a university would be breaking if they're not able to show that they are seriously responding to the issues that have come as part of this. TEXA has the authority then to put conditions in relation to universities, as you're aware. The department itself, depending on the response of those universities in relation to those conditions, through the HESA Act, so the Higher Education Support Act, in relation to quality and accountability, there could be some measures that we look in relation to that, and particularly the application of the provider to those particular standards. So we talk to TEXA in relation to that. We would rely on TEXA providing us that level of advice as to whether that level of action needs to be taken. At the moment, TEXA, and again, later today, TEXA can give more detail on this. At the moment, TEXA, from my understanding of their statement, is satisfied with the majority, but they are working with a small number of universities that they would like them to lift their game in this space.
And TEXA, I'm presuming, works with the Fair Work Ombudsman as well.
They meet bi-monthly, is my understanding, about each of these cases.
Senator, can I also add that the Department of Social Services has provided $1.5 million to Universities Australia to roll out a sexual violence prevention campaign in 2023. So there will be other departments working with the sector.
So that's part of that recommendation 12?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Just a couple more questions from me, Chair. Is the department or the minister aware that the average salary of vice chancellors at Australia's 37 public universities is more than $1 million annually, not counting other fringe benefits and perks of the office?
So, Senator, we're aware of the salary levels of vice chancellors. That information, as you're aware, is publicly available through the annual reports.
Yes. I guess my question is for the Minister. Minister, do you think it's fair that a vast majority of staff at universities are overworked and underpaid, while Vice-Chancellors pocket this humongous amount of salaries? Seems like very disproportionate to me.
Yeah, I very much accept the point you're making, Senator Faruqi. I've met recently with the National Tertiary Education Union and met with some of the workers they brought to Canberra and heard some of the stories about how they've been treated and the casualisation and the impact that has. And broadly speaking, I think the impact of casualisation across the workforce in general is one that has a negative impact on people and the ability for them to plan and get ahead in life. I am uncomfortable with some of the salaries that Vice-Chancellors are earning. I think that you want to be broadly in line with community expectations, and I understand they're often running significant businesses that go with it, but I also think there's a balance in how they operate given how significantly they are publicly funded. So I'd certainly urge, and I'm sure Minister Clare would as well, that those remuneration are set at a level that doesn't exceed community expectation.
That's really great to know. It is time to cap those salaries. And my last question is this. My understanding is that there is very limited transparency around the top pay levels at the group of 8 universities. We know through an FOI that the 50 best paid employees at University of New South Wales in Sydney and the Universities of Sydney and Queensland all receive more than $350,000 per year. That's not counting superannuation and other benefits. However, some universities, such as Monash University and Melbourne Universities, have refused to release that data. So is the government prepared to require universities to make this data public, as is the case in the United Kingdom and in state-run universities in the USA?
Senator, we haven't had conversations around that, but it's certainly, I know that some of the senior staff in universities actually during the last couple of years actually took pay cuts. But I take your point. Can I just take that away and have a look at what we might be able to do? I know for departmental officers, ours are in the annual report.
Exactly right. There's transparency.
Yeah, the transparency agenda. But I'm happy to take that away and have a discussion with my staff around that.
That'd be great. I mean, it's public money, and so it should be transparent. Yes. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Good. Thank you very much, Senator Faruqi. Senator Little.
I just want to go to my experience of having sat on 2 university boards and the focus that I had on the issue of not just courses, but also those cohorts that your 20,000 new places is majority targeting. And my questions go to, it isn't always possible when you offer courses that students choose to go to the courses that you want them to go to.
Yeah.
And if you're going to offer courses to students that might come from backgrounds that might have additional barriers, you can't just offer the places, you have to offer the supports. And my questions go to what supports are actually available in addition to an announcement about places, and that includes targeting those regional hubs that actually support people in regional areas to actually participate in tertiary study. How much money has gone to them?
So, Senator, you're referring to the regional study hubs, so we might do that bit first, and then totally, there are many mechanisms, I'm sure that you're aware, in universities to do wraparound support services, but we'll go through what we've got in terms of a Commonwealth level. That's your explicit question.
I don't want to know what's there already. I want to know what is going to be put in place in addition to what is already there, given we're talking about 20,000 new places.
Yeah, sure.
So, Senator, I'll just start on the 20,000 new places. So, as part of the selection process for those, each university had to demonstrate what policies and procedures they had in place to support students effectively from underrepresented groups, and they were then scored on that. And so if they were not able to show demonstrated policies that they had in place to support students, to enable them to actually not just start their course, but complete their course, then those universities were marked down lower. And the selection criteria and the scoring of that is actually in the selection guidelines, the guidelines which are public. We also then bolstered that with actual data, and so we had data on universities and basically their completion rates in relation to underrepresented groups, and we used that data to also inform the scoring. And so we were very focused on not just saying here's a position and you know someone can apply. It was here is a position, and you need to demonstrate that you've got a process in place to be able to support students who may not have some of the support mechanisms that they've got in their own personal life or at their home to enable them to actually be successful in terms of some of their courses. That was the first thing we did in relation to that.
I'll be very careful about the language here, because explaining that you've already got these programs in place to support people doesn't answer the question about additional funding for the additional places to support those people.
So, Senator, that is the part of the additional funding. The 20,000 places, as you know, is the $485 million in relation to that. Universities going forward continue to get additional funding in relation to specific funding for regional, Indigenous and students from low SES backgrounds. And so that was actually part of the Job Ready Graduates package, and so it was part of repackaging that. Previously, there was funding that was available effectively for low SES students only. That was repackaged as part of the NAPTHINE review to include Indigenous students and also students from regional and remote areas. There's also enabling funding. So enabling funding enables universities to provide courses that assist students that might not have met some of the criteria to access those courses going forward. You're probably aware of that, having been on university boards before. Those enabling courses are really important to provide some students a step up in relation to then ensuring they're successful in terms of their ongoing course more broadly. There's a number of things. Specifically, you asked about regional education, and so regional universities will continue to get higher levels of indexation than other universities, metropolitan universities, and that's a recognition of some of the cost drivers that impact on regional universities as well. Just in terms of the study, were you talking about the regional university centres, or were you talking about something else in relation to those study centres?
Well, one that I'm quite familiar with is the regional hub that's in Spencer Gulf, that supports Roxby Downs, supports Port Lincoln, Port Pirie, Whyalla. So that's an example that I know directly.
So Roxby Down, I'm pretty sure it's a regional university centre. And so, as you know, there were announcements again as part of the review into regional education about regional university centres. The former government announced 6 new centres. I think it was just before the election. The current government has finalised that to be 8 new centres, and those 2 new centres were advised, I think, in the last several weeks in relation to that. And so that program continues as part of a budget measure to support those regional university centres across Australia, across all states, most states and territories in Australia.
So to further inform me, can you please provide in a computer readable spreadsheet, the total number of applicants, the offers and acceptances from 2018 to 2022
Sorry,
across universities?
That's not regional university centres you're asking me.
No,
this
is
is a different
general
question.
university,
Sorry. So you were after applications and offers?
That's right.
I can give you some high-level figures for some initial data in 2022, but we're happy to take that on notice as well.
Yep.
But if you want some high-level data, I'm happy to give that to you now.
Right, okay. No, if you can provide that. And if you can provide that by higher education institution, by course and course type, obviously engineering, teaching, medicine, arts, but I'm really interested too in mental health, the courses around psychology, there's not a lot of those. Fee status, also, can I have...
Fee status in terms of the Commonwealth supported place,
Well,
or the amount of fees? Sorry.
Well, whether they're CSP, whether they're full fee, whether they're international, under an Indigenous payment program. Is that okay?
We're happy to take that on notice. I'm pretty sure we can do most of that, but my data gurus are behind me, Senator, so I'll rely on them in the question of notice.
Yep. And the breakdown of the 20,000 university places for this year and next year.
So we're happy to take that on notice in terms of the allocation of what that looks like as well, Senator. We are, as we would normally do, we've then gone back to those universities just to confirm the application that they put through. So we're in the process of currently doing that at the moment.
Okay. Now, acknowledging that Minister Clare's release on the 24th of October talked about 13,389 places, are you able to provide some detail about the split between universities and what criteria was used to actually identify what that split would be? I'm assuming it relates to what you explained earlier.
Sorry, the 13,000.
This 389 places. This was in a media release on the 24th of October.
Around 20,000 places?
It was specifically about 13,000 places.
Sorry, Senator, I don't have that release with me. I'm not sure what the reference you've got there.
I can provide that. I might provide that on notice.
That'd be useful for us.
Okay. What monitoring and assessment, this is about another section, will the department have against the measure related to, you might be able to wrap this up in this as well, those 13,389 places, and if you can provide information about the completion and dropout rates that you're anticipating based on historical data.
So our historical data, Senator, and this has been over successive governments, is we allocate around kind of a completion of about 75%. And that's a historical funding model that we've had built into the funding model for many, many years now. I'll provide any updated information as part of the response around that. The 13,000, it might be a state-based media release. I'm not sure if it's part of the 20,000.
From Minister Clare, so I can provide that anyway.
Yeah, that would be useful for us to help us assist you with the response.
Just wanted to ask a question that relates to this, but could also relate to some of the discussion earlier, and that was, are education departments able to provide sponsorship for international teachers to come over and teach in universities, in schools where there is a demand that is unmet, or where there is market failure in teacher numbers?
So, Senator, and the Secretary will probably want to add to this as well. From my time when I was heading up education in Queensland, we did quite a bit of work in my department about finding teachers overseas.
Yep.
There's a state-based visa. Karen should know what it's called. I should know what it's called, but there's a state-based visa process where states can sponsor particular workers in relation to state-based need. We, for example, identified a number of teachers from South Africa, and we had South African teachers. I don't know whether the word was sponsored, but they certainly got their visa and they were support from the Queensland government in relation to that. So I think there are mechanisms in relation to that. New South Wales, I understand, made some announcements around that recently as well, Secretary.
Having formerly head New South Wales education, they would have a similar thing, slightly different to the Queensland one, where recruitment drives and advertisement for teachers of a particular area, they would go out and recruit.
Thank you, Chair. G'day everyone, good to see you. I have a couple of questions. Well, I have one. In the budget handed down, and I've just come from Community Affairs where we've been talking about the rural doctor shortage and the need to actually have facilities in regional communities to train local kids, which means they'll end up practicing locally. And I can't find whether the money from the March budget out of the Regional Accelerator Program that was to fund the Southern Cross University Health Precinct in Coffs Harbour, if that's been cut by the Labor government.
So, Senator, as you're aware, the Regional Accelerator Program was actually in the Infrastructure Department,
No,
not our
I'm well
department.
aware, but it drew monies from a range of other portfolio areas.
I don't have knowledge about that being an explicit government decision at the time. Was it just to help me understand?
So
was it a decision or an election
my
commitment?
question is, Mr. Cook, is the Labor government going to be funding in this budget the Southern Cross University Health Precinct, which was to deliver clinical training but also clinical services to that regional community?
Senator, I'm not aware of that certainly not in our budget. Whether it's in the infrastructure budget, I'm sorry, I don't know. That might be a question for them.
Well, that's why I'm here. I asked infrastructure, I asked health, and I'm now asking you.
So as a result of that being in the infrastructure budget previously, it wouldn't have been a measure in our budget. So I haven't seen that in our budget, Senator.
Do you have any advice around the partnership between La Trobe University and Goulburn Valley Health to build a facility in Shepparton to train an allied health professional workforce, particularly focused on nursing over coming years? Do you know if that measure's been cut from the budget?
So, Senator, I'm not aware of that being an explicit measure in the previous budget. I'm aware the accelerator was, but I'm not sure that.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying,
one.
Mr. Cook. My question isn't about that, the previous budget. My question is to you about, do you know if that project is going to be funded in this budget?
Sure. Sorry. I thought I heard you say measure, so I immediately went to a formal way of measure in relation to the budget. Again, I would anticipate that would be funded out of infrastructure rather than our department. I'm not aware of that particular initiative in this budget, Senator.
And finally, a wet lab in Mildura to have those facilities on the ground for La Trobe University specifically to train nurses regionally.
So
Has the Labor Party cut that in this budget?
Senator, my understanding is that was an election commitment and of the former government, and I don't believe that is a measure.
Well, the Finance Minister's been very clear in the Senate over recent weeks about the Labor Party going line by line, project by project to identify waste and things that they're going to keep and things that they're not going to keep. So that is why I'm asking very specifically about these particular projects, because it seems some are in, some are out, and there doesn't seem to be any clarity.
Sure. So
It's not in the education budget.
Thank you, Secretary. Minister, would you define facilities such as Southern Cross University's health precinct being built, or the partnership between La Trobe University and Goulburn Valley Health to train the next generation of rural nurses, as wasteful spending?
Thanks, Senator Mackenzie, for the question. Well, what I would describe as wasteful spending is National Party ministers going around the country randomly doling out money for their pet projects without doing it in a systematic way,
Chair,
or a way that takes in
relevancy,
what is actually in the best interests of the country. So that was what we identified with the Waste and Rorts audit. We said we'd go through things in a line-by-line sense.
My question was very
which is
simple,
what we've
Minister.
done.
The 3 projects that I have outlined to you, are you defining them as wasteful?
I've given you an answer on our approach to the budget, Senator Mackenzie.
Is health facilities that are going to train the next generation of allied health professionals?
Just so I can keep track of what people are saying, back to you, Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you,
asking a
Chair.
question.
Thank you, Chair. It's quite a simple question, Assistant Minister. Southern Cross University, over $27 million to actually assist that university build facilities that will train an allied health workforce for decades to come, and a clinical facility so that the actual local community can have access to real-time GPs and allied health professionals. It's a very simple question. I'm only talking about that project. And, you know, cooey, it happens to be in a seat held by the National Party, but is that wasteful spending, yes or no?
Well, it's a very simple answer, Senator Mackenzie. What we identified
you can't
through our
answer
Waste
it,
and
can
Rorts
you?
audit
You're
is
refusing to
the
answer
way
the
the
question.
previous government
Don't be
went
afraid
around
to say
spending
no.
money
Don't be
was not an
afraid to say
appropriate use
it's
of
not
taxpayers'
wasteful
money.
spending.
Never any guidelines, and never any transparency,
That's actually
never
not
any
true,
accountability,
Senator.
and you of all people
That is
are more
absolutely
responsible
not
for that
true.
than anyone in this
I'm
country.
happy to give
You
you
are more
guidelines
and even this week
programs
we
that
saw
I
the
oversaw.
report released
They're publicly
from the
released.
former Secretary of the Prime Minister and
Chair,
Cabinet about
Chair.
your behaviour as a minister.
Chair.
Yes.
So we are
Point of
not
order.
going
So-
to be lectured about
there
spending
is a,
by you of all
there is,
people.
there is a
Senator
point.
McKenzie, by you of
Minister,
all people.
for a moment, there is
It's
a point.
outrageous.
Minister, there's a
Well,
point.
we can
Minister, there's
celebrate
a.
to get
Can I
over
just?
the
Can I just? There's Minister. There's a point of order. Yes.
Yes, the point of order is direct relevance. It was a very simple question. Unless the Assistant Minister is trying to imply that, as opposed to what is actually on the public record, that these specific, very specific questions are somehow pet projects, we would like an answer to the question and not some sort of thin-skinned defensive response trying to drag totally irrelevant aspects into this.
So I think I've got your
committee.
point. Look, if it's a highly political question that's asked, then there is an expectation to have an appropriate response. However, the question is being asked about that is about some specific nature and also the nature of funding and within the budget. So the minister can, say it more broadly in the answer, but if we just let him give his answer, then you can ask the question again in whatever fashion you would like to ask it, within reason.
Okay, with that advice under my belt, Chair, in the least political way possible, as someone that represents rural and regional people, and we have a health crisis on our hands in the regions. Assistant Minister, do you see the funding of Southern Cross University's health precinct in Coffs Harbour as waste?
What I do see, Senator McKenzie, is that it is important to fund regional and rural infrastructure in an accountable and transparent way. That's why we have set up a fund, and I'm going back to infrastructure, which we've already dealt with Senate estimates there, a $500 million fund that will actually be open at regular times.
Chair.
It will be open for people to apply
Chair.
to.
Point
and
of
it will
order.
actually be about building important regional infrastructure that changes the dynamics of those regional communities.
I did sit through
So
the
I'd certainly
infrastructure
encourage
estimates.
I
I'm
think-
here in the
I
higher
think-
People who are
education
interested in
section.
applying for these funds to do so, because they can apply knowing they will be dealt with in a fair and transparent manner. In
like
terms
Daniel
of our
Andrews' suburban rail
commitment to regional health, and I'm sure the department can talk you through this as part of our 20,000 places, additional places at university. A lot of them were available in regional higher education institutions as well. So there is going to be that training component that we think is vital to solving the skills challenge that we face, and a lot of that is in the health area.
Minister, do you think that the, I think it was close to $25 million put aside for the partnership between La Trobe University and Goulburn Valley Health in Shepparton to build a facility to ensure that a next generation of allied health professionals, particularly nurses, for rural and regional Australia's health needs going forward is a waste?
What I think, Senator McKenzie, is that investment in regional health is really important. I talked through the fund that we've set up through the Department of Infrastructure that will be available for universities and regional communities to bid for. And again, I'd encourage people who are interested in doing it, because they know that those applications will be done, will be treated in a fair and transparent way, where the decisions that are made by government will be understood by local communities at the same time. And again, I reinforce that the 20,000 additional places we have at universities, a lot of them are dedicated to the skills that we need, but also a lot of regional universities have benefited from that decision as well.
Minister, do you see spending money on a wet lab facility in a regional capital like Mildura is wasteful spending?
Again, Senator McKenzie, I think that spending government money in regional and rural communities is vital. That's why we've set up that fund through the Department of Infrastructure, which will go to being used in a transparent way that will help guide regional communities and build their capacity, and any regional communities or regional universities that are interested in applying, I'd encourage them to do so when that fund opens early next year, I think it is.
Thank you for refusing to answer my actual questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie, and thank you, Minister. Back to you.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. I just want to go to helplines. We've got the right people at the table.
Sorry, sir.
Helplines. Yeah.
Helplines, yes.
Various types, yeah. Good to go?
Yep, good to
Okay,
go.
thank you. Can I ask, how many students, both as a number and as a percentage of eligible students, chose to take up the option of the Student Assist Help Loan to pay their student and amenities fee?
Senator, Mr Coburn might be able to help you with that. I know we do have the numbers somewhere. So the question you're asking was the number of students who take up the Student Assist Help Loan, so SA Help. Is that the question you asked?
Yes, and how many took up the option, took up that option and then used it to pay their student and amenities fee?
Yeah.
Essentially the union's fee.
We know that.
We'll just see whether we've got that data available for you. If not, we may have to take that one on notice. It's quite a detail because, as you know, there's 4 components of the help loan process.
Yes.
So we might have to take that on notice and come back to you on that.
Okay. You've taken it on notice, or you
Yes.
might have to? Okay, thank you. All right. Now to HECS help. It's my understanding that these loans do not have interest applied to them. Is that correct?
Sorry, Damien Coburn, Assistant Secretary, Help and Provider Integrity Branch. They don't have real interest. They are indexed on a formula that's based on the CPI.
Okay, so what's that rate?
The most recent indexation was 3.9%.
Okay.
There's a formula in the Higher Education Support Act 2003 that determines the indexation rate from quarterly indexation rates or quarterly growth in the consumer price index over the previous year, and so that has a smoothing effect. So it's not exactly the same as CPI, but it's calculated from CPI.
So you acknowledge, though, that the CPI is obviously rapidly increasing. So we will see that in what, next year, will it? The big sort of jump?
We would expect that there will be some kind of increase next year, but we're not in a position to calculate it yet.
Okay.
Senator, I finally found the figure I was looking for. I knew I saw it somewhere today. So in terms of student assistance help, the number, it's a projected number from our model, but for 2022 it's 577,165.
570.
7,165.
So we're talking about the SA help?
That's right.
Yeah.
I can give you the HECS help, the fee help, the OS help, which is the overseas help, and that one as well.
We'll hold that figure. I'll come back to it. But would you know, like, how many chose? How many would have used that funding to pay for their student
fees, student amenity fees and things like that? Yeah, well, I'm assuming all of them do, because that's the purpose of that particular loan.
Right. That is what that number is. That's the student amenities fees.
Okay, so now back to HECS. Okay, so it's smooth, but we're expecting a jump over the next 12 months then.
There will be some increase.
Well, yeah. I mean, if inflation's as high as it is, then it will. So what are Treasury projections in terms of debt then?
Well, the debt is actually projected by the Australian Government Actuary.
Sorry, can I just get you to either, can we put the volume or just lean into the microphone a bit? Sorry, I do struggle to hear sometimes. Industrial deafness.
Sorry, actually I was thinking of a different thing. We don't actually have projections of the amount of future debt. We have projections of the expenses, but not directly of the debt itself.
Okay, so the budget doesn't contain those assumptions of what the...
No, it doesn't, because the help asset is treated as an asset on the balance sheet of the government rather than a cash outlay. So the expense is the relevant number for future projections.
So would this then affect the amount that will never be repaid then?
The increasing interest rates. It depends on a combination of the both the interest rates, or more specifically the discount rate, which is related to the interest rates, and what's happening to inflation. The relevant number in terms of what the effect of those economic indicators is going to be is the concessional discount rate, which is roughly the difference between the government's borrowing rate and the indexation rate that's applied. In normal circumstances, and as it is at the moment, the bond rate is higher than the indexation rate. So at the moment, there's a reasonably wide gap. So the concessional discount rate is larger than the bond rate. Than the inflation rate. And I should point out also, technically, the DNER doesn't take into account indexation. DNER is just a raw calculation of the nominal value that's been lent. How much of that is going to be repaid. So that's primarily influenced by assumptions about future incomes.
Okay. And we may also see, Senator, more students choosing to pay than we perhaps have seen in the past, because they're looking at what's happening in relation to inflation. You would have seen the debt not expected to be repaid went from about 15% to I think about 11% in the last 12 months.
I recall.
We think that's a combination of students choosing to pay where traditionally they may not, because they've seen some of the impact of inflation, but also because of the strong job market, and actually potentially graduate salaries are higher as a result of that, and therefore the threshold payment has kicked in, and therefore they're making that payment as well.
Yeah, the primary driver of that change of the DNER was actually a rebasing of income expectations, in that the Australian Government Actuary received a new data set from the ATO which had improved future income expectations, and therefore increased likelihood of repayment of loans.
Yep. So do you have available there the average help amount per person?
Yes, we do.
Quicker than me.
He said. He thought he had read this. So we've got the number here. So it's about 3 million help debtors as of the 3rd of June.
As in individuals?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And
what's the average per person?
I might just take that on notice. I might be able to come back to you in this hearing.
Well, what's the total? So then what's the total? We can work that out.
So at the moment, the total in terms of higher education help debt, the fair value is 47.2 billion. And the fair value is basically the nominal value plus the consideration of debt not expected to be repaid. So the nominal value is 67.7 billion.
So nominal is 67.7
billion. That says the 3rd of June this year.
Yeah.
And the fair value,
yeah,
which takes into consideration, basically takes away the amount not expected to be repaid, is 47.2 billion.
Wow. Okay.
Yep. So someone in the office just did the calculation for me. It's about $23,500. That's right.
And but that includes the combination of the fair and the nominal.
So that's the face value of the debt.
Yeah.
The actual receivable that the Commonwealth expects to receive from that is reduced both by DNER and the concessional loan discount.
All right. What's the average repayment period?
So about 9.5 years, I think the information I have with me here at the moment, Senator. At the end of June, the average time taken to repay help debts was 9.5 years.
Okay.
That's obviously going to be totally differential depending on the courses that you've taken, your income, all the bits and pieces, but that's your average over the last, since June this year.
Okay. So what's been the average CPI index amount that's been applied to each debt?
We might have to take that one notice, but Mr. Coburn may know average over a particular period of time, or just to help us with that.
It's been, given that it lags behind actual indexation, it's broadly similar to
smoothing, I suppose.
Broadly similar to CPI. So the last couple of years, it's been around. I'll have to take the exact numbers on notice, but it's been around about 1 and a bit %. I think it might have been less than 1% 2 years ago.
Okay. We covered the fair value.
Actually, it was 0.6.
Okay. You gave me the figure that you're expecting to be repaid.
So if you're talking about the fair value of the receivable, that's $49.7 billion as at June 22 for the help receivable.
Yep.
And because there are some things that are not actually higher education in there for historical reasons, there's a small amount of vet fee help and pre-2019 vet student loans. The fair value of the receivable at the moment is $47.2 billion for higher education.
Okay. What's the...
and sorry, I should say, that's not the amount that's expected to be repaid. That's the discounted net present value of the current asset.
Okay. What's the number of loans and average cost of loan that are written off due to death or for any other reason?
I'd need to take that on notice, Senator.
All right, I'll put the rest of these on notice. They're getting quite technical. Right. Can I go to the University Accord, please? Same officials? Can I fire away? Yeah, great. The budget included a $2.7 million commitment to deliver the Universities Accord. Can I just get the components of this funding, please?
Sure. Happy to take that on notice. I can tell you in terms of the actual cash flow, but Mr Chipperfield is probably going to be helping with this. So it's 2.1 in 22-23 and 0.6 in 23-24 to make a total of 2.7. The allocation of that 2.7 is for costs such as panel fees, the sitting fees for the panel. It'll be research. It'll be the sort of costs that we pay for consultations, so for people to travel around Australia, the costs that we'd have for putting on consultation and roundtables. There's no departmental costs in that money. The department is funding the operations of the Accord in terms of our own operations. But Ms Chipperfield...
That's right. Kate Chipperfield, Australian Universities Accord branch. So as Mr Cook said, there's three components to that 2.7. So over the 2 years, we've allocated, what's been provided through the budget is 1.57 for the panel expenses. So that's including the remuneration and the travel expenses. Sorry, this is my first time, so I'm a little bit nervous.
Thank you. Welcome.
Then a second component of around $300,000, so that's consultation costs, so that's the notional allocation for venue hire, facilitators, and then also around $800,000 for commission research.
So what was that last one?
Around $800,000 for commissioned research.
Commissioned research.
And so, again, as Mr Cook said, that doesn't, this funding doesn't include any additional departmental or ASL. We're sourcing all of that through
I don't want to take too much time up with it, but can you just tell me, so what's each of those components? What are they? What do they do? So the panel, what's the panel do?
Yeah, sure. So for the panel expenses, so each of our panel members will be eligible for a daily sitting fee, which is set out in the remuneration tribunal. So that's obviously a sitting fee for the work that they undertake, also travel expenses as well. So we'll be covering their travel, accommodation costs too, and allowances sort of for food, etc. Consultation costs, so if we are sort of sourcing venue hires, if we're paying for catering, it's likely that we'll be engaging facilitators to help undertake a number of these consultations. I think it's been very clear that this is an extensive and a wide-ranging review. We'll be engaging with a range of stakeholders, students, unions, the sector, staff, parents and communities, and so we'd be sort of looking to go across the country and the panel will have a big job, and so supporting them to undertake their job sort of efficiently as effectively as possible. And then commission research, so again in setting a long-term sort of plan for the higher education sector, understanding where does future skill needs need to be, where is the how we might sort of think about allocating CSPs or funding. There's a lot of complexity, I think, in that too, that we'll need to bring different data sets and experts together.
And so the term's been set for the Accord?
So again, as Mr Cook said earlier today, so it was a matter for cabinet process.
Okay.
So terms of reference were determined by the government. The department did undertake targeted consultation with a range of stakeholders to to test the drafting of that process of those tours. That was undertaken, I think. Have a look at the dates, sort of late August to September.
Field said, cabinet process, Senator, we anticipate that the minister will make announcements in relation to the terms of reference this month.
So then that'll be announced. Well, that'll just be put on the website, will it? Or?
That'll be a matter for the minister and the government, Senator. But as I said, he's indicated publicly that it will be done in this November.
It's usual they would be published, right?
Well, we would normally ministers would normally put out press releases, and the department would normally have things around that, as we did around our 20,000 places. That's a normal practice.
Okay, appreciate what you've just said, but are you able to tell me, will the accord include non-university sector, as has been advocated for by ITECA and their members?
So, Senator, we consulted with ITECA and IHEA in relation to the terms of reference. So, certainly I understand the ministers had discussions with them. I meet with both of those groups every 6 weeks or so. There's a strong level of involvement from the non-university sector in relation to some of that work going forward. So I will have no doubt that they will be engaged in some of the discussions going forward.
Okay. All right, thank you. Just changing subject to the freedom of speech model. Sorry,
you were just asking about indexation rates on help previously. So we've got some answers in relation to that for the last 10 years. So 2013 CPI was 2%, I think it was. And then we've gone 2.6%, 2.1%, 1.5%, 1.5%, 1.9%, 1.8%, 1.8%, 0.6%, which is what we indicated just earlier, and 3.9%, which was the latest in 2022.
Okay. So that's that smoothing.
Yeah.
But we would expect quite a jump. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to go to the model code for freedom of speech. Can I ask, have all universities complied with full implementation of the model code?
So, Senator, my understanding is that all universities have provided assurance that they have done that.
They've all done that. Okay.
And I think that was...
So none? There isn't any that haven't yet done it?
Not to my understanding, Senator.
How do you understand, is that... How do you keep tabs of that?
So, I might just ask Mr. Coburn to speak. Lost his name tag.
Sorry, Senator. So just a clarifying point. It's not a matter of complying with the model code. The model code is voluntary, and in conversations with Mr. French himself, he was very, very keen that not be legislated as such. There was an arrangement that the previous Minister Tudge, asked all the universities to adopt it substantially in one way or another. And it might be in, say, one single policy, or it might be across several single policies. The method of assessing whether or not freedom of speech policies were aligned with the French Model Code was done first by Professor Sally Walker in her report to government on the implementation of the code, and then by the department using Professor Walker's methodology. So the standard was to be substantially similar or substantially aligned, not necessarily every single part, because it's not a mandatory part, but as I said, that was done by the department as a one-off process.
Okay. But there has been legislation on this, though, hasn't there?
No, there's not been. Well, sorry, yes, there has been, Senator. In relation to the standards,
yes.
And also the Higher Education Support Act, both in terms of the form of wording of the requirements. Okay. So in the higher education...
signing up to it is a voluntary thing that universities do.
Well, it's compulsory both under the threshold standards and the Higher Education Support Act that those policies exist. Exactly what form they take is up to the individual universities.
Okay.
The point we're making is the model code itself is not mandatory, but in relation to policies around freedom of speech, that is mandatory.
Yes.
And that's what's measured through TEXA and through the higher education standards.
Thank you and because it's part of the standards, it is part of the re-registration process of TEXA.
That's right.
Yeah. So when my understanding is when the legislation was introduced to Parliament, the current government supported that legislation, but they noted that their belief that the bill did not go far enough to protect freedom of speech and academic freedom. Is the government proposing to make amendments to freedom of speech at all?
Amendments to freedom of speech. Sorry, Senator.
Is the government on this legislation, on that legislation, is there any proposed amendments to it?
Senator, we would normally provide advice to government. There's nothing to date that we've provided advice to government on that issue.
Okay. Minister, do you know?
Nothing to add.
Okay.
So, Senator, the former minister did ask the Higher Education Standards Panel for advice about whether the model code itself should be included in the threshold standards. So the Higher Education Standards Panel, which is made up of Vice-Chancellors and also other people in the non-university sector as well, they considered that issue that the former government sought advice on, and they have provided advice that the model code should not form part of the threshold standards. And so that's their independent advice in relation to their role to provide advice to ministers, and they have done that now.
Yeah, okay. Well, we are seeing, and I'll just make this as a comment, but we are seeing an eroding of standards of freedom of speech across various sectors, and certainly within the university sector. Researchers and students are more and more finding that they're being curtailed in their speech, and so I think anything we can do to strengthen that, to make sure that obviously there's responsibility that comes with that, but that individuals are not curtailed at all. So I certainly urge the government to do everything to protect freedom of speech on campuses. Can I go now to an issue in relation to the research training program, PhD funding? The RTP, Research Training Program, provides block grants on a calendar year basis to higher education providers to support both domestic and overseas students undertaking research, doctorate and research master's degrees, known as higher degrees by research. The government spends over $1 billion on RTP, but it's only available to Table A universities in HESA. My understanding is Table A is, I guess, your
generally public universities.
Public universities, yeah. So, so this means that a university college that runs PhDs accredited by TEXA to the same standard as Table A universities are ineligible for these grants. Some estimates I've heard are that without these subsidies, stipends, living support, a PhD student at a university college will pay up to $100,000 more over the lifetime of their degree. Do you accept that there might be a bit of an inequality issue here?
Senator, I think you're asking for a matter of opinion.
Well, okay, is there an inequality situation?
Senator,
here? I mean, it could just be an anomaly, right? Because my understanding is that the university college is that's a new, relatively new.
Yes, it is, Senator.
System. Is it possible that just some of those requirements that were more traditionally for a Table A university just haven't been carried forward, and it might need to be something that's looked at?
So, Senator, I'll ask Mr English for a moment to speak about the actual program. Again, in terms of the Accord process, the sector, both public universities and non-public universities, including university colleges, are very interested around what some of the outcomes might be about research funding into the future and the equitable nature and distribution of that research funding. But I'll ask Mr English to speak about the detail of the actual program and some of the things that have happened in that program in recent times.
Dom English, First Assistant Secretary, Research Division. Senator, you are correct that the university colleges are not currently eligible for research block grant support. This is a question that we do expect will be addressed as part of the Accord process in terms of thinking about what's the right structure of offerings across the system and how the relatively new category, as you say, of university colleges should be supported to engage with the same opportunities where relevant as Table A and Table B providers. That said, it has been open to providers for some time to seek the ability to be registered as PhD providers, and they do that knowing what the current funding arrangements are. So, yeah.
Now, help me to understand it, because I'm not a PhD graduate. I don't have a doctorate, clearly. There's no difference in standard, is there, between someone that does a PhD with a Table A university and one with a college?
You could do a PhD by research work or by coursework.
That's correct.
There's actually within the degree coursework or research work, or a combination of both.
Okay. Yeah, so, all right. Well, I hope this can be...
But a PhD, when you award a PhD, you award a PhD back.
Yes,
the methodology by which you do it can be a combination of course and research, totally research or longitudinal. Yeah, there's a range of things you need. But once you have the award, it's still entitled to the PhD award.
Yeah, the
I
most
certainly
important...
take your word for it, Doctor. All right, so, yeah, look, it does seem to be an anomaly. I encourage the government to have a look at it as part of this process with the Accord, because it does seem to be a bit of an inequality there. Terrific. Can I go... Who was I going to next?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got a couple of things I want to follow up on. Earlier on, it was mentioned about the NAPSIGN review, which was undertaken in 2019 and highlighted a clear imbalance between city kids and regional kids. There are several recommendations made at the time. Can you provide an update on the implementation of each of the recommendations from the review, and particularly any that weren't delivered under the previous government, and what the new government's plans are for delivering on those recommendations?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. And I've got Ms Pearce here as well, who might be able to assist me if I get lost in this. As you know, there were a number of recommendations made under NAPSIGN, so about $400 million in regional measures that were allocated as part of an announcement the former government made in 2020. I'll go through these relatively quickly. I hope that's okay, just because there's quite a few.
If we need any more detail, we can always ask for it to come on notice.
So I'll pick out the major ones, I guess.
The headlines would be good. Yeah.
So about $178 million for the tertiary access payments. So as you're aware, that's a payment that regional students can apply for to assist them in terms of study.
And they're ongoing.
They're ongoing, that's correct. And so in 2021, 8,140 payments were available for eligible students from outer and regional remote areas. There's been a slight change in terms of how we distribute that funding. So previously we had allocated some money to universities and some money to Services Australia. What we did find as part of our learnings was the allocation to universities was quite difficult and there was an administrative burden. And so now students only apply through the Services Australia portal for that. So that's a program that continues. There's the Regional University Campus, what's called the Regional University Campus funding, which is the additional higher level of indexation as a result of the fact that they're a regional campus and there's additional costs as a result of that. So that's a 3.5% growth in terms of the indexation for regional campus. And so that is being phased in with that full amount to be applied as of 2024. There was the demand-driven funding for First Nations students, and so that was actually having demand-driven for First Nations students who live in regional and remote Australia. That was about $17 million in relation to that. Based on our estimates this year in 2022, we think it'll provide a total of about $45 million for approximately 3,937 equivalent full-time study load regional and remote First Nations students. Sorry, that's a mouthful. But that allocates what that looks like in relation to that particular program. There was also the funding for the regional university centres, so $21 million to establish the 8 additional regional university centres. Those 8 additional regional university centres have now been decided and announced. Excuse me. And the other one I'll quickly finish up with was the money that was allocated for the establishment of the Regional Education Commissioner, Fiona Nash, as you'd be aware, and that role continues, and Ms Nash and I meet regularly in relation to her work.
Yep. We just expect it'll probably be about another 15 minutes, then we'll go on break, and if all goes to plan, then we'll be able to release, but I'll wait for the 15 minutes to see how we go.
Sure. Thank you.
Sort of whet the appetite.
Thank you for that update. Now, I wonder, just for future estimates, whether the Regional Education Commissioner can be called.
She's actually a contractor.
She's a
So
contractor,
she's not
okay.
a public servant per se. So
Because we get the Rural Health Commissioner in, so.
So Dave, what I'd suggest is if
We can-
Senator O'Sullivan and I can have a
We'll
chat
take it
offline and see what can and can't be done.
Irrelevant today. But it's good to know that she's working hard and you're in constant communication. Thank you very much. I also want to ask, the former government also had a research commercialisation package that included the Australia's Economic Accelerator, expansion of CSIRO's Main Sequence Ventures program, the Trailblazer University program and industry PhDs and fellowships. How is that going? Is that package ongoing, and can you give us a quick update on those?
Sure.
Senator, I might just begin here. The May budget had the money for the regional accelerator in it, and I just sorry, you were asking about Trailblazers, Senator?
Trailblazers and the Economic Accelerator.
Sorry, so I'll hand over to my team. I'll return to that before the break if I can, the other issue. Yep.
Senator, so the short answer is yes. So the measures for those particular programs continue. The measure you will find in the infrastructure department will be for 2 regional Trailblazers, and I think it's about $118 million off the top of my head. Mr English can correct me if I'm wrong. And so those 6 Trailblazer programs, we're working through the deeds of agreement, I think they're called, or the deeds of contract, what are they called, Mr English?
Conditions of grant.
Thank you, conditions of grant, which we will sign off, we anticipate, in the next several months. The Australian Economic Accelerator,
Yep.
and just to clarify, different to the Regional Accelerator,
Yes.
which the Secretary was about to talk about, that has been confirmed in the budget as well. That will begin from, we think, July next year, dependent on legislation, is my understanding, Mr English.
Yeah, and we are working towards the accelerator having a pilot phase between now and the 1st of July next year, but the substantive program, subject to the legislation, will be from 1 July.
Right, so the pilot will occur before... The pilot can occur without the requirement for the legislation.
That's correct.
That's correct. Yep.
That's good to know, so we can watch that. And the Trailblazer and the also interested in the expansion of CSIRO's main sequence.
So they're probably questions for CSIRO. That
right.
measure has been confirmed in the budget, I understand, Mr English.
Yeah, and I am aware that the CSIRO are working towards starting to fundraise the partnership money that they'll use to establish round 3 of the MSV with the funding that was provided in those previous measures.
And they're coming in this afternoon, so I can ask them questions about it too. And the Trailblazer University program, have universities, lead universities, been identified, and can you provide a list of the universities, but also their partner organisations?
Senator, that even might be publicly available. That was announced before the government. Before the election. Those 6 were, I think that all 6 were announced, Mr English, is that correct?
Yeah, the public details. I'll just find my list. So the 6 lead universities for the projects is Curtin University is leading the Resources, Technology and Critical Minerals Trailblazer in partnership with the University of Queensland and James Cook University and 36 industry partners. I'll save you from that list. Deakin University is leading the Recycling and Renewable Energies Commercialisation Hub, or REACH initiative, in partnership with RMIT, University of Southern Queensland and Federation University, and about $160 million worth of industry partnerships. I don't have the number of industry partners, apologies. University of Adelaide is leading the Defence Trailblazer for Concept to Sovereign Capability project, it's called, in partnership with the University of New South Wales, and that has about 52 industry partners attached to it. University of Queensland is delivering the Accelerating Growth in Australia's Food and Beverage Manufacturing, or FABA, project in partnership with the Queensland University of Technology and the University of Southern Queensland. The University of New South Wales is delivering the Australian Trailblazer for Recycling and Clean Energy in partnership with the University of Newcastle. And the University of Southern Queensland is delivering the Innovative Launch, Automation, Novel Materials, Communications and Hypersonics Hub, or iLaunch project, in partnership with the University of South Australia and the Australian National University, and they have 23 industry partners they're working with.
Thank you. I think that's it from me. Yeah.
Senator Little.
Thank you. I've got a question about the quality indicators for learning and teaching, Quilt. You've got the right people at the table.
Yes.
Easy. You would know that there was a significant fall of about 9 percentage points in 1 year from 2019 to 2020. Is that drop raising any concern for the department? And if it is, are you working with the universities to address that decline so that students might be better informed about what's going on?
So, Senator, just to assist me, are you talking about a particular survey? Because there's a number of surveys. There's a student experience survey, there's the graduate outcome survey, there's a point satisfaction
student experience
survey.
Yep.
So that's right. So the 2020 result was 69%. The 2021% was 73%, is my understanding based on the data that I've got.
Yep.
Still
a drop.
Obviously, we anticipate some of that is COVID,
yep,
of course. But of course, we work with universities, and each university has this data at a university level. We meet weekly with an individual university. It's called a compact discussion. In each of those discussions, we talk to them about student experience and what they're doing to actually improve their data and improve their results. And we continue to be engaged in that conversation with them. The 2022 results, I think, will come out, I should know, Mr. English, but potentially early next year, I would imagine, as they would traditionally do.
I need to confirm.
And so it'll be interesting to see what difference has been in relation to that, but I can assure you we speak regularly to the sector around their student experience data and what they're doing in terms of return to campus and all the sort of issues that have impacted on that particular data set.
Yeah, I think student expectations are really important, and I know in the conversations I've had with senior people within a couple of the universities, what COVID has done is forced a lot of students who probably will never return back to big lecture theatre. So it's kind of changed the nature of certainly the size of the universities and how they might deliver. What I'm really interested in is the transparency and the communication of information to students so that they can determine whether they want to go to a university that in a town or a city that has 3 universities, whether they want to go to a university that is remaining focused on classroom tutorial structures rather than everything being online. That's what I'm really interested in terms of the transparency, not the trend.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm aware Mr. Tudge raised this issue as well and made, I think it was a tweet about it recently, and I think he wrote to the Minister. I think the Minister did reply to Mr. Tudge and indicate that he also considered the impact of COVID and issues around transparency to be really important, and that he would particularly like that to be looked at in relation to the Accord as well. There were 2 components of that. One component was that of the impact of COVID on the university sector, and for the Accord to actually spend time focusing on that and seeing what both the benefits and also the disadvantages were in relation to that, but also in terms of transparency and accountability. I can assure you again that will be a component of the Accord process.
So do you think that proposal actually has some validity in terms of publishing that information?
Senator, I think you're asking for an opinion, but having
okay.
said that, what I can say to you is that the Minister has indicated that it's an area that he would like unpacked further by the Accord process.
Right. Okay. Thank you. The other question I've got, I find myself asking this across a range of areas, is around the definition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people now. My own view is that those measures are put in place to intervene and provide some equity and fairness. I'm just wanting to understand the University of Sydney has recently said that it plans to crack down on students and staff self-identifying, and I've raised the issue about self-identification, and you raised before about the three-part definition. What I'm interested in understanding is, has the department engaged with that university about what it might be doing to try and prevent or crack down on people self-identifying, and therefore there being issues about whether those people are the right people to be using what should be an equitable and fair process, not an identity process?
So, Senator, I'm aware of the issue that you've raised. I certainly haven't had a conversation with the university. We have met with them through the mission-based process, I think maybe earlier on, but no, at this stage, no, we haven't had a direct conversation with them, but we're happy to do that as part of our regular conversations with them.
Is this something that you've heard before from Aboriginal organisations such as land councils or individuals? Because I know I hear it regularly from people around this concern about the definition.
Yeah, I think there's a variety of definitions used, Senator, to be frank, across state and territory and Commonwealth. So it is something that I have heard of and has been raised with me with my Indigenous Education Consultative group that I've had over the last 6 years.
So I guess the fundamental, will the department be considering there is a fundamental difference between somebody just identifying as such and might receive a benefit as a result of some agreement they've struck under a native title agreement, as opposed to an equity and fairness mechanism that's used to ensure that those people that face the greatest barriers, which aren't just about identity or culture, actually receive the benefits available to help them to be successful?
It's a substantial issue, Senator, and know that, within our own department and working with other agencies, we consider that, particularly NIAA and our work that we're doing there. It's on closing the gap. It's something much bigger than just education, but we need to work through that very important issue. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be looking forward to some progress and further discussions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're good?
Thank you.
We're good to go. Good to finish.
I've got a couple more.
Couple more, yeah.
Far away. Thank you.
Can I clarify?
Thank you. You'd be aware that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, PJCIS, held an inquiry into national security risks affecting the Australian higher education and research sector. They had 27 recommendations in their report. I'm wanting to get a bit of a status update on that, please. The first point or first question is, when is the government, or can we expect the government to publish their response to this report?
So, Senator, thank you for the question. I've got Mr Senator Cott's joined me as well. Certainly we're well aware of the report. We have been working across a number of government agencies, as well as the Foreign Interference Task Force, which is made up of universities as well, to consider those recommendations and also develop responses. We have briefed both Minister O'Neill and Minister O'Clair in relation to that, and I know we are reaching a stage of finalising a government response in relation to that. As you know, the committee's only recently, I think it was only last month, maybe September, October, has formed its membership. But I would anticipate there will be, obviously the process that would normally happen is that would then be signed off by the Prime Minister. But again, I can assure you that we have canvassed widely the proposed responses to those recommendations, and the government, I would anticipate, it's a matter for government, but I anticipate it won't be too far down the track in relation to the response in relation to that.
How long is too far? Is it?
That's a matter for government, Senator. All I can say to you as a public servant is that we have worked extensively over the last several months to formulate a response in relation to each of those recommendations.
Okay. Minister, can you take on notice, maybe come back to the committee with when we could expect that report back? Okay, so I'll try these questions. You may not be able to, you may have to take my notice in the same way, but are you able to provide a status update on the implementation of each of the 27 recommendations?
Well, Senator, I don't think there'd be implementation of the recommendations because the recommendations have only just been made. So we've got implementation in relation to the guidelines, and Mr Endicott knows that very well in terms of the countering foreign interference guidelines for higher education providers and universities. We're very happy to do that, but there wouldn't be implementation of the recommendations as such because those recommendations...
Okay. So which agencies, which departments are actually taking carriage of it?
So Home Affairs is predominantly taking carriage in relation to that, but we work very closely with Home Affairs, and we've got membership on that committee, which is chaired by Home Affairs and also the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Queensland as well.
Okay. What other departments and agencies are
members
contributing, are contributing to the government's response?
So we're happy to give them membership. Membership off the top of your head?
Indeed. So there's a range of agencies involved. Most of them overlap with the University Foreign Interference Task Force. Other agencies that are engaged in that are the Attorney General's Department, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, ASIO, Defence Science and Technology Office. And when it comes to the recommendations, Senator, the 27 recommendations span most of those agencies and a range of others. I think one that jumps to mind is the Australian Research Council.
That's right. Okay. You've also got Universities Australia on this particular group, and they're involved in the discussions, the group of 8. We've got the Vice-Chancellors from the University of Melbourne, La Trobe University, Western Sydney University, also the Australian National University, and as Mr Endicott said, we've got the head of the Australian Cyber Security Centre, the Attorney General's Department, the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, and also the Chief Defence Scientist from the Department of Defence. So it's a very broad group, and I have to say they have worked very collaboratively together to look at the very serious issue about foreign interference in the higher education sector.
Yeah. What did you say the name of that group was?
So that's the University Foreign Interference Task Force.
Task Force, okay. But in terms of the departments specifically, or agencies, government departments or agencies that are putting input into the government's response, I mean, the universities wouldn't be involved, so it would only be those agencies.
Those agencies are predominantly the agencies, are there other agencies?
That's right. No, it's Home Affairs, our agency, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and Attorney Generals by and large. But there has been discussions with the university members of the task force. You're consulting with them to feed into the government's response. Indeed.
Exactly. Yeah, understand. That is it for me and the Coalition. Thank you, Senator Sheldon.
Thank you very much.
Chair, can I just
yes, absolutely.
clarify some evidence just in relation to Senator Mackenzie's question? So the former government committed $2 billion for individual programs under the Regional Accelerator Program. In March 22-23 budget. The 3 projects explicitly outlined by Senator Mackenzie were election commitments and weren't explicit in the budget announcement. So I just want to make clear, I think at one point, I'd referred to those 3 projects, but they were 3 projects that were election commitments that were taken from that fund.
So, just to clarify, so you're saying they were not in the budget from
That's correct.
March.
The three projects that were mentioned by Senator Mackenzie were election commitments. There was a $2 billion amount of funding in the March budget allocated for the Regional Accelerator Program, but no explicit reference to those projects.
Okay, I'm sure she's listening.
Thank you. We'll now release the Higher Education Research International staff, and we'll return at 2:20. Good, thanks very much. I now call officers from the department in relationship to Outcome 2, Higher Education, Research and International. Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Little.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. I've got some questions related to the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency. What's the agency's role in the reporting, recording and responding to allegations of sexual assault on Australian university campuses?
Senator, thank you for the question. We've actually had a pretty active role for about 4 years because the issue is such a very large and pernicious one in the higher education sector. The issue of SASH, of course, is related to other activities, Respect at Work, the National Survey of Students and so on. Indeed, issues come up at QUILT. And I think what's been disappointing and sometimes bewildering has been the very slow progress that the sector has been making in dealing with the issues. So our role goes to providing advice and materials, establishing communities of practice to ensure that there's a greater and greater knowledge of the issues. We also have an obligation in terms of our regular work to ensure that governing bodies and the elements below them are taking the matter seriously. And I think that there has been a rising tide of concern, both at the level of concern and issues, as well as how effectively we've all been able to deal with them, and the progress has been slow.
How many complaints? You mentioned 4 years. How many complaints of those natures have been received over the last year and over the last 4 years?
The number of complaints we've had, Senator, at least in 2021, I don't have the latest figures, was 34. TEXA itself is not a complaints-based agency, but we've had 34 overall. 32 within the universities and 2 in other entities.
So, can I just check those in relation to those figures? There's obviously figures that might relate to allegations that, because the university is quite open spaces, some might be reported directly to the police, some might be reported to the university because of the nature of them. When you say 34, are you just talking about that are reported to the universities?
These are matters that have come to TEXA as opposed to the hundreds of matters which have been dealt with by individual providers. Right. So, as I said, we are, as it were, not a complaints body, but those have nevertheless been raised with us. And of course, the usual course is to refer them back to the providers or to work with providers depending on the nature of the concern.
So is there a central portal of information if you had a collective grouping of data that relates to incidents on campus? Is there anything that exists like that? Because you're talking about complaints to you rather than complaints to the
I don't know if the CEO knows. I don't know the answer to the question, but I would just say that the communities of practice and other initiatives we've taken mean that there's a pretty good knowledge of the level of activity across different institutions.
So your organisation actually investigates some of those matters. Is that your role? That are reported to you, at least.
If they're relevant to our remit, but as I said, most of them would be related to the providers and the providers' responsibilities, and the providers in turn will deal with the police and other authorities as relevant.
So, would these examples fall under your remit? Reports of staff members at, say, a university last year over allegations of sexual misconduct? This is.
The bulk of the complaints or concerns that we've received, Senator, have been in relation to
the manner in which a provider or university has responded to allegations. And our focus has been on the systems, policies, procedures for handling complaints within an institution. So specific allegations of sexual harassment or sexual assault are not dealt with by TEXA or investigated by TEXA. They would be referred to relevant agencies. So our focus is on the institutional response, not a specific or criminal matter in itself.
So a report of 6 staff members being forced to leave Monash University last year over allegations of sexual misconduct would be something that you would consider needed to be looked at because of, from a broader policy, procedural response type context?
If that was the matter that was brought to our attention, I imagine, yes, we would be looking at the institution's response.
And the adequacy thereof. Senator, over the course of the time, if this is helpful, I'm not sure. I think we've dealt with about 60 providers out of the 190 on matters of this nature over that period of time.
Okay. So TESCA registers Australian College of Theology as a university college. Mm-hmm. How many institutions have been approved under the new university college status? 5,
Senator. 3 initially, Moore Australian Film and Television Radio School and NIDA. Since that time, Alpha Crucis and ACT as we call it.
So what is the legislated purpose of the new university college category in higher education?
The purpose is to recognise very good and mature providers of higher education who are not universities and who indeed may not have any intention to become universities. It's a means of recognising their excellence, as it were. The proposal to have university colleges derived really from a view that when people think of Australian higher education, they only think of the universities. And I think that there is an interest in developing different models of excellence. Different models of excellence can be recognised by greater diversity, one of which responses to is the formation of the university colleges. So we've got 5 of them now.
So the standards for research were raised significantly for universities as part of the provider category changes.
They do.
Do you anticipate that any of the current universities will transfer categories into the new university college category within the next decade? That would enable more teaching-focused institutions that aren't inhibited by the demand for high-end research?
Thank you, Senator. That's an interesting question. All current universities have transitioned to universities under the new arrangements. The key difference between a university college and a university relates to the research requirement, which I think your question is implying, because the requirement for excellence that needs to be demonstrated by a university college is termed scholarship. And scholarship is a term that can embrace teaching and research and learning and practice and a variety of other things, thus supporting a broader model of excellence, as I said. The research requirements under the previous standards were seen to be, and I was the reviewer of the category, so I have to fess up here, they were seen to be not sufficiently demanding, and so there was a deliberate stiffening up of the requirements for registration as a university in terms of research. One more sentence on it. Under the previous standards, there wasn't really a difference between university college and university in respect of the research requirement. There is now.
So you mentioned before that 5 institutions were approved under the new university college status.
Yes.
How many actually applied though?
More than double that. So the process occurred between April and June of 2021. Applications were sought from eligible institutions, which the eligibility was determined in our by whether they had self-accrediting status or whatever. About a dozen, as I recall, it might have been 13, applied, and we made a decision in respect of 3 initially. As a result of other actions that occurred, 2 have come into the system, and that's good. We seek to build a cachet around the University College brand.
There were 12 applicants.
12 applicants.
12 applicants.
3 initially, two subsequent.
Right.
Subsequent.
So have you denied any of them application, and if so, why?
Those that weren't successful were not seen to meet the requirements for entry to University College status. They might not have all agreed with that decision, but that was the decision that was made.
So will those institutions that have been approved be provided Commonwealth supported places now that they've been approved?
Senator, that's well above my pay grade. That's a matter of government policy. There are no funding implications under current settings for entities that enter University College.
So, Senator Chisholm, are you able to tell me whether there are any plans, discussions underway currently for those colleges to be given some of those Commonwealth supported places?
Happy for Mr Cook to provide an update.
Thanks, Senator. So, Senator, some of those colleges have received some of the 20,000 additional places, additional CSPs. But again, broadly, the issue about funding into the future for the higher education sector across all higher education providers, or the 190 or so that Professor Coldrake mentioned before, will be something that will be discussed and considered as part of the Accord process next year.
So if they've been given CSP, what categories do they fall under in terms of their key area of interest?
So that was because Alpha Crucis, for example, is one of the ones I think that got some additional...
Sorry, what was
Alpha
that?
Crucis, for example, is one of the ones that got some additional Commonwealth supported places for the purposes of teaching, which is historical, which is what Alpha Crucis has received funding for in the past.
Right. Did any of those organisations that weren't successful actually appeal, or is there any appeal process?
Yes, Senator, they have, and there is continuing engagement with them and through the AAT.
Right. So,
Some of them, not necessarily all, but with some of them.
So as part of that process, did they bring legal representation with them or anything like that? How complex is that process of appeal?
To a non-lawyer, it certainly seems quite complex to me. It would be fair to say that providers are well aware of their rights and have sought to exercise those with the professional assistance that they can summon, and they've done so.
So has there been any consideration of compensation for that process?
No, Senator, well, I don't think compensation, in my own view, would be that compensation is not a relevant consideration. People are applying for inclusion in a category which is a privilege. And I don't know that the question of compensation arises in respect of unsuccessful applications.
Okay. Yes, please. Yeah.
I just want to go to the cost recovery implementation. Just interested in understanding. Well, can you just firstly just tell us what's intended by this by the cost recovery implementation?
Perhaps I'll start and throw to the CEO in a moment. The notion, what is behind cost recovery is the notion that there is a cost attached to doing business and being registered in the higher education sector in Australia. And that is a position that I think is appropriate in terms of a system that aspires to be a very strong one by international standards. So it's the entry costs and the business costs associated with being a member of the higher education community, of which, as I said, there are 192 providers.
Did you want to add anything, Mr. McLean?
What was the question again? The question around what was the purpose of CRIS?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and so, sorry, did you want to add anything?
Well, the purpose of the CRIS is it's the implementation statement for cost recovery.
Yeah.
It's under the general cost recovery framework and guidelines. which have bipartisan support, an entity is required to develop an implementation statement, and that's what we've been developing over the last couple of years. We consulted the sector in 2021 on a draft or proposed implementation statement for cost recovery for TEQSA, and then that model was further developed and put to the then new government after the election.
And my understanding is it's meant to be scalable, so it doesn't disproportionately impact smaller institutions. Is that right? That it's scalable up with the size of the institution?
One of the guiding principles for cost recovery is that the costs that you attribute to a particular entity need to reflect regulatory effort. So, and one of the other very strong guiding rules in the framework and guidelines is that there can be no form of cross-subsidisation in cost recovery. So to the extent that there's any scalability within the current model, it really relates to the reasonably narrow spectrum of accrediting courses. So the cost recovery implementation statement that's been approved now and is due for implementation from the 1st of January provides for discounts on accreditation of courses, contingent on provider size. So up to 70% discount depending on how large you are, or more accurately how small you are as a provider. So that's linked to your effective full-time student load, EFSL number for the provider.
And the new arrangements, Senator, are being phased in over 3 years, 20, 50, 90.
Yeah, I think I remember that. So you mentioned consultation. Can you just talk through the consultation that you've had with providers in the sector?
So in 2021, the agency, in consultation with the Department of Education, the Department of Finance, arrived at a proposed cost recovery implementation statement. That was quite a number of years in development because the original decision to move to cost recovery was in 2018-19. There'd been consultations with the sector during that period. We went to the sector with a further formal consultation on the draft CRIS, as we call it, in mid-2021. There was some feedback given to us. We provided that feedback to the government, the then minister, and that became the basis for a further iteration, which was that agreed to by this government or approved by this government in late August.
There was Senator, there was a lot of...
21?
Pardon?
August 21.
August. The eventual CRIS, or the now CRIS, was approved in August 2022.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So when did your consultation? When was the last consultation that you held?
In August 2021.
Okay.
And there were two major sets of changes, one related to hourly charges and one related to the matter that the CEO has referred to in terms of the tiering of costs according to intensity of action.
Yeah. Okay. What were the matters raised through the consultation?
There were those two.
Well, a number. One was the then model had provision for hourly billing or hourly charging against various activities such as compliance assessment or the conditions of, the monitoring of conditions that we impose upon providers in some instances. And so there was quite strong feedback that hourly charging raised significant uncertainty both for providers and potential administrative challenges for TEQSA as the regulator. So that's one example, Senator. Another example was the extent and depth of the proposed discounts on accreditation fees and their adequacy. And at the time, there was also quite strong feedback on the proposed, what's called the annual registration charge, which is the flat fee or flat charge applied across the sector to every provider, regardless of size. And that's reflective of our sector-wide activity that we can't attribute to any single provider. Things like our website, our guidance notes, our interactions with the sector, and our trends and risks analysis. So that component of our cost recovery is applied essentially equally to each provider, regardless of size. So there was certainly feedback on that element.
Sure. And so then that feedback was provided last year, I think you said, and then you've presented it to the Minister. What information did you present to the Minister and when?
We presented the feedback to the then Minister, if I recall, in October last year, or October last year. The decision was subsequently taken in view of the ongoing impacts of the pandemic on the sector to further defer implementation of cost recovery. Because at that stage it was due for implementation on the 1st of January this year, and so the decision was taken under the previous government to defer until the 1st of January 2023.
And the implementation now that's underway, how is it incorporating the feedback that you received? Were there changes that were made to the original? I guess I presume you presented a model.
Yeah.
And you got feedback on that.
The substantive change, further amendment to the CRIS as a result of the consultation last year and the Minister's then Minister's response was to, in effect, do away with hourly charging, charging for certain activities on an hourly basis, and to replace that with structured set charges for each of those activities. For example, TEQSA undertakes compliance assessments where it develops a concern for a range of reasons about the conduct of the conduct of a provider with respect to the standards. We can choose to undertake a compliance assessment of that provider. The original CRIS, or the previous CRIS, provided for hourly charging against that. So instead what we've taken is an average of the number of compliance assessments and the average of the time taken for a compliance assessment, and develop that into a single fee for a compliance assessment. So that's an example of where we have amended the model.
Okay. And did you go back out and consult again before it's implemented? So you've taken on board.
Took on board the feedback last year.
Yep.
We worked with the Department of Education and Department of Finance to make what were relatively minor amendments to the then CRIS.
Yep.
And then, of course, there was the election had been announced, etc. So we had to await the outcome of the election and put it to this government for consideration.
Okay, but there wasn't any further consultation.
There was no further formal consultation with the sector.
I think probably the relevant thing, Senator O'Sullivan, is that the previous government made no provision to fund TEQSA beyond the current financial year. So it was sort of cost recovery was what was available.
Yeah. No, I understand that. But I guess you've made some changes, you've just implemented them, you've taken on feedback, but you didn't then go back out to get feedback on it.
No.
On those changes, right. Okay, well, I think, wouldn't it be best practice to go back out again before you actually implement it? Or before it was implemented?
Senator, I think most people in the sector, particularly the leaders within the sector, had an understanding that the matter was settled, and probably keen is the wrong word, but understanding that the matter needed to be got on with. And that's probably the attitude that has been taken. I don't know what further changes might have resulted from a further process of consultation.
Yeah, happy to share the call. Yeah, I'll come back.
Yeah, right. Thanks. We just thank you, Professor Coldrake and Mr. McLean. Look, just want to. It was raised a little bit earlier, and I just want to really sort of set this the atmosphere a bit more on this too. Is this question of safety on campus, The 2021 National Student Safety Survey found that 16.1% of students had been sexually harassed and 4.5% of students had been sexually assaulted during their time at university, which of course is extremely concerning. I note that in that survey at various universities, that Bond University, who participated in the National Student Safety Survey, had 13.2% of students that were sexually assaulted, which is 3 times the national average of 4.5%, which is extremely disturbing. As we know, TESCA's role is to play the monitoring of university compliance in the higher education standards framework, because student wellbeing and safety is an incredibly important element. Mindful of the, and of course, particularly not because of light of this, but it's also because of the 2020 Respect at Work inquiry, and the sorts of pressures that happen in our workplaces being exposed. It's been, I would hope, on lots of people's, both radar, but also, more importantly, implementing strategies to overcome, particularly these sorts of horrific figures we're finding at universities. And I might just sort of just go to what has been done. I mean, it's an incredibly important aspect of compliance, and particularly at that example of Bond University, which has, and unfortunately, a very high figure. What's been done to actually deal with this sort of horrendous proliferation of sexual assault and abuse across our universities?
Thanks, Senator. We'll probably have a go. Both have a go at it. I guess an escalating set of things. The issues really becoming publicly ventilated around 2018, and in the period since, with the various reports and initiatives you referred to. I think at the end of the day, ensuring, I mean, we've got a responsibility to look at the effectiveness of systems and so on inside institutions, and to build capacity. A critical element here is to make sure that the institutions themselves are seriously engaging, and at what level they're engaging with the issues. Are the governing boards aware of the issues? Are the audit and risk committees? Have they got health and safety committees and student wellbeing committees that are actually hearing from and are providing useful and credible information? So a lot of the things we've done earlier on have been around ventilation of issues, if you like, spreading the word, seeking to build the capacity of institutions to respond, sharing the experience of different places, and of course, when there are initiatives by the Human Rights Commission or other national surveys, CULT, whatever, to ensure that they're being properly ventilated, and as part of our regulatory work, to engage with the sector, both in drawing matters to their attention specifically, as well as generally. I don't think there's any shortage now of recognition of just how seriously the issues are being taken. They are profoundly concerning, and concerning to the higher education sector, an educational environment. So I don't think there's now a shortfall in terms of accepting of the issues. There'll always be some unevenness in how quickly they're being taken up and responded.
Professor Coldrake, just the Australian Human Rights Commission and the discussions with the Department of Education, that the working document, how far is that off from being settled? And I've got a few more questions more broadly on that subject. So where are we up to?
So I'm assuming we're referring to the Respect at Work recommendations from that report.
That's right.
Yeah. So
is that the report with 55 recommendations, of which 2 specifically refer to?
2 specifically for the higher education sector. So number 11 made recommendations around providers ensuring that there was training to staff and students around the threat of sexual assault and sexual harassment. We've been working with the Australian Human Rights Commission and the Department of Education. Deputy Secretary Cook referred earlier to materials that were being developed by TEXA in concert with the department and the Commission. We've actually already released those, so we have a dedicated part of our website with materials on it that there's a dedicated web page, there's sector update, there's a number of resources available, training packages, presentations outlining the kind of practices, the policies, the measures that should be taken by providers with respect to sexual assault and sexual harassment. And that also includes the work that Fair Work Ombudsman's been doing around this issue. So there's now a dedicated website, and we also now use those materials in concert with communities of practice that have been facilitated by TEXA with peak bodies. So there's something called the HEPQN, the Higher Education Providers Quality Network, which includes small providers, and the Independent Higher Education Association, which covers the private sector for providers. And we've been working both with those peak bodies on communities of practice to disseminate and communicate to small providers in particular, and that relates to recommendation 12 of the Respect at Work report, which is for the government through TEXA and other agencies to facilitate the same sort of work that goes on at the larger providers, the well-resourced ones, at smaller providers. So that's been the focus of that work.
And there's been another one with the GeoEd as well.
Yeah.
So, Professor Coldrake and Mr. McLean, as you rightly pointed out, this has been an issue, a public issue. It's been an issue for considerable time, but it's certainly a highly public issue again since 2018. What engagement has there been with the National Union of Students, National Tertiary Education Union, to see that the strengths of the systems that are being put in place, and there's more broader discussions that you've been having with independent and other universities?
The answer is I don't know specifically, but providers will be dealing in their own workplaces with the relevant unions.
Well, can I suggest to you that what's an important thing is that asking the people that are supposed to be implementing and failed to implement it properly since at least 2018, if not obviously not earlier, some of the reports came forward, to actually properly test it, I would suggest that it would be prudent to be talking to the National Tertiary Education Union and the National Union of Students. And I raise this particularly importantly because in March this year, on the ABC, on Triple J Hack, Angie McCormick, the presenter there, spoke to Ms. Georgie Beattie, who's the president of the National Union of Students, and she called for transparent and accessible survivor-centric responses to sexual harassment and sexual assault at universities. And I quote again, she said, "We want survivor-centric responses. We don't want PR machines," she said. "I think we want universities to really stop announcing consent modules, and I think we've seen that they don't work." Now, that to me is somebody who's at the front line of seeing the assaults that are occurring and trying to deal with that with both her student colleagues and others at the university. And I could go on from a list of comments from the National Tertiary Education Union as well, from Alison Barnes, who's raised very similar concerns about the systems that are in place at the moment. As a matter of urgency, I'd really strongly expect that those organisations at some point would like to get feedback about how those discussions are taking place. This is an extremely serious matter. It's affecting our universities, it's affecting our students, it's affecting our community, and unfortunately, our universities seem to be at the forefront of some of the worst behaviour.
Point taken.
Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on the discussion you were having with my colleague, Senator Little, just regarding university colleges. You said that there's now 5 university colleges, and is there one new university as well?
Avondale University, a year or so ago, and it was admitted under the old standards before they were changed. It met the requirements under the old standards.
Okay. Have these category changes been updated in the HES Act? particularly in connection to being added to Table A, B or C?
Senator, we're in the process of briefing the government in relation to, particularly, I think it's Avondale you might be referring to, in relation to that. So we're in the process of briefing the government in relation to that.
Because that, of course, links to funding and opportunities, doesn't it?
Sorry, Senator.
Because, of course, that's important for funding for university
Going forward,
providers. Yeah. When Professor Coldrake, you wrote your final report on the new provider category standards, acknowledged that any changes to the provider category standards would need to entertain the possibility of future changes in policy settings, including funding implications. Has there been any review of funding policy that's occurred in the light of the new provider category standards?
Senator, I'd respond to that by saying that I think it's quite well known that the recently elected government has made a commitment to have a serious review process of the higher education system, including, I think, all its elements. And Deputy Secretary Cook might be in a better position to respond, but I do think that those sorts of matters will undoubtedly come before the accord process.
Okay.
So, Senator, as I indicated to Senator Little just before, the issue about Commonwealth supported places, but financial support for higher education providers more broadly, all 193, I think there might be at the moment, providers of higher education. That'll be a consideration of the accord process as well next year.
Okay. Which I think you've just answered my next question. Okay, one last question on that then. Will university college representatives be included as one of the voices around the table when it comes to the accord?
Around the table, Senator. Can you just define around the table for me?
Oh, well, will they be included in the university accord?
So the
I
consultation.
know previously we were provided with the list, but there wasn't any. Was there any university college representatives?
So in terms of ITECA and IHEA, which are the bodies that are representative of higher education providers, university colleges will be part of one or either of those groups.
Yeah.
So they've been part of the consultation. Okay. But in terms of the discussions that will happen through the accord process, it'll be a very broad discussion. It won't be just limited to public universities. Yeah. It'll be open to the public. We have university colleges on the Higher Education Standards Panel, for example, so university colleges are still a part of the work that we do. Yeah. I meet with them as well. Again, I am confident that the breadth of the higher education sector, including university colleges, including non-university higher education providers, they will be part of the consultation that will happen around the accord process.
Yeah, yeah. And I'll put this to you very respectfully, not doubting how you would go about it at all, but I'm just interested in understanding, how do you make sure in that sort of environment that the university colleges that are obviously smaller in stature compared to the public universities, how do you make sure that they're not overshadowed in the deliberations? How do you make sure that their voices are adequately represented?
Well, I mean, to some degree, that'll be the purpose of the accord panel. So the panel's independent from the department. They'll be responsible for the consultation process. I can have a similar argument around a small public university or a small regional public university as opposed to a big metro university. I'm confident the accord process will be inclusive in terms of there'll be roundtables, there'll be online submissions, there'll be all the bits and pieces that go around that. And again, I'm confident that panel will consider the inputs from the range of providers, whether they be university colleges, public universities, business, because business no doubt will be engaged in this process as well, and that that feedback will be considered as part of the process.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I believe Senator Napigiba-Price had some questions.
I think it's Cara?
No, it's still text.
I believe that's next, isn't it? I think it's for Cara. Hang on a second. Tertiary education quality and standards. I don't know that my questioning is for this group.
Okay. You sure?
Might be the next one.
Okay.
Well, perhaps I'll just double check. My line of questioning along the lines of the Indigenous languages and arts.
Yes, that will be a car, I think, as part of the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm good to go.
Yep. Right.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, but I just want to ask one question. Sorry, just what's the if there's sorry about my lack of understanding on this on the penalties, but if there are breaches of well-being and dealing with the issues of students, and of course, you know, there's a serious matter of sexual assault, and that universities aren't up to scratch, and they have a continuance of not being up to scratch. I'm not saying Bond University hasn't made changes, but if Bond University is still up there on the top of the pile, what options does the authority have to in actions when it gets to that point where they're just not moving fast enough to your satisfaction?
Thank you, Senator. Well, apart from the ventilation-related issues that we've discussed, when institutions are up for registration, those matters are going to be dealt with because they are part of the standards framework. As the CEO also mentioned, we do have the capacity and do compliance assessments from time to time, and where issues have come forward, then that can result in a compliance activity, and those are serious. Those are serious engagements that are likely to last a period of time. With regard to the greater sanctions around re-registration and conditions and so on, if there are conditions attached to the registration, they're public documents. So they would be amongst them.
So in a financial sense, and particularly when universities are profit-driven, in a financial sense, it's either you lose registration or you get a report that says you're doing the wrong thing. So sort of like it's.
I don't think we have any financial penalties, but I would just say this: that reputational issues are profoundly important to all institutions.
You would hope so.
Beg your pardon?
You would hope so.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting they're not. I'm just saying that there's, it seems to be, one extreme. Because, and obviously to have that extreme means that there's a number of steps into that, making that decision. And then the other thing is a harshly worded, potentially public, if not private, conversation about what's going wrong. I'm not discrediting the work you're doing at all. I'm just saying that I'm just trying to get clear about the framework.
Yeah. So the framework, for example, we must re-register providers at least once every 7 years. So in preparing for a re-registration process, we'll look at the regulatory history of that provider, the extent of concerns or complaints that have been made regarding that provider. This is across the board, not necessarily with respect to this one particular issue. We'll look at trends and risks that we've been identifying ourselves through our analysis, and then we'll focus our assessment for that re-registration process for that provider on that range of potential risks. So in respect of a provider that we have concerns about, for example, the extent to which they have instituted and responded to concerns about sexual assault and sexual harassment, then we would have a particular focus in that re-registration process, and it may result in a shortened registration period and or conditions attached to that registration, which could go to issues such as the university or a Institute of Higher Education's policies, procedures, issues around and training of staff and student awareness, wellbeing, etc. So that's where we have significant discretion, if you like, that can have a real impact on a provider. And those that, as the Chief Commissioner mentioned, that decision around registration period and the imposition of conditions is a public document.
Thank you.
Senator, can I circle back to my earlier answer regarding consultation with unions for one sentence, and just simply say that I've been advised, and I should have known this and didn't, that we did co-design the materials and resources in respect of the SASH initiatives with both the Department and the Human Rights Commission, and we did consult with the NTU and advocate groups. I'm not for a moment dismissing the point. The point you have made is utterly taken. But I just, for clarification, I should have known that and didn't, and I'm adding it now.
Thanks, Professor Coldrake. I'll be very interested about how this is developing. But thank you for your time, and you're adjourned from the meeting, from the hearing, and we'll go to the next.
Thank you.
Group.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Now, if we can have the Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority.
Suspend.
Oh, sorry.
Still broadcasting.
Perfect timing. We'll sit down back at the same time. Good. Welcome and thank you for joining us. I'll now go to Senator Nampa Jhimpa Price.
Thank you. My first line of questioning is to do with NAPLAN testing. On NAPLAN test participation, there are increasing numbers of students not participating in NAPLAN. What steps have ACARA put in place to identify schools with consistently low participation rates in NAPLAN? And can ACARA identify any jurisdictions who record low participation rates, and whether this matter has been discussed in Education Minister meetings?
Thank you, Senator. David De Carvalho, Chief Executive Officer, Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority. Yes, you're correct, Senator. There has been a decrease in participation in NAPLAN testing. That has been a steady trend over a number of years, but it was particularly marked this year. We saw, for perhaps a variety of reasons, a more precipitous fall in participation this year than in previous years. In terms of particular jurisdictions where participation rates were low or fell further, I will ask Mr Dyer to confirm, but there are concerns in the Northern Territory about the overall level of participation, and also in certain year levels. Queensland is another jurisdiction where there have been historically, in recent years, lower participation rates as well in NAPLAN. In terms of measures that ACARA takes, these are things that are really beyond the scope of our authority. We can do as much urging as we can to jurisdictions to ensure that participation remains high. It's very important that participation remains high in NAPLAN. It is the only national objective measure of how students are progressing in terms of their literacy and numeracy achievement, and therefore the more students that we have participating, the better. And so it is a concern if participation rates continue to fall. So I am, as I said, we can do as much urging as we can for jurisdictions to do what they can to keep their participation rates up, and that is a matter for jurisdictions and could well be a matter for discussion at ministers' meetings.
Thank you. And has ACARA collected any data to inform the reasons why this has occurred?
In terms of the non-participation?
Yeah, in
so
2022.
we do record information around students who do not participate into two broad categories. I'm going to defer to Mr Dyer here in terms of students who are exempt, but they are not counted as participants, and those students may be exempt if for one of two reasons, either for disability or because they are recently arrived in the country and have, perhaps don't have an English language background, and if they've arrived in the country in the previous 12 months, obviously they would be given an opportunity to participate, but there's not necessarily an expectation. In terms of absent students who are absent, which is probably the category that you're talking about, there are a range of reasons why students might be absent. They could be either sick on the day or they might be withdrawn by their parents and carers. That's another reason. And we do have data on those categories. I'm just deferring to Mr. Dyer to make sure that I'm correct on that.
Yes. Yeah. So what then are the risks should the participation rates continue to decline?
Sorry, Senator, what kind of
Risks are involved in terms of the level of education?
Yes, we have because we are trying to get a population-wide assessment of how the country is going and how jurisdictions are going, it's very important that we try to get as many students participating. When the number of students participating falls, we actually have to, as a result, impute what for the statisticians refer to as plausible values for the students who don't turn up. And we have a statistical method for doing that, and it does involve us checking very thoroughly all the student background information about the missing students, what schools they go to, parental education, parental employment, whether they are from a student language background other than English. And the issue is that the bigger that group gets of non-participants, the more difficult it is to check all that data in a timely manner. I'll just might defer to Mr. Dyer as well.
Russell Dyer, Executive Director, Assessment and Reporting. I suppose that what we're after is quality data, and we need the whole population. So when we look at participation, we're trying to get the maximum participation that we can, such that we don't have to determine plausible values based on those students that were absent for whatever reason. So I think it's really important that jurisdictions try and get and maximise their participation rates in NAPLAN. The processes that we use, as Mr. Carvalho has actually outlined, are basically there using the background data that we collect. And the accuracy of that is important too in actually determining those plausible values. So it's all intertwined.
On the 2022 NAPLAN test results, there's been many media reports, and recently they've highlighted the literacy gap for boys in high school. Is this an issue that ACARA has briefed education ministers on, or does ACARA believe it has done enough to highlight this area of educational underperformance?
So we have released the national report for 2022, and in our media release we did call attention to the fact that this year is we have record numbers or percentage of students in Year 9 boys who have not demonstrated that they're achieving the national minimum standard in reading, for example, and there may be other domains as well. But that was the one that we highlighted in our media release. We expect that this will be the subject potentially of some discussion at the next Education Ministers meeting, but all jurisdictions have been briefed by us on the results.
Yeah, that certainly is alarming. I do have a son myself in Year 9. On student achievement in writing, the Australian Education Research Organisation recently published a report on students' writing achievement, which identified that most Year 9 students have the expected punctuation of Year 3 students. That's also very alarming, obviously. It also strikes me as surprising that this research was published by Aero, a relatively new organisation, but not from ACARA, which has been around and has had access to such data for many years. Has ACARA briefed the education ministers of such results, and does ACARA agree with Aero's conclusions on writing achievements?
So it's very important, Senator, to note the fact that Aero's research took as its last year of data 2018 data. And when and they're absolutely right to point out that there had been prior, leading up to that year, a steady downward trend in terms of writing results, which had been the subject during those years of some commentary. When the 2019 results came out, the pattern of the results seemed to suggest that that decline had ceased or was flattening out. And at the time, ACARA made the comment in its media release to say, we can't get too excited about this. We need to see further additional years' data before we can say that this flattening is actually going to result in a turnaround. What we have seen subsequent from, say, 2019, and then, of course, we didn't have NAPLAN in 2020, but the 2021 and 2022 results do confirm that we are now starting to see an upward trajectory, what we refer to as a U-shaped trajectory, which is a good thing, but it is not a cause for complacency at all, because what goes up can come down again if we are not vigilant in terms of embedding the improvements that we've seen over the last few years. And what I do think, however, is possible explanation for these things is that that upward shift is that teachers and principals and systems have taken account of the NAPLAN data and asked themselves, what do we do about this, and have made some changes in the teaching of writing. And that is a possible explanation for why we're seeing the turnaround potentially, and why NAPLAN data is so important, because it actually signals these patterns and calls attention to them and gets people thinking about how to address them.
Absolutely. On COVID learning loss, has ACARA conducted any specific analysis or research to determine if there are schools or particular student subgroups who seem to have achieved better or worse during the home-based learning period? As far as I can see, the aggregate data doesn't show much of any effect on overall achievement, but surely ACARA has used its resources to take a closer look at this?
Yes, Senator. We have conducted some additional analysis which we're going to build on with now that we've got a second year of data in the COVID era, if I could put it that way. When we released the NAPLAN report last year, people were pleasantly surprised, I think, as they were again this year, that overall at the national level, the mean scores or the average scores in most domains and year levels had remained relatively stable. In other words, we hadn't seen the drastic drop that people were predicting between 2019 and 2021. We did say, however, that averages at the national level can sometimes mask differences at the disaggregated equity groups. So we have undertaken some preliminary research on that, looking at the 2021 data and the difference between going back to 2016 and then also 2019 comparing. But we want to have another look using a second year of COVID era data, the 2022 data, to look at whether there are any COVID-related increases in gaps between equity groups. So, for example, there's been some commentary recently about the growing gap between the NAPLAN results between students from families who are highly educated compared to the results of students who come from less well-educated families. What we would like to be able to do is, and we are in the process of conducting this analysis at the moment, is being able to assess whether over the period 2019 to 2022, whether any of that growing gap could be attributed to a COVID effect, or whether it is part of a longer term pattern of educational inequity.
Sorry, I've got a few more questions to get through. I hope you don't mind.
That's fine, Sandy. Keep going with it.
On the curriculum, on ACARA's website, it states, the Australian curriculum, mathematics aims to be relevant and applicable to the 21st century. It's my understanding that mathematics has been around since 3000 BC, so I'm not sure what mathematics is, how it's unique to the 21st century. It sounds to me that it's more to do with the debunked idea of so-called 21st century skills, perhaps. So the website also promotes the work of Peter Sullivan, who is a clear advocate for so-called inquiry-based learning in mathematics, which I understand to not be evidence-based. I refer to ACARA's strategic plan 2022-25 that states its priority to conduct, commission and disseminate research on curriculum, assessment and reporting. So can ACARA advise how it is ensuring that its research priorities in mathematics are aligned toward evidence-based practices?
So there's a lot in that question, Senator. Thank you very much for that. I think the reference to 21st century skills, and as you've alluded to, the term is used quite a lot in education debates more broadly, but I think there is general recognition that the way the world is developing in terms of the kinds of jobs that are likely to be in the future are going to be ones that rely much more on the kinds of non-manual skills, if I can put it that way, that rely on understanding mathematics, science, technology, engineering, the so-called STEM subjects, and that as a proportion of the jobs available, those subjects are going to be very important for future years. And also what we're seeing is that it's very important that we engage students effectively in their learning of mathematics in that context. The issues that you referred to in relation to pedagogy, around different modes of pedagogy, they are not matters that ACARA specifically deals with in terms of teaching practice. Our focus is on the content of the curriculum, and we try to leave as much space for teachers to make decisions about the appropriate methods for teaching that, given the students they have in front of them. And there is, as you've also alluded to, a vast amount of academic literature in relation to appropriate pedagogies for mathematics. I could refer to, for example, to the work done by Professor John Hattie, the chair of AITSL, in his book Visible Learning for Mathematics, which does make the point that there are a variety of pedagogical approaches that teachers can select from, and it is important that they understand when the right approach is appropriate. But I'll just defer to Ms Foster to see if she has anything to add in that respect.
Sharon Foster, Executive Director of Curriculum at ACARA. I think that you're referring to the version 8.4 curriculum, which is the current curriculum with the reference to Professor Sullivan. We've certainly looked at all of the new research in doing the review of the Australian curriculum, which we've just finalised. We've aligned that with and benchmarked it against other countries. We've also been working with the OECD on the 2030 report, particularly in mathematics, where they independently reviewed our curriculum against all the other countries of the OECD and came back finding that, in fact, the revised, reviewed new Australian curriculum was very well placed and was high standards and covering areas that some other curriculums had not had time or hadn't got to putting in, including looking at computational thinking. as recognising, and I agree, the 21st century. I think that's also on the website from about 2010, which is the version 8.4. I think we've moved another 11 years into this 21st century. So we are very mindful and do continue to look at all of the research along the way, including the outcomes of PISA and TIMSS, and especially TIMSS, that is looking at how they're actually structuring up what's important learning in mathematics.
Senator, if you have another question, that definitely fine to go. It's a bit over the time, but if you have a few questions, I might go to Senator Payne and then come back to you.
Sure.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious to know, I remember sitting NAPLAN when I was in school. How long has it been going on for?
So 2008 was the first year of NAPLAN. Most jurisdictions prior to NAPLAN had their own equivalent basic skills test, and the process goes back quite a long way, probably a decade before, where education ministers started thinking about how do we ensure or come up with a process whereby we can harmonise these different jurisdictional approaches to measuring basic skills tests into a single national approach. That took a while to get there. The first step was to get a single national scale to which all the jurisdictional test results could then be mapped to, and then the next logical step was, well, now that we've got a national scale, why don't we have a national assessment? And so that was 2008 for 4 of the domains, and the base year for writing is 2011.
Okay, amazing. And so what has the results been like over time with NAPLAN? Has there been a steady trajectory that, or a pattern that you guys have noticed?
Yes, it differs slightly from domain to domain and year level to year level. What we can say is that over the long term, we have seen in primary years the results are either generally positive or stable. So, for example, in Year 3 numeracy, over the long term, the results have been fairly stable, whereas in Year 5 numeracy, Year 3 and 5 reading, Year 3 and 5 spelling, and Year 3 grammar, the results have all been upward trajectory. Although with the Year 3 grammar, it's starting to flatten out a bit. With Year 5 writing, as I described to Senator Price, we started going down and now we're coming back up again. Secondary, it's a little bit of a different story. The positive trajectories that we see consistently, or more or less consistently, in primary years are not as evident in the secondary years. Year 7 and Year 9, in terms of numeracy and reading, have been relatively stable over the whole time. Writing, as I indicated before, has showed an initial dip and is now coming back up. Spelling in Year 7, positive trajectory. Spelling in Year 9, it's an inverted U. Initially good, not so good now. And in grammar, Year 5, Year 7, Year 9, stable. So mixed bag depending on which year level and which domain, but on the whole, either stable or positive.
And with that sort of review and data that you've got, is there any would you attribute any particular common factors in regards to the difference between primary and secondary results?
This is an international phenomenon of what we see with the learning gain that takes place in primary. It tends to flatten out over time. The amount of learning gain does decrease in secondary. So you get this kind of flattening trajectory. But as I say, that is not a situation unique to Australia. But that's not to say that there aren't opportunities with further research to address that flattening in the secondary years. and it's, I'm sure our colleagues at Aero, for example, and many other people have been turning their minds to, what could be done to address these kinds of patterns.
And knowing those results, how would that shape the development of interventions or changes in curriculum?
Well, in terms of interventions, these are things which are in the hands of the schools and systems themselves to a large extent. Our role at ACARA is to present the data as best we can in a way that is meaningful. We disaggregate it by various equity subgroups. That there may be some insights that schools and teachers can draw upon by looking at their own situation. What we also do is provide every year a report to schools called the School and Student Summary Report, which gives them an idea of where they went well and where they didn't go so well as a school. And what we have found in some research that we did a couple of years ago, that schools who tend to punch above their weight, if I can put it that way, in terms of learning gain, taking into account the socio-educational status of the school community and their starting score, they tend to have a number of things in common. They all do things slightly differently, but having a good close look at the data that NAPLAN generates or the other assessments that they do, such as the ACER's Progressive Assessment Test, these data sources are ones that these schools tend to look at and ask themselves, what can we do? So it's that school level practice. So yes, we have provided a number of case studies of such schools on our website and identified some of these common themes.
Great, thank you very much. That's all from me, Chair.
Good, thank you. Senator Antic.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions about the standards, I suppose. We heard earlier that the standards among Year 9 students in terms of grammar and apostrophes, it was reported to be around the level of Year 3s, and we heard a little bit about your views about what might be doing that. Is there a particular reason why there isn't a focus on languages, the English language, grammar, apostrophes, and why that's dropped off?
I couldn't necessarily speculate, Senator. We do have a new Australian curriculum which does include these aspects of literacy in the curriculum. There has been, as you would also be aware, a strong and rigorous debate over the last 10 years, if not longer, about the best pedagogical approaches to reading as well, and those research reports are making their way into schools and systems. So, for example, there are a number of jurisdictions now who have introduced a phonics screening check in Year 1 as an approach to identifying students who might need additional support with their literacy learning.
It doesn't seem to be working though, does it, at this stage?
Well, as I indicated, Minister, with the previous long-term trends in relation to literacy, in particular at the primary level, the long-term trends are very positive. What the concerns are, I think, is, again, the long-term trend is a mean of looking at all students. Where the problem is at the tail end of achievement, I guess. The students who are really struggling. And that's where we need, I guess, systems need to be focusing their attention on how to ensure that those students who have been identified early on in their schooling career through NAPLAN results get the support that they need.
It's been suggested to me that there's now more of a focus on subjects such as Indigenous languages over the English language. The ACARA doesn't consider the English language and the teaching thereof to be racist.
I'm sorry?
ACARA doesn't consider the teaching of the English language to be racist?
No.
Right, good. Also in there are themes of critical race theory throughout the curriculum, including, I think, the health and physical education syllabus, which specifically mentions systemic racism. Is it ACARA's view that Australia is a systemically racist country?
I'd have to ask you, Senator, if you could provide us with the precise examples that you're referring to in the curriculum.
There are many. One of them's in the health and physical education syllabus, which uses the phrase, I'm told, systemic racism.
Well, I'll have to defer to Ms Foster if she's familiar with that term.
Is there any, do you have the, it might just be helpful.
I don't
do you have the
know with me,
page
Chair.
or?
No, I don't, I'm sorry.
Well, we can take it on notice. Senator.
And what about, there's also the history syllabus teaches that Indigenous Australians would have seen the arrival of the First Fleet in 1788 as an invasion. Was the arrival of the First Fleet an invasion?
What the new organising ideas for the cross-curriculum priority Indigenous Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people does is indicate that if you're looking at different perspectives, you need to try to put yourself in the shoes of those people and interpret or look at those perspectives and try to understand people's reactions to them. So I'm sure that when all ministers signed off on the curriculum on the 1st of April this year, that those matters have been considered by them.
So that's a no?
I'm saying that when all ministers signed off on that at the start of this year in April, those matters would have been considered by them.
So that's a you don't want to answer it?
I'm not. You might have to repeat the question, Minister.
I think you're going into asking for an opinion.
No. It's my question is whether or not ACARA considers that the arrival of a First Fleet was an invasion for the purposes of the curriculum, and whether that's been taught.
The curriculum signed off by all ministers on the 1st of April this year included references to the different perspectives of different people in response to the arrival of the First Fleet. ACARA doesn't have a specific view on that matter.
And just finally, what's being done to improve on the results? Because they are, Australia's education standards are clearly slipping for a first world country. What's being done to improve that?
So, as I indicated earlier, Senator, our role is to be the messenger, if you like, to highlight, to throw some light on our performance. Our performance in terms of NAPLAN, as I've gone through in some detail, is actually not the horror story that is often portrayed in some quarters. Generally, the results are either positive or steady. You may be referring, however, to the results in particular, the PISA results, which is a different assessment. It looks at science, mathematics and reading every 3 years. It's conducted by the OECD with a sample of 15-year-old students, mostly probably Year 9 and some Year 10 students. And those results certainly indicate that there is a concerning decline when measured against that particular test construct. It is a different kind of assessment, even though it's looking at the same domains than NAPLAN. But again, no cause for complacency off the back of those results. What is then done about that is a matter for system authorities and schools themselves to think about, well, how do we learn from that data? How do we learn from the best practice of other countries and what the international research tells us might be things that could work to turn those things around.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now go to back to Senator Nampa Jimpa Price.
Thank you very much. Look, just on the curriculum review process, and I think one of the former Education Minister Alan Tudge going through that process, came to the conclusion that there seemed to be a lack of balanced perspectives arising from the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Group. Can ACARA tell us how this particular advisory group was selected and what attempts were made to ensure that a range of perspectives were reflected?
So the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Group, which is now had its membership recently refreshed, was in place. I think the basic membership went back to about 2017, I think. The selection process was undertaken by the previous CEO. I'm not familiar exactly with the selection criteria, but they are all recognised as people in the Indigenous community, respected educators, and that was the basis, I'm sure, on which they were invited to join the discussion. I should also, of course, indicate that there was a range of discussions that we also undertook on the curriculum as a whole, including with a number of other Indigenous leaders as well in the course of the process, and we took into account. We had a series of reference groups across all the learning areas, and I could ask Ms Foster to describe the process in a little bit more detail.
So for every one of the learning areas, there was a curriculum reference group set up which contained representatives from all of the jurisdictions, giving their input as all of the curriculum learning areas were being developed. We also had teacher reference groups because we did want to hear different voices from that process, so they fed into this process as development and work was going through. The First Nations, or it was then called the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Group, is an advisory group. They were giving advice. They weren't in the process of making every final decision, but we took their advice. We did also go out to public consultation for 10 weeks, and interestingly, after getting about 6,100 survey responses during that time, the highest response was actually to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Histories and Cultures cross-curriculum priority, and it was also the most positive. So that was it, with an open process, with anyone being able to contribute and their voices being heard. We also had a number of email submissions during that time, and again, they were of the positive nature to what we were actually had in the curriculum with regards to First Nations Australians.
So with regard to Aboriginal history and culture, this is the advisory group then develops the curriculum.
The advisory group did not develop the curriculum.
How does the curriculum come about, national curriculum, in terms of Aboriginal history and culture? I think what is concerning is when curriculum becomes ideologically based and not evidence-based, such as Bruce Pascoe's Dark Emu, for example, that becomes part of curriculum, and so therefore how does that process come about, and how are there measures in place to ensure that it's evidence-based as opposed to ideologically based elements of curriculum?
So again, I'm not sure on what basis you're saying that the Bruce Pascoe's book is part of the curriculum. It's not.
It's been made as part. It's part of.
It's not in the Australian curriculum.
Okay. So this is not an area that ACARA has. This is. Can you just clarify for me then that ACARA has no oversight when text like that enters the education
so the
space?
Again, defer to Ms Foster to describe the nature of the Australian curriculum and how it's implemented at a jurisdictional level. Yeah.
So Obviously, the jurisdictions and the sectors within the jurisdictions are the people who implement the curriculum, and they make decisions, and local schools make decisions about what books are referenced and what is used in the school level. The Australian curriculum makes no recommendations about any textbooks or materials specifically that are published or made available. That is not our remit. Our remit is actually to explain what we expect to be taught and the standards that we expect students to gain. But we're not actually making text lists and making references to what they should all be using, because the curriculum is designed to give the opportunity for the material that's delivered in the classroom to be contextualised, and that's controlled by the school, the jurisdiction, the sector. ACARA doesn't get to control that.
Okay. I just have a few questions now on Indigenous languages and First Languages Australia.
So just before you start, I want to break your stream. Just how long do you think you might be? Just getting a indication.
5-10 minutes?
Yeah, 5
Try
minutes
and
would be
keep
great.
it as
5 minutes
brief
would be
as
great. If it's a
possible.
bit more than
5?
that, I
I'll try to
understand.
keep it as... Okay. What support and resourcing is being given to language communities with people that still speak their language today?
Again, that is actually how the schools and the jurisdictions deal with that, that there is certainly the capacity, as I understand, in their funding models to provide additional support for students who are entering the school where English is not their first language. We have a wide range of that, but that is really at the school level that they can actually resource that with additional support.
Does that also speak to the decision? So that's decision making on languages that receive funding.
Yes.
As well.
Yes.
Okay. So perhaps some of these questions I may table to the appropriate place. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Little. Yeah.
I'm going to move to some questions around analysis and methodology, but I actually want to just ask a question. A question that was asked previous by Senator Nampijinpa Price was around the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Group, but on your website, when you go and click on that link, it gives you a list from 2017. So are you able to, one, update that list, and B, provide it to us at the earliest opportunity of the new updated list, please?
Certainly, Senator.
Thank you. So on August the 26th, ACARA announced the delay of the release of this year's data. A closer analysis suggests that there's a lower than usual student participation rate, and that we've heard some reasons: the pandemic, flu, floods. Can you tell us if that was the reason? What was the actual outcome of an analysis of what more detail was required?
So I might refer to Mr. Dyer here, but maybe if I could explain the difference between how the summary report or the preliminary data is put together compared to the final report. So the summary report uses, you may have heard us refer earlier, Senator, to imputed plausible values for the achievement of students who did not actually participate in the test. Yeah. Now, when we put the summary report together, we use a more, it's a summary data set on each student. We really only look at what school they went to, okay? And so that tells us, okay, what sector they're in, what state they're in, and what school they're at to, and we're able to look at what did all the other students in that school who actually sat the test, how did they go? And we use that as the kind of a basis. But of course, that's not the full data set that eventually becomes available to us.
Yep.
Okay? So when you've got a higher than anticipated level of missing students, the potential for those imputed values to be not quite right gets higher, okay? And so what we found as we were starting to finalise the putting together the summary report, that there were a couple of jurisdictions and a couple of domains that looked to us as if the low participation rate was going to have a skewing effect on the results that were going to be reported. And in that context, it's our responsibility to put out data that is accurate, and the board took the view that it was highly likely that a number of long-term trends in particular and jurisdictional averages were going to need to be corrected in the final report once all the data was then put into the model. But by then, of course, the inaccurate reporting is already in the public domain, and it's not good that that's the case. So I might defer to Mr Dyer to see if he's got any further detail he would like to add as an explanation.
Yeah, I think the term preliminary means that we're using data that we have available from jurisdictions, and that data set that we do get early has always been used to produce the preliminary report. Once we get the clean data, which is data that's actually been scrutinised by the jurisdictions, that data then goes towards the national report. Now, in the past, there hasn't been much of a difference between the results published in the preliminary report compared to the national report. But in this year, we found that we decided to play a cautionary approach because we were concerned, because of the reduced participation rates, that may have that effect on skewing the data. So it was really just a cautionary process.
Okay, so you can confirm for me and give every confidence that the actual methodology hasn't changed at all. It's just that it was the events that led to
That's
it.
correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are you able to provide the student participation rates by state for NAPLAN since it commenced?
Yes,
states and territories.
We could do that. We could, if you'd like, Senator, we could do it now, but we could also provide it to you on notice. It might.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You can do that. We heard before about some of the reasons that you were thinking were caused or could have caused the ongoing decline in the NAPLAN participation. Have you got to a point where, if you've identified some of those things, you've actually prioritised how you'll address them?
In terms of the decline of how to arrest it?
Yep.
No, Senator, as I may have alluded to before, while we would like to urge strong participation, the levers for getting the participation up to where we would like it are not ours to pull.
So who's got the levers?
Well, they would be jurisdictional authorities and schools themselves, state education departments, Catholic education officers, test administration agencies.
So if I put this in really simple terms for me, if that's the DNA of telling us where we're heading and what our makeup is in terms of the education and the strength of knowledge of the people that we're putting through our education system, how on earth do you actually put in any interventions, whether you're in a state or territory, if you don't actually have an accurate baseline?
That's a very good question and a very pertinent question, Senator. You need the best possible data available to you, and the best possible data available to you will come with the highest possible participation.
So, Senator Chisholm, I'm assuming then that, given the Commonwealth, some of the money from the Commonwealth goes to the states, do you have the levers that might be able to help that arrest of the decline in the NAPLAN?
Yeah, and thanks, Senator Little. I think we had a bit of a discussion with some of the questions we had before. I think from our point of view, and Dr Baxter might be able to add to this, that with the new school funding agreement up for discussion next year, we anticipate that the data and transparency, but also the focus of what we want to achieve through that school funding agreement will be informed by the NAPLAN results. Minister Clare is on the record as highlighting some of those issues already, and I don't know if there's anything Dr Baxter can add to that.
Thanks, Minister. No, I think the Minister has nailed it, which is NSRA, the Next School Reform Agreement, is our vehicle. Minister Clare, in response to Productivity Commission's recent review, is on the record saying he's particularly pleased by these results, but also looking with interest at areas where the results are declining, and a range of other areas as well. And he expects to pick that conversation up with ministers in the context of the next National Schools Reform Agreement. In the meantime, there are a range of things we fund in the Commonwealth that do go to outcomes for students and also participation of students. We've canvassed some of those this morning, and again, happy to canvass them if that's useful. But while most of this happens at a jurisdictional level, there are some Commonwealth programs that we fund that aim to support that work.
Because one of the things that recently was obvious to me in some remote travel was the schools sometimes are not the centre of everything in these communities. And if you've got, as in my experience, you've got Aboriginal kids from communities who've got ear problems, why wouldn't the community controlled or the health service on day one be checking every single kid in that school and their ears to make sure that whatever the teachers were teaching them could be heard and learned? So if people are actually participating in providing the data, it might actually not be a reflection of the teaching quality. It could be. It could be a whole range of other factors. So that's why I'm suggesting getting that participation is really, really crucial, so that all of those solutions can be canvassed that might not actually have anything to do with teaching.
And some of our programs, Senator, do go to that. So it doesn't sit in my space to talk to, but the Connected Beginnings program that we fund in the department, which is an early childhood program, doesn't just look at early kind of school readiness and learning. It also looks at related health, family, issues that really go to a student's ability to learn, and they've been very successful to date.
Yep. So I just want to go to something that the Queensland Minister for Education, Grace said in an article on the 31st of October. She said she was concerned with, in quotes, the washing of data. What do you think that the Minister was referring to?
I think she was referring to the processes that Mr Dyer has just outlined, which are the processes that are required to ensure that the data is complete and accurate. That's unless Mr Dyer would like to elaborate.
I can.
It's an unusual term to use, though. If that's
It is, because we use the term data cleaning. And data cleaning is a process that jurisdictions take responsibility for. ACARA provides the boundaries, the data dictionary and the exception rules that they need to apply to their own jurisdictional data. So this means that they apply those rules and go through the data and make sure that it's so-called clean, which means that it's accurate and representative of the sits of students within that jurisdiction. Now, this is to make sure that there's things like removal of duplicate records, that records are matched between a student that actually sat the test and there is a registration in our platform. So all of that linking of data has to be looked at very carefully to make sure there's no records that are left unmatched. And so that process takes time, and as I said, it's the responsibility of the test administration authorities in each jurisdiction. So washing is not really the term that we would use.
So you've obviously, have you spoken to Minister Grace to make sure that you were talking about washing and cleaning and we were talking about the same thing?
Well, we would, I think in the first instance we would provide the opportunity to her officials to do that.
Well, you haven't actually spoken to
Well,
them to make
I
sure
don't
you
know.
talk about
I
the
don't
same
know
thing.
if those
Okay.
conversations have taken place since the publication of the article.
Okay. So at the Education Ministers meeting later this year, what's going to be the top of what you would like to have discussed from your agency perspective? Is it the same? Has something changed?
I'm not quite sure if we're at liberty to reveal the agenda of the Education Ministers meeting. I'd defer to Dr. Baxter.
So could you I'm just trying to work out what it is that you're trying to...
I'm just trying to understand ACARA having, just been operating in a period of floods, fire, COVID, declining numbers in people participating in NAPLAN. What's at the top of the agenda to make sure that the issues that are relevant to your agency are actually covered? I mean, maybe they might not appear, but what would be
I think there are a few things that are in the public domain which we can refer to. So, for example, Minister Clare last week released the draft Teacher Workforce Action Plan, which made reference to the potential decision by Education Ministers' meeting that may commission ACARA to work with our colleagues at Aero to look at the issue of what additional supports might be able to be developed for teachers to support them to implement the curriculum. So we would anticipate that, since that's in the draft action plan and listed as a possible next step, that that may well be something that we would look forward to having some engagement with in that conversation and helping frame it. There are also well known, based on previous decisions of the Education Ministers' meeting, a number of reforms to the National Assessment Program, including the fact that NAPLAN will be held in Term 1 next year, and there are a range of issues associated with that which will presumably get canvassed. Also, the fact that we are introducing from 2024 the opportunity for schools to opt in to undertake assessments in the three NAP sample domains. We refer to the National Assessment Program sample assessments. We have a 3-year cycle of sample assessments in science literacy, civics and citizenship, and digital literacy. And to date, we've just selected a sample of students from around the country to undertake those tests. But what ministers have agreed to is that from 2024, progressively, any school who wants to undertake that assessment, who's not chosen in the sample, would be able to undertake that assessment and get their results back, to benchmark themselves against the national standards in those areas. Also, we anticipate there will be some discussion around one aspect of the current National School Reform Agreement, which is the introduction of proficiency standards in NAPLAN. That's also in the public domain as an issue that's yet to be concluded from the current national agreement. So that's a range of things, Senator, that we would expect may be discussed.
Okay. So this may be as simple as a currency of website issue, but on your website you've got curriculum version 8.4 rather than version 9. Is that just a refresh issue?
So I'll defer to explain, allow Ms Foster to explain why we've got both.
Right.
Version 8.4 is actually what schools are currently using. As we've been through the review and we've released the new curriculum, that's version 9. Because schools and jurisdictions are going to be implementing at different stages and phases, we need to keep version 8.4 current for all schools who continue to use that, and have version 9 curriculum available for those who want to start implementing the new revised curriculum. So yes, it's 2 websites.
But I'm assuming that everybody is expected to move to the revised curriculum.
They will.
Yeah, when do you expect that to finish?
That's decisions that are made by jurisdictions about the timing for the implementation of the new version of the curriculum, version 9. At that stage, we will actually then shut down the version 8.4 website, and there will only be one.
Oh, right, okay.
Typically, when there is a change, how long does it take for the jurisdiction? What's the average time?
It varies significantly. So
between jurisdictions?
Can be within jurisdictions, between sectors. So in some jurisdictions, Catholic schools may start to implement earlier than government schools.
Right.
And there is variation between the jurisdictions as well. What we do know is that Tasmania is the first state to implement the new curriculum starting next year.
I don't want to get in the situation of telling tales in school, excuse the pun, but is there any particular laggards typically in terms of jurisdictions?
Just for the record, I found that funny.
We wouldn't describe any jurisdiction, Senator, as a laggard.
I won't use such pejorative terms, but does it take some jurisdictions a bit longer than others?
Yeah, I
Because
think
of the
each jurisdiction has a slightly different approach to adopting and adapting the Australian curriculum. So some, you may have heard that term, some jurisdictions pretty much take the Australian curriculum as written and implement it. Other jurisdictions, as I said, they adopt it and adapt it according to their own circumstances. So, for example, a jurisdiction that I know well, New South Wales, they had their own curriculum in place 20 years before the Australian curriculum came along. They have a well-established set of routines that they go through to refresh their own syllabuses, which are now closely linked to the Australian curriculum. But they will have their own rhythm as well in terms of when they introduce and implement. Likewise, Victoria also have had a slightly different approach. WA, again, slightly different approach, given the history in that jurisdiction. So they are all fully supportive of the new Australian curriculum. It's just a question of how they integrate it and implement it, given where they are in the current cycle.
The beauty of federation.
The beauties of the Federation. I should also point out, Senator, that this is the first time that the Australian curriculum has been reviewed in its entirety, all learning areas at the same time. So there's actually no precedent. So when you said how long does it normally take, this is the first time this implementation approach has actually been adopted. Previously, the four main learning areas of English, science, maths and history were all developed on slightly different time frames. Part of it created a whole lot of problems in terms of lack of coherence across the learning areas, which we use the review process to address.
Thank you.
This is my last question, but it's in two parts. So the Grattan Institute report, Ending the Lesson Lottery, talks about creating a central bank of best leading practice lesson plans. Has ACARA considered whether such resources could be produced by you to support the teaching profession?
There's a lot of resources already available to teachers. In fact, we have a mechanism which directs teachers currently from the current Australian curriculum to a range of teaching resources. I might ask Ms Foster to elaborate.
So ESA, Education Services Australia, is actually responsible for keeping a repository of resources for teachers, which they quality assure, and that's called Scootle, just another name to learn. And that contains a very large number of resources that teachers can access and use. And lots of the jurisdictions themselves also develop up quite an extensive bank of resources to support teachers.
I should point out, Senator, the kinds of resources that are available to teachers through Scootle are not the kinds of things that the Grattan Institute are referring to, which is more structured lesson plans or units of work. The kinds of resources that are available to Scootle are, they might be particular texts or particular activities that could be put together by a professional teacher when constructing a lesson or a unit of work. It's a slightly different concept. We would obviously, if such an initiative were to get support, and again, I refer to Action 16 and the draft teacher Workforce Action Plan, which, without mentioning the Grattan report, alludes to the same issue around the development of a national bank of resources. We would, whether we develop those or not, we would see ourselves at least having a role in assuring that whatever resources are developed are curriculum linked.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks. We will release you all, and thank you very much for coming and joining us this afternoon and for your questions and answers, rather. Now we'll just go for we'll have adjourn for a moment. Sorry, we'll have a suspend for a moment. We'll go to have a 5-minute break, and then we'll bring on the Australian Institute for Teaching and School Leadership. Just a 5-minute break. We haven't got that. If we can go into broadcast, thank you. I'm glad you got the mad comment in. I now call on the representatives from the Australian Institute for Teaching and School Leadership. Welcome, Mr. Grant.
Thanks very much,
the
Chair.
team.
Thank you.
Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
We can go straight to questions. Senator Little.
Yeah, I'm happy. She's coming back.
Senator Little. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for your appearance today. Just want to ask a question about whether the Institute keeps a breakdown of teachers by metropolitan, regional and rural, by postcode and local government area. If so, could you provide it?
I'll let Mr Misson answer the question. If we do, the Australian Teacher Workforce data set, which he leads, is the repository for that, but I'm not sure the de-identified nature of the data goes to that, all of those characteristics. Do you know if it's all available?
Yeah, so Edmund Misson, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, we wouldn't go down as far as postcode. So far we'll provide what we can on notice,
Okay.
Senator. It's probably the easiest answer.
And that's because you wouldn't see any value in providing that level of detail around your teachers? And who's participating in those?
I might just very quickly give a context to that. The Australian Teacher Workforce data set is governed by an oversight board led by a Director General, delegate of ASOC, and that board determines things like the questions that go in the survey and some of those elements. Equally, as I think heard in the previous session, jurisdictions make timing decisions about when they will participate in elements associated with that project, which means different states come on board with their data at different times. So the answer to some of those questions will be very much jurisdiction only, as opposed to national, but we'll certainly get you on notice what we can related to your question.
Thank you. I mentioned before, I'm not sure whether you're in the room, about the Grattan report. I'm interested in your whether you've given any consideration to two of the recommendations, and that is the updating the teacher standards to clarify that teachers are not expected to develop curriculum materials individually, and to recognise the importance of subject-specific curriculum expertise.
Yeah, we have a lot of sympathy for all of the recs in the Grattan report, and to the two that you mentioned, we have for some time been working with stakeholders around what was termed a stock take of the standards as they are, given that they're at a decade to 11 years old, and again, not in all jurisdictions because they come on board with implementation windows according to enterprise bargaining agreements and such. And within that, some of the elements in the Grattan report fit within the feedback we've got in the stock take. So we would be happy to have that conversation with ministers if they wanted to open up, given they own the standards, those elements, and potentially some others.
So the principal standard to emphasise the role of school leaders in establishing a whole school approach to curriculum, you wouldn't have any difficulty with that?
No, not at all.
No. Okay. Is there anything in those recommendations that you immediately saw wouldn't work, wouldn't consider?
The two that you mentioned are obviously more AITSL focused, so I'd probably keep the comments to those, and we'd be happy to have that conversation with stakeholders, ASOC members and ministers around one or both of those recommendations. But the broader thrust, and I did hear the conversation you had earlier, to go to your opening remark, I think is good stimulus for elements within the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan that ministers will consider finalising sometime next month.
Yeah. Could you outline the work being done at a federal level with the states and territories to work through the nation's teacher shortage and the progress to date?
There's a couple of answers there, and I might just let Dr Baxter know that I might give you the chance to talk about demand data in this answer. But the Australian Teacher Workforce Dataset really, it was commissioned by ministers in 2018-19, and they foresaw the need for data to inform their policy decisions at that time. And that really is on the supply side of what we might call workforce demand and supply. The missing piece is the demand side, which I'll ask Dr Baxter if she wants to make any comment in relation to that in a moment. The supply side of that is being more informed every time the data is put into the public domain, the next of which is due at the end of this month. Because of what I mentioned earlier, where jurisdictions come on board more and more as each day passes effectively, and the data set therefore represents more of an Australian context. We know that we've got about 400,000 teachers, and the more the data that's in there, the more we get that very big national picture. But the demand side, which really goes to shortages and other things like that, has been led by the department, I think, for about a year or so, and it's probably a good segue if Dr Baxter wants to comment.
Thanks very much, Mr Grant, and thanks, Senator. Look, I would say that while there was some modelling, provisional modelling done by the department almost a couple of years ago now, we absolutely would consider that modelling to be out of date. It used pre-pandemic data, and it was really done because at the time we were having some challenges getting demand data from the states, because it really is the states who are in control of that picture of what are their demand needs, what's supply going to look like in their area. What I would say is the draft National Teacher Workforce Action Plan that's out for consultation at the moment, I mentioned this morning, the part we're quite excited about is that part that does go to commitment to build that national picture of demand data. And there are some quite specific actions in there. And there are also some reasonably fast timeframes around those actions. It's under the, I can't think what the part is called now, improving what we know about teachers, or better understanding future teacher workforce needs. It's under that area. There are a number of actions, and each of them have got a really quick time frame to try to build that demand picture, which then superimposed against the supply picture is going to give us a much more forensic sense of what we're looking at going forward.
Dr Baxter, you might be able to... I did raise this issue earlier around immigration changes that might support the employment of more foreign teachers, and what arrangements are in place or being worked on to fast-track visa applications to enable this. And the reason I'm particularly interested is it was kind of quite obvious in some of those more regional and remote areas, a demand for teachers, but also demand for teachers who would have been prepared to go and work in those regional and very remote areas.
Thank you, Senator. And I did mention this morning that we are trying to work on a more reliable stream through our Home Affairs colleagues for some of that data. I mentioned that what we do know is that applications that are coming through now are being dealt with in a couple of days, which is fantastic. As one of the outcomes from the Jobs and Skills Summit, there's also a commitment to money to improve keep that prioritisation of the processing timeframe, so that's encouraging as well. In terms of migration and what we do know to date, historically, migration hasn't necessarily been a major source of teacher supply. So for the first 6 months of 2022, our issues paper that I mentioned this morning that fed into the Teacher Roundtable, it noted that there were 600 early childhood, 107 primary and 517 secondary teacher visa applications that were found suitable. And of course, during COVID, we had a bit of suppression of some of those numbers as well. Nevertheless, there is a sense from our DFAT, Home Affairs colleagues, and from us, and certainly from the states and territories and the non-gov systems, that there might be some international markets which haven't necessarily been approached and marketed well enough what the Australian opportunity might be. I think this morning the Secretary mentioned Ireland as a potential area that has been raised with us, that I think one of the jurisdictional non-government sectors is looking at. So we think there are opportunities there, and that's why it's included in the Teacher Action Plan.
Right. From the work that I've been involved in terms of the health field and encouraging medical people into the regions, I know that there are some programs that are designed to encourage teachers into the regions and incentivise them, in fact, to go. How's that going? Like, is there room for further, do you think further incentives will get more out there, or do you reckon we've reached the limit?
So I wouldn't be able to give you data about how those specific or medical programs go. We're certainly aware of them.
The teaching ones is what I'm interested in.
So there are some which are run by the jurisdictions. Again, it's not data that I have got to hand.
Right.
I do know though that that's one of the things that is being looked at. What are the suite of incentives that might work? I would note that the states, out of the currently 160,000 moving to 195,000 skilled migration places, a number of those, it's in the action plan, 30-ish thousand are allocated to states and another, I think, 31,000 to the regions. So part of what that action plan is pointing to is the need for the states to think about their priority skills needs within that 30,000 for states and 31,000 for regional areas, and really look at where are those areas of supply and demand mismatch. So that's one of the things that they've committed to through this draft, at least, of the teacher action plan.
Yeah. Just in terms of that workforce issue, are there other things being looked at, such as rehiring retired teachers to try and get them to come back to the workforce even?
Yeah, so there's it was a very, very broad-ranging discussion, and most of them nest under one of those areas that's in the draft action plan out for consultation. So things that were discussed were things like looking at the range of incentives for people who might have otherwise been considering retirement to not retire. So things like, what kinds of arrangements might be more attractive? Might someone who's about to retire be more incentivised to stay if they were able to work less hours, for example, is one of the conversations that was had. There were also discussions about people who have entered retirement and other things that might coax them back into the workforce. Is it around what are some of the rules of localised retirement or superannuation schemes where people might be worried about the impact on that scheme of them taking up work, and some discussions about ASOC, the senior officials having a bit of a look at those. These were all parts of the conversation that fed into that plan. And if those people don't come into the classroom as teachers, there's also an action in the National Action Plan draft that looks at how do we access people as mentors as well, if they're not necessarily wanting to continue being a classroom teacher.
Yeah. So I just want to ask a question about dropout rates in the universities in relation to the teaching profession. And I know that there, you can either do, depending on which jurisdiction you're in, you can either do early childhood, middle school, high school. What's the dropout rate, or are you able to provide a bit of a sense of what the dropout rate is in the universities in teaching?
So I don't know whether Mr. Grant has any more specific data here. I have the headline number that I mentioned this morning when we were having the conversation, which is around commencements declining by 8%, completions declining by 17%, and the 6-year completion figure being at about 48%, so only about half of people who enter initial teacher education training finish within 6 years. But Mr. Grant may have more specific information around particular primary, secondary, other.
Yeah, thanks. Just before I answer that question, can I just say Mr. Misson has told me it was July 2017 when the Australian Teacher Workforce Data Project started, so thanks for correcting the record. The headline figures are the same because they're no doubt drawn from the Australian Teacher Workforce data set in terms of completions. Mr. Misson, do we have jurisdictional data or in any way lower level?
Only by undergraduate, postgraduate, and the level of school that people are preparing to teach, primary, secondary, early childhood. That's available on our website, Senator, but we could also provide it on notice, of course.
Because what strikes me from what you've just said is a 48% completion rate is extraordinarily low for somebody who's invested, but then you've got the other way of doing it, which is taking the students who've already got a degree in a field and then doing the extra year. I think it differs. Some do 2, some do 1. Is that right? Or is it all 2?
It's masters effectively. Look, you're right.
Is that a 2 years masters or a 1 year masters?
Well, it's a masters. How long it takes often depends on the nature of the design of the program. So some can be shorter period, and in fact that has spurred off another element that's on the table with the draft of the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan around those, what we might call mid-career changes, but people who do have a degree in something else who may be interested in teaching as a secondary field. But the undergraduate, postgraduate rates are quite different, and we can provide that to you on notice.
Yeah. The university sector has told me that the way less things are taught, whether it's education of their lecturers, ongoing education, and their students has changed. What's going on for students in terms of, is there likely to be in the future more live streaming rather than face-to-face education, particularly in those specialist areas?
I'm not sure we could help you to answer that. There are 47 institutions that provide initial teacher education, and they do have a variety of mixed modes in the delivery. COVID has probably forced a lot more to that streaming option, as you've said, but equally I'm aware, just anecdotally, from both university perspective and students, the demand for on-site, the physical participation, is strong in some locations, and some are looking at mixed mode. But I think each institution would probably most rightly make the decision that it's theirs to decide what the mode is, and students with their enrolment choices.
Now, I know that in some areas, in regional and remote areas, the population increase, the predictions in the increase in populations are higher, generally because of the younger population in those areas. What modelling is being done to kind of identify the number of teachers you're going to require in those particularly newly developing areas in the regions and in remote areas?
It really goes to the point Dr. Baxter made, that the employers in each of the jurisdictions, the education employers, are the ones who've got a sense of shift in demographic patterns, and that the implication of those shift for likely teacher need, in fact for other school staff need as well, may be greater in some locations where populations were previously lower, but now post-COVID may well be higher. The ABS does have a 21% increase in students starting school in 2030 compared to last year. But again, the workforce planners in states and territories would be well across these types of large data sets available from other sources, and hopefully, as Dr. Baxter said, would be feeding that in to the demand modelling information that we're looking for to bring together with supply modelling that we have in the ATWD, and then start to be able to have the conversation about implications.
Okay, thank you. That's it from me.
Good.
Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you. Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you. On the highly accomplished and led teacher accreditation status, HALT, what evidence can ATSL share that demonstrates the teachers awarded the HALT status are more effective in the classroom than peer teachers?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So just very quickly, there are 4 levels of certification, and the top 2 levels have been referenced in the question, highly accomplished and lead teacher, so thank you. The answer to the question is the process itself, which is a national process implemented under the federated model in the 8 states and territories through the work between the teacher, the school principal, employer, and the teacher regulatory authority, or whatever the teacher accreditation authority is in a state or territory, who actually do the verification process. That teacher's evidence set against the 37 standards meets the requirements of highly accomplished or lead.
Okay, so has ATSL produced any research that shows that the learning outcomes are better for students who have HALT teachers?
So, in fact, I'd probably turn the question around the other way. In order to get the status, those teachers have to be able to show the evidence that the results from their students are at that exceptional level. So it's not so much the reverse, it's that evidence of student impact is high, and it's part of that evidence set. However, I can provide you on notice some university reviews of public domain jurisdictional approaches to highly accomplished and lead teacher certification, where the particular employer, and I'm thinking of the independent sector in Queensland as one, has engaged a university to do a proper review of that process. But I will ask Mr Misson, who's been in this field longer than me, are we aware of any other information or evidence sets that go to the Senator's question?
The only other thing I'd mention, Senator, is there is a very similar process in the United States, and I'm aware of quite a rigorous study there where they basically compared the people who got the certification with teachers who had similar characteristics and hadn't got the certification, and the results were better for those with the certification. So it's obviously in a different country, but it relates to a similar process.
So ATSL can be confident that HALT is actually working effectively?
Well, I'd actually probably like to answer that question differently. We only have 1,054 teachers out of 400,000 who have the highly accomplished or lead teacher certification. And I'm not at all here to say that's how many high quality teachers we've got. What we do actually have is the need to look at our processes nationally. They need to be rigorous, not onerous. But equally, at the jurisdictional level, the teacher regulatory authorities, any processes that the employer might have, the Catholic independent or government sector, or even school-based processes that are either an enabler or a barrier to teachers being able to get that recognition for their skill set. So I actually think we have a fair bit of work to do here, Senator. And it is referenced in the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, in the draft National Teacher Workforce Action Plan. I'm really pleased to see it, and by way of background, when ministers made the decision on the 12th of August to have 5 action plans, I now see we have number 6, and it's number 6 I'm referencing, better pathways for teachers. And that better pathway recognises the expertise of teachers in a way that I hope we'll see that 1,054 rise from. And I hope to see some efforts made to give 400,000 teachers a better voice to champion their own skill set.
Okay. On the governance of the Australian teacher workforce data, the ATWD appears to be an important opportunity to bring evidence to the issue of the teacher workforce. I guess I was surprised to find that the ATWD Oversight Board is made up entirely of bureaucrats, teacher regulatory authorities and teacher education providers. The same people that basically have access to this data already and have done nothing with it. So it seems to me that the opportunity of the ATWD is to see that competent people actually use the data to make evidence-informed analysis. So why has the ATWD Oversight Board not included independent researchers who could surely help guide the use of the data for smarter purposes?
Thanks for the question. The ATWD itself is now digital online, and all of us could do exactly what you've said. Any researcher can get to that data set and do whatever they might wish to do. Mr Misson might wish to make comment. He's the senior officer from ATSL on the ATWD. It may well be that for some, this is still fairly new across Australia. And for the workforce planners that are looking at teacher shortages and other workforce pressures, they're only in the last, I think it's 6 months or so, had the ability to get into the portal itself and do all the analyses without any interference whatsoever. And instead of waiting for an ATSL analysis or waiting for someone else to do analysis, they can do it at their own time. So it is a very transparent data set now. Do you wish to add anything to that?
So I'd reinforce that point and just make the point that we're building that out over time, Senator. More and more data will be more and more freely available. I think basically up to the point where it would cause privacy issues if it was any more granular, if you like. I think the other point, though, is that it's not that people have had access to this data in this form in the past, because the power of it is the linked data. So it's true that we've published for, I think, a decade now, a report on initial teacher education data. What we can begin to do now is link that to the workforce. So we can understand transitions into the workforce. We can understand who goes on to register as a teacher, who is employed and so on. Now that will happen over time because it's a longitudinal data set, but there's a lot of power in the linkage of the data that tells us much more than the individual data sets, which probably, you're right, haven't been used to their full effect anyway, can tell us in isolation.
On ATSL's Culturally Responsive Teaching Guide, I'll refer to the June 2022 report, Building a Culturally Responsive Australian Teaching Workforce, final report for Indigenous Cultural Competency Project. I guess I was struck by the following extract. Australian education systems were never designed for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The legacy of colonisation, including its policies, systems and structures, still exists today and continues to undermine the rights of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples to a fair and just education as any student in this nation. Can you please elaborate specifically on how colonisation is undermining Indigenous students' education?
I don't know if you have any background to that. I take it on notice, but the reason I take it on notice is there's a very significant group called AGATSI, which some people may or may not know, that is the sort of partner in our writing work here. I just would not like to reference incorrectly the answer to that question, so I'll take it on notice and give you a written reply.
Okay, so I'm also surprised by the extensive work that's been carried out around cultural competency and cultural safety that I can't see as being of sort of great educational benefit to students, and seems to make life kind of difficult for teachers at the same time. I guess I'd like to see ATSL use its resources to give teachers, with pedagogical competency, give us teachers pedagogical competency, rather than fixate on this separatist idea of cultural competency, which I think seems to imply that Indigenous students don't learn the same as non-Indigenous peers. Because I guess to me that sounds a bit like, racism. So I think I'd like to understand why ATSL sort of places such a high carriage on cultural safety and cultural competency rather than pedagogical competency.
Look, the truthful and very clear short answer is that the scope that was commissioned by the then Federal Education Minister in early 2019 was to exactly the remit that we were to deliver to. The matters that you're raising now and other matters that have been raised in the course of that work are the subject of potentially what you might call a part two to the cultural competency work, better received as cultural responsiveness or a label similar to that. There's no work in that field at this point, but the points that you've made and some other points have been raised along the way, but the scope was set when it was originally commissioned, and that's what we had the obligation to deliver back to ministers with.
I guess it's not just the education sector that has to deal with this. It's been thrust onto all of us, this ideological thinking. But thank you, that's all from me.
Thank you. Well, thanks very much for joining us this afternoon, and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now call representatives from the Australian Research Council.
You've had a long, hard day.
It's your fault. Just look at you. Good. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Zelke. Do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thanks very much. I'd just like to start with the Shield review. Can you please update us on the status of that review, please? Where's it up to?
Senator, that's probably more appropriate for the department rather than ARC, because the department's actually working with that review process. As you would be aware, it was in August, I think, late August, that the Minister announced the independent review. Yep. And just to be clear, it is an independent review, so the department in itself, we provide secretariat services to that review, but we actually aren't writing papers or anything like that. That's the purpose of the review panel. You mentioned Professor Margaret Shield. She's the Vice-Chancellor of the Queensland University of Technology. She's chairing that panel. It also has Professor Susan Dodds on, who's the Senior Deputy Vice-Chancellor and Vice-President of La Trobe University, and also Professor Mark Hutchinson, who's the Director of the Centre for Nanoscale Biophotonics at the University of Adelaide. The panel has, over the last several weeks, as they've formed, they've met a number of times. They've also been discussing and talking with the higher education sector, which has led to a discussion paper / consultation paper, which I think went up on their website or on the department website on their behalf, I think yesterday. Okay. That's now out for public consultation, and so that paper is publicly available. I think the closing date for that is around the 10th or 11th of December. The terms of reference for that panel indicates that they are to provide an interim report to the Minister by the end of this year, and then a final report is due on the 31st of March 2023.
Will the interim report be made available publicly, or...?
That'll be a matter for government, Senator.
Okay. Minister, do you... I think you take that on notice. Thank you. Thank you. And the final report's due in March?
March 2023, that's right, yes.
Is there a particular date in March?
31st of March.
31st. Thank you. Can I ask about the status of the ARC's LED review on internal processes being undertaken by the ARC and how this is intersecting with the review done by Professor Shield?
Senator, Judy Zelke, CEO, ARC. I think you might be referring to the Excellence in Research for Australia, or ERA, ERA, as it's mentioned. Is that...
I've got here LED, and someone might ping me if I've got that wrong, but...
my apologies.
LED review.
I'm sorry, it's not...
Okay,
not
I might skip over that then. Sorry, but what were you going to tell me though?
So, Senator...
It might be a typo in my notes, so someone will correct me if I'm wrong.
Then, so whilst the review of the ARC is going on, and as you heard from Mr Cook, it's a review of our legislation, our roles and functions, etc. We are also continuing with work on our various activities. We have had some questions about the role of the review when it comes to ERA and the role of ourselves in the activities that we continue for ERA at the same time. So hence why I thought that might have been what you were. And basically the difference is looking at our roles and functions at a strategic level and what we are responsible for versus the work that we do day to day.
Okay, and so it is intersecting though with the Shield review. Like you're having input into that.
No, what we've done is clarified the two activities that are going on, Senator. So we've actually made sure people understand the difference.
Right. Right. So what are the findings to date then with what you're doing?
So on that particular activity, the Minister issued a statement of expectations to the ARC on the 30th of August. And in that statement, he asked that we discontinue arrangements for ERA 2023, which was the next round of ERA.
Is that just ERA?
ERA.
Just ERA.
It stands for Excellence in Research for Australia.
Okay.
And he also asked that we undertake a process to provide him with a transition plan for what ERA might transition to in the future.
Okay. Can I ask you about grants, please? What rounds have been presented to the Minister?
In what time frame, sorry, Senator?
Well, let's say, I guess since the last budget. Let's put it that way. So since March.
Right. Senator, how about I know I have at hand since May. So if that's convenient.
Yep.
So we had a linkage project round, finalised on the 24th of August, and finalised means announced, Senator. We've also had rounds of our linkage infrastructure, equipment and facilities a program almost completed. We've completed a Discovery Indigenous round, which was finalised in October, and an Australian Laureate Fellowships round in late August, and a Discovery Early Career Researcher Award round in mid-September. We've done Future Fellowships in September as well, and Industrial Transformation Research Hubs in July. And we've one of our biggies, we've just announced the outcomes for our Centres of Excellence program, which is only occurs every 3 years and is one of our biggest programs, and we're very proud of it. And we just announced that on the 2nd of November.
What's
that actually is whereby grants are provided to establish collaborative centres of excellence in particular areas, and those centres of excellence are undertaking foundational and applied research, and there are also training opportunities for our researchers. So they not only improve their skill sets, they're entering into whole new areas and fields of research. So a great example of centres of excellence is quantum computing, for example, but we also just announced a centre of excellence in relation to violence against women, for example, as well. They're very varied, and they achieve some great outcomes.
Okay, and typically how's that delivered? Is it so it goes to an institution, or is it cooperative between institutions?
It's led by an institution, so a single one, but a lot of them, for example, will be 8 or 9 universities, possibly include international universities as well in the majority of them, and then have a large range of industry and government agencies involved often as well. And it's that collaboration that achieves the great outcome. So and that's why you're also able to have it actually start at the beginning of the pipeline, so to speak, the research pipeline with foundational research, build on that with applied, and then achieve impact, which might be your typical commercialisation, and jobs, new companies, spin-outs, etc. But it could just as well be improvements to social policy or improved environmental outcomes as well. So they're very varied, and that variety gets us a range of impact for the country.
Does it interface at all with the cooperative research centres? I think that's through industry. But
it is. Generally, the CRC Cooperative Research Centres program is also on collaborations, but they're more industry focused. And they generally cover only science and technology outcomes.
Okay, thank you. Just back to the rounds. You gave us a number of programs, a number of dates. For each of those, when was the brief submitted to the Minister's office, and then when was the brief signed?
So Senator, we provide...
I'm particularly interested also if all recommendations were accepted in their original form by the Minister.
So Senator, since the new government came into place, yes, all decisions have been accepted by the Minister. All recommendations, have been accepted by the Minister.
Any changes requested by the Minister?
No.
Okay, thank you. Grant rounds been administered in a timely manner to the predetermined timeframes?
So, Senator, we've had one program not meet its timelines since March this year, and that's the linkage program, and we're approximately 12 days late in announcing the outcome of that program.
May I ask why? Was there an election in between or something?
No, Senator, yes, there was, but no, that wasn't the reason for it at all. It was administrative. We have been undertaking reform work on our improvements to our processes to make sure that we can deliver sooner. So an example I'll give you is the Industry Fellowships program that was launched in August. through those that process review and that additional work, we've managed to cut our timeline for delivery of a round of that program from what would have been 8 months down to 5 months.
Okay.
Now, that's our challenge to deliver against that new timeframe.
Okay, so what sort of changes did you make to reduce that timeframe?
We've moved to do a number of activities in parallel.
Oh, yes.
So rather than doing them end to end.
Serial,
But we have also designed that program in consultation with the sector to work out what is it that we really need to be able to deliver an efficient and effective program, and to ensure impact as a result of the program without unnecessary burden in there as well. We've also worked with our College of Experts and a broader group of assessors who undertake the assessment of that, and that's the peer review process is the biggest part of the process, and they've helped us identify various steps that we can improve on as well.
Okay. And have you taken any steps to reduce the administrative burden on researchers?
Yeah, so that's a very good example, again, the industry fellowships program.
Yeah.
So to try and give you an indication of scale, in our previous fellowship programs, an application form was around about 35 pages. The application form for the new programs is 15.
Okay.
So we're only asking for information that we need for the purposes of applying. We did previously ask for information that was used if they were successful, and then it was used in the agreement process. We don't need that beforehand. We can ask for that later and only request it of those who are proceeding on.
Okay. Have you got a grant round in process at the moment?
We have several.
Okay. You have several?
So, for example, at the moment we have the linkage infrastructure and equipment round about to be completed, and we have a discovery projects round about to be completed as well.
Okay. And has there been any contact between the Minister's Office and the Council about upcoming rounds?
Senator, the ARC has an advisory committee, and that advisory committee provides me with advice as CEO on strategic issues and arrangements. And I meet regularly with the committee. We have another meeting coming up in a fortnight again. Most recently, though, I don't believe the Minister has met with the committee.
Okay. And yourself? Like, you'd interface with the Minister though, wouldn't you?
So, yes, I do. And I most recently met with the Minister about 4 weeks ago.
Okay. And what's the nature of that contact? Obviously not going into private discussions, but what you keep him across these grant rounds?
We discussed actually a range of issues in the Statement of Expectations.
Okay, so just to the advisory committee, how many times has this new committee met?
It was most recently established as recently as May, with its latest membership, and I think 7 times. Thank you. And since that, so its membership was changed slightly. It had an additional member appointed in May, and since then it's met 3 times.
Okay. What work has been undertaken by the committee at the moment?
The committee has provided a great deal of input to the ARC strategy that we've been developing, and we issued in August this year. That was a substantial activity for us to undertake, and the committee is made up of people from academia and industry and other relevant bodies, and therefore the lens that they can bring to that conversation was really important. That's their most significant activity, but they've commented on both the design of the industry fellowships programs, the national interest test arrangements, and the process review work are the key ones that come to mind for me.
Okay. Any other key actions that have been undertaken by the committee?
They continue to provide advice, so no key actions. Okay. Yes.
Right. Can I ask about the University Research Action Plan? As part of the University Research Commercialisation Action Plan announced by the Coalition Industry Research Fellowship Programs, they were to be delivered. I understand we have an Early Career Industry Fellowship, a Mid-Career Industry Fellowship and an Industry Laureate Fellowship. Are you able to tell us about the status of these programs?
Yes, Senator. So they are in effect 3 separate schemes within the Industry Fellowships program. So the ones I was just talking about in relation to having designed them with the sector, etc. In that regard. We've closed 2 of those schemes so far out of the 3. The mid-career, the early career schemes have both just closed to applications, and the Industry Laureate one will close on the 17th of November. To date, we've received over 300 applications for mid-career and early career.
Okay. How do you apply? Is it just...
So researchers are advised of the opening of a round. They go into the system, and majority of our activity is all online. And they complete that, and they engage them with their university. The university actually is responsible for the application, and they lodge the application on behalf of the researcher.
Okay. They put in their business case and the justification for it. Okay.
So they're then assessed through peer review process.
Okay. I was just about to answer that. So how are they assessed?
So they're assessed through a range of steps. In the first occasion, all applications are assessed by general assessors, and...
Sorry, keep going. This happens all the time. Keep going.
And then they're slowly graduated so that the best then go forward to a selection advisory committee where they finalise their recommendations in relation to what should be approved. The programs are highly competitive.
Okay, so how long does it take to do for that assessment?
The peer review process is approximately 4 months of the process.
4 months, okay. So my understanding with the idea of the fellowships was to reduce the length of time, less than 6 months. Is that right? Was that sort of one of the principles of the fellowships?
Very much so.
So is reducing it to 4 months, is that, could we be aiming higher there in terms of reducing the...
So, apologies. The previous fellowship programs took about 8 months to deliver. We expect to be able to achieve 5 months for delivery of those schemes going forward. The peer review process goes for about 4 months of that 5 months.
Okay. Is there anything you can... That's my last question. Is there anything you can do to fast track it even? Like, can we make it more expeditious?
We've tried to make sure that we are providing appropriate periods of time for the assessors to be able to review the applications. So what we've done is, by taking that 3 months out, is we've taken activities we would do, as in the ARC, and we do those in parallel with the peer review process, rather than end on...
So that's where you've got your biggest efficiencies through those. Yeah, okay. Yes. I do have more, but I'll come back.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator Faruqi, for swapping with me. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time too. I'm just interested on the ARC grants. What's the usual funding tenure, I guess? Like, how long are most ARC grants for?
Without going, it depends. We have some programs that run for 3 years, some of them that run for 7 years.
Okay.
So it's about size and scale in relation to the funding and the activity that's being undertaken.
And is it your understanding that most researchers and their support staff would be on fixed-term contracts for that grant at the university?
Senator, I understand that a number of researchers are employed for the period of the project, if that's what you're asking me.
Okay. Yep. And just to, I guess, still on the grants, but a different question. How many research grants have been awarded for climate science studies in the past 3 years?
I don't know that I could give you the past 3 years, Senator. I know I have some figures in relation to the breakdown of applications by research area. I'll just see if I can... No, Senator. Do you mind if I take that on, on notice? I thought it was in my brief. And I'm sorry, I can't recall the details. It's one of our highest areas of funding.
Okay. And I noted in the recent announcement of the 100 ARC Future Fellowships, only one was in the area of environmental science. Is there a reason for that, given we're sort of global leaders in that space?
So the figures that do come to mind to me, Senator, is I think climate change is the 8th most frequent discipline area or a research area that we fund. My response in relation to that particular round would be it's most likely the range of applications we received and then the quality of those applications. They are peer reviewed, so the assessors judge the quality of those, and that impacts what is ultimately funded.
Okay, thank you. And do you know how many grants have been vetoed over the last decade?
Happy to come back to you on notice with that. I think it's the last 5 years that we've seen applications rejected by ministers. And it's about 33 off the top of my head over that period.
Thank you. Was there a common theme with those vetoed projects?
I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't hear that. They're rejected, not vetoed. Sorry, Senator.
Rejected. Was there a common theme with those projects? They were wide-ranging and...
there's often a comment made about more humanities, for example, being in those, but there's a range of applications that have been rejected.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Just to provide, Ms Ilke gave evidence before that since the election, the Minister has accepted all the recommendations. So I just wanted to be clear about that.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. There has obviously been a lot of public interest in the ARC over the last year or so, and we also had that inquiry into my bill to remove ministerial veto. The ARC has had 2 ministers now write letters of expectations to the CEO in the last 9 months or so. My first question is whether Minister Clare's letter, and I think it's in August 2022, to you, essentially replaces former Minister Roberts' letter to your predecessor, or whether Minister Roberts' letter is still guiding the ARC's work.
Senator, the directions from the new minister are what we are following.
Okay. So the demand in Minister Roberts' letter about national manufacturing priorities being a primary focus of funding in the linkage program has been dismissed?
And been replaced by Minister Clare's request in relation to the National Reconstruction Fund.
And the component on prioritising the extension and enhancement of the national interest test has also been dismissed?
Yes. So Minister Clare has given us advice for a clearer, simpler and easier to understand net.
I do have a few questions about the national interest test, in particular because there has been significant concern about its operation, as you'd be aware. Following the change of government around July and August, there was reportedly a substantial uptick in revisions requested to national interest test statements. So an OPD, Order of Production of Documents, tabled on 13th September this year, in response to my motion, revealed that you requested revisions to national interest test in 322 applications. That's about 13% of all applications at that time. Was this a significant increase in requested revisions compared to previous years?
Senator, in looking at figures, I have requested more revisions than the former CEO.
Okay. Could you provide us on notice, because you will not have them, what have been, like for last year, for instance, what the revisions, how many revisions there were, and the year before?
Comfortable to take on notice the difference between the 2 years.
Yeah, that'll be good. Ordinarily, would a national interest test statement be sent back for revisions only if the applications had effectively reached the last stages of consideration before being recommended or not for funding?
I'm afraid there are different circumstances depending on the scheme rounds, Senator. So when I arrived at the ARC in February, the sector had made it very clear that they were looking for more advice on how to better complete the NIT, and they were looking for detail. So we provided the sector with a series of 4 considerations, or questions, if you like, and said if you can address each of those 4 questions in your 150 words in plain English that can be understood by a member of the public.
But sure, that would be the start of the application process, that you provided that information.
So the issue with that is that therefore there was a change in March as a result of the sector responding to those questions that they were looking for in relation to that. So you've got therefore a difference between therefore program rounds from the previous. Subsequently, I've been consulting with the sector in relation to how to continue to improve that process. So most recently, I agreed to limit it to 2 reviews of the NIT, for example, for the current discovery round that is on. And that's the improvements that are occurring have been great, both in the quality and what's coming in, and also if there is a revision in that way. That's having a huge impact on reducing burden as well in that regard. We are still consulting and to deliver on Minister Clare's request in the Statement of Expectations, and hope to have the outcome of that review available shortly for announcement.
So just to clarify, my understanding is that the NIT is considered by the CEO and is not part of the peer review process undertaken by assessors, right?
It is a separate assessment.
Yes. So you get an application after it has been peer reviewed, eligibility tested, and due diligence done. And that's when you look at the application and look at the NIT, or what you're saying is you would do that before as well?
And sorry, I missed part of your question. In trying to shorten the period of time for which we are assessing applications, we are assessing NITs earlier in the process. So you made the point about, are we only doing a NIT assessment on those that are recommended? No, we are now doing a NIT assessment on more, because we don't know what will end up in the final recommended group.
Okay.
So the only way we can deliver a shorter outcome at the end is to do more in the middle.
Okay, so you're doing more, and is that part of the reason why there have been more revisions requested? Over these revisions, is that why?
No, I would suggest that the revisions are because of the new process that came in March.
The OPD that we received shows that 10 out of 27 Discovery Indigenous applications had revisions requested. And according to the selection report, 10 applications ended up being approved for funding. Are you able to confirm whether those were the same 10 applications? You could take that on notice as well if you'd like.
Sorry, Senator, can I just check, were you just talking about the Indigenous?
Yes, so 10 out of 27 Discovery Indigenous applications had revisions requested to the NIT tests,
so there were
and then 10 were approved as well.
My apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Were they the same 10 or different?
There were 17 that were ultimately funded for the round, so 10 of that 17 in effect we sought revisions.
So 17 were funded?
Yes, so there were therefore 7 applications that we didn't seek a revision for.
Okay. At the time of the OPD document release, Discovery Projects 2023 and Linkage Infrastructure, Equipment and Facilities Projects 2023 had not progressed to a point where revisions to the NIT were being requested. Could you provide, if they have progressed now, could you provide how many Discovery Project applications and LIEF applications you have requested NIT revisions for?
They haven't been completed as yet, Senator, so I'm not able to give that as yet.
Okay, when will they be completed?
Hopefully by the end of the month.
So you said with the 322 applications that there was revisions in the NIT tests for, that was because of the change in process.
So I appreciate that researchers have had to get used to the new format for the NIT.
Yep, and I guess, yeah, that was my question. They've had to spend a lot of time in doing this, and I guess you and your staff has had to spend a lot of time in doing it as well?
The burden applies to all of us.
Yeah, I also understand that some universities have engaged external help to rewrite NIT statements multiple times. Have you engaged with universities on how much time and resourcing this is taking up for them?
No, I haven't asked that question, Senator.
And is the same, do you expect the same kind of process to happen with the Discovery Projects and the LIEF 2023, same back and forth?
And we are just about complete on both of those, noting that, as I said earlier, for the Discovery Projects round, we're only doing 2 reviews. We're only allowing 2 reviews of the NIT. Yeah.
And do you think this is a good use of your time, your staff's time, and researchers' time, given that this test is becoming so onerous? It is quite unnecessary, and it is creating so much problems for researchers.
Senator, obviously the requirements for the program are not my consideration for government, but there is true benefit in researchers understanding the ultimate benefit that they are providing.
But that's
to the country
already captured. The national benefit
research.
is already captured without the NIT test.
It is in a technical way, you're right, under benefit in the peer review, but not in a form that the average person, a taxpayer who actually provides the funding for the grants, can actually understand. And this is the key point that a number of the universities and the researchers continue to make to me, is that there is value in the researchers actually learning how to do this so that they can actually get to highlight the value of the research.
You must be talking to different researchers that I talk to. Have you recommended against funding any projects based on their national interest test statement?
Not today,
in this round?
Senator.
No. Okay. I was just looking at ARC's annual report, and there are 2 performance measures that are identified as not achieved for the past financial year. One was the National Competitive Grants Program applications and assessment processes are conducted in a timely manner, so that was not achieved. And the other performance measure was ARC manages National Competitive Grants Program application and assessment processes fairly and in accordance with grant guidelines. That was not achieved as well. And the report acknowledges that there have been serious issues with timelines and processes. We've discussed them in these estimate hearings before. Are you confident that this year you will have achieved next to these measures? And if you do, then what gives you that confidence?
And I really appreciate the question too, Senator. We have done extensive work in looking at our processes and looking at consistency of our processes across various schemes within the NCGP, and talked to researchers, university research officers, our peer assessors as well, peer reviewers, and spent a lot of time with College, which is the core group, the College of Experts that actually does that work to improve the way in which we are functioning and the questions that we are asking. So the Industry Fellowships Program was our first opportunity to really highlight what we could do as a result of that and show that we had listened and what we could deliver as a result of that. We've subsequently been reviewing the linkage program guidelines next, and we hope to deliver those new guidelines in coming weeks as well, which will show improvements there. Subsequently, we'll go to discovery in the new year. What's been one of the great outcomes so far in that regard is that the grants calendar that had historically been issued said that a program would generally have an outcome in a quarter of the year. 3 months is a long period of time to be waiting. What we've been able to achieve in issuing our latest calendar is a period of 2 weeks that we believe the announcement will be made in. It's a much shorter, more focused period of time. Of course, there's the challenge in having issued that to then deliver against that. And I've also given an undertaking to the universities that if we are not able to deliver on time, they will know about it in advance. So really looking to try to improve the engagement and understanding, so as researchers aren't sitting there on tenterhooks waiting for an answer, they have an idea in relation to time.
Okay, that's good to know. And just a few questions on the ARC review. I know that the ARC itself isn't conducting the review, but I'm hoping that we might be able to canvass a few issues in these questions. I know the consultation paper was released yesterday, and there are certainly some very interesting options canvassed. Will the ARC be making a submission to the review?
Senator, having only received it yesterday, I'm still considering whether there's whether we can add value by responding to it or not. We have been providing information to the review
Already? Okay, so you're working with the review?
Yeah, so it wouldn't, Mr Cook made the point earlier that that it's an independent review, but they have made requests of us and we have provided information as well. You also have 3 very informed members on that panel as well.
Senator Faruqi, we're just getting close to the 15-minute mark. I just want to give you a heads up.
Yeah, I've just got a few questions and then I'll
by all means.
Yeah, thank you. One of the questions the paper poses is whether the ARC Act should be amended to consolidate the preeminence or importance of peer review. Does the ARC have a particular view at this stage on this question?
As I say, Senator, I haven't really had a chance to look at it and consider. The only comment I would make is that peer review is fundamental to our process.
The terms of reference state that the review will undertake consultation with universities, publicly funded research organisations, peak bodies, researchers, and research end users and collaborators. Is it expected that the review will consult with researchers who are at all stages of their careers, you think? For early career, mid-career, as well as established researchers? As you can appreciate, a lot of early career researchers do depend on the success or failure of the ARC grant applications, and their input is important.
So, Senator, first thing, as you're aware, being public now, it's that anyone can make a submission.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm certainly happy to take that forward to the chair of the committee and pass that view on as part of the process. As we said, they're independent, but I'm happy to take that view on. I haven't spoken to the chair about the level of researchers that she's engaging with, but very happy to take that feedback on.
Yeah, okay, that'll be great. And I note that the interim report is due to the Minister by the 31st of December. Do you feel, given your expertise and knowledge of this, that's going to happen? So everything is on track for that?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. The consultation paper is clear that funding levels are not within the remit of the review. Clearly, though, this does need to be addressed. Are you communicating to the government that Australian research funding is inadequate and it should be boosted so that more of our researchers can do their fantastic work?
So, Senator, as I had mentioned this morning, the issue about research and sustainability of research funding will be an issue that will be part of the Accord process. So we haven't provided any advice about increasing of researching. We know that there's an indexation level in the budget paper, so you'll see that, for example, the ARC grants are going up slightly, but it is our view that the Accord process, and when those terms of reference are released, I think you'll see a reflection in there about the importance of research.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you, Senator. Senator Davey.
Thank you. Thanks very much for appearing before us. I just want to find out about the national interest test. What work is being done to strengthen the national interest test at the moment, and what consultation is being done in those efforts?
So, Senator, we are consulting with the sector in relation to the Minister's request to make it clearer, simpler and easier to understand. So that relates to the processes in relation to which the national interest test is collected and the way in which it's relayed.
And who will sign off on changes when they're finalised?
The Minister has asked us to provide that information to him.
And then the Minister will sign off on the final version of the national interest test.
Take a decision in relation to how we move forward.
Is part of this sort of work going to lead to a national interest test that will have regular reviews built into it?
Senator, I can't answer that question. We're still under the current process.
Okay. In this process, have there been any programs or applications for grants that have been reviewed as part of strengthening the guidelines?
Senator, as CEO, I'm considering NITS regularly. So it's input to thinking, as it is with the team with us, but also for those who are involved in the process from the sector as well. So I suppose, yes, what we're doing is very much an input to the way in which we're considering the process.
Has it led to any delay in the applications process or any changes in the current applications process sort of preempting the outcomes, or have any applications been questioned or denied under this process?
No, Senator.
That's good. Now, I understand on the 26th of August, consistent with the practice of past ministers, Minister Clare has issued the ARC with his new statement of expectations. Are there any directives that will lead to a delay in the delivery of current programs or significant changes against these new expectations?
Senator, no. Definitely nothing that will lead to a delay. There is a change in relation, Senator Faruqi raised it earlier. We were moving to include in the guidelines a link between linkage and the national manufacturing priorities. The new government has asked that that be the National Reconstruction Fund priorities.
So potentially just a change by name rather than process.
That the applications address government policies is already part of the process, and ensuring that we highlight that's important.
And so really the new statement of expectations is just introducing the new government's priority areas insofar as, and some of the existing applications may already fit under those priority areas anyway. Is that,
as might have been the case in the former situation as well.
That's right. I want to now turn to the issue regarding what steps are being taken to counter foreign interference. I know the former government introduced guidelines to counter foreign interference in the higher education sector. Are these guidelines ongoing? Are they now embedded into the assessment of your programs?
Senator, I just looked to my colleague, Mr Cook, to see whether he would like to address.
There are two parts to this, Senator. The guidelines themselves we dealt with in the higher education outcome.
Right.
So we dealt with those ones. If you're asking specifically what the ARC does around issues of national security, then Ms Zelke can probably talk about the ARC component as part of the grant assessment.
Thank you. So in relation to the process we then use is we work with the UFIT guidelines and the applicants, the universities in applying, ensure that they are working in compliance with those guidelines. There are certain questions in our application forms that align with what is in the UFIT guidelines, and there is an assessment undertaken various risks and how they're being mitigated as part of that process.
Are you in a position to, and you might have to take it on notice, but to indicate how many applications may have had to go back and address questions relating to the foreign interference guidelines, so or applications that didn't proceed because they didn't fit in with those guidelines?
Senator, in relation to your second half of your question, those that didn't fit in, some former ministers have rejected applications because of foreign interference concerns. So I think it's probably best we take that part on notice.
Yep.
I'll just check if Dr Southwell-Lee would like to provide any further advice. It's very few that actually are assessed, have a need to be assessed.
Thank you. Dr Mel Southwell-Lee, ARC. As Ms Silke outlined, we have a process that's publicly available. The information is there in terms of how the process works. We take the parameters set out in the guidelines to counter foreign interference in universities, and we take the approach that's outlined there. So we take a risk-based approach. We focus on anything on the critical technologies list that was published in November by the then Prime Minister. And we ask all applicants as part of the routine process of applying to declare any conflicts of interest, and we use the questions that are the standard questions in the UFIT guidelines. So if there is a project that has a critical technology component and a person who has indicated that they do have a potential conflict of interest, that's when we have a look, and we go back to the universities and we provide them with an opportunity to comment on the mitigations that they have in place under the foreign interference guidelines.
So there is a due process, and there's a way that people can actually provide more information if there are questions that arise. Have there been, with the new government, have there been any amendments to the guidelines, or are they still?
Not to ours, and I don't believe to you for that.
Great. I just want to look at your annual report just about the minor breaches.
Do you have page numbers?
Yes, it is page number 84, regarding ethical standards and the matters that were notified to the ARC. Do you look at these in terms of how they're categorised, whether they're significant or minor?
I'll pass to, generally they are all minor, but I will pass to Dr Southwell-Lee. Do you just want to explain the process in relation to what it is that we consider?
Absolutely. So, as you might know, the Australian Research Council is a co-author of the Code for Responsible Conduct of Research. That's a co-author with NHMRC and the Australian universities themselves. Under the code, universities are responsible for conducting research in line with conducting investigations in relation to integrity in line with the code. They then, if it relates to a researcher or an institution that is eligible for ARC funding, they write to us and advise that they have undertaken that process in line with the code. So we're not an investigatory body, but we receive that advice from universities about the investigations that they have undertaken.
So, okay, that then explains my next question, because this talks about where institutions report breaches and the ARC takes action in response. And then it also goes down through where preliminary assessments by the relevant institutions. So the ARC doesn't actually do their own investigations. They rely on advice from the universities.
So, yes, as part of that self-regulated model that I outlined and as agreed with the code with the universities and NHMRC, that is the approach, yes.
Right. So, as my first question, do you look at it in levels of severity when you're looking, or do you just sort of look at it and go, well, no further action is required or action is required?
Sure. So the ARC itself has its own research integrity policy, which we then, once we've received that advice from universities in accordance with the code, we do, of course, look at to what extent those reported breaches may call into question integrity within the ARC's kind of funded research, and that is across the spectrum of things that are relatively minor to things that are more could be more significant. So that we do certainly apply a triaging process in relation to that.
And here where it says there are 25 matters where the institutions reported breaches and the ARC took action, can you describe what sort of action you take?
Yeah, absolutely. So, for example, if there was, we always have to talk kind of in the theoretical in this space.
Absolutely.
If there is an issue of plagiarism that gives rise to concerns about integrity and ethics with the conduct of that individual, that person may, for example, be excluded from participating in peer review panels for a period of time. So it's measures like that are within kind of the ARC's remit that we're able to implement in relation to their commitments under the ARC's research integrity policy.
Great, thank you. I think...
Yeah.
Yep.
Just a couple of final questions from the annual report. Page 14 says that 83% of your staff are regularly working from home. Was that just a COVID thing, or is that still persisting?
Yes, Senator, it is a COVID. So it's a figure that highly reflects the period of COVID. Right. It's not the norm, and I must admit it's lovely having so many people back in the office. The energy
So
again.
it's pretty routine now that everyone's back.
Yes, but it was as recent, of course, as March for the ACT.
I'm sure your local cafe and lunch
we actually
bar.
have a cafe again, Senator. It's quite exciting.
Okay, I'm sure they're very grateful to have people that they can serve too. And my final questions are just also in relation to your report on page 91. I note interesting figure here. There's, in terms of staffing, you have one lone staff member working overseas. Can you just tell me about that role, please?
So, Senator, the person is overseas supporting their spouse who's on a transfer, and the activity that they do is largely research and analysis work, so they're able to do that,
they can do that
remotely whilst they're doing that.
Okay, is that a permanent situation? Or?
It's not a permanent situation.
I won't go into any more. That's obviously private. Cool. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you for that. Well, that concludes today's proceedings and the budget estimates 2022-23. I remind senators that written questions on notice should be received from senators by close of business on Friday, the 18th of November 2022. Answers to questions on notice were required to be returned by close of business on Friday, the 16th of December 2022. I thank the Minister, officers of the Department of Education and all witnesses who have given evidence to the committee today. Thank you also to Hansard and Broadcasting, the Secretariat, and also all my committee members who have been very tolerant and supportive and helpful to each other, which is very collegiate. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you,
Sign
Chair.
off.
Thank you.
Adjourn.
See you tomorrow, colleagues.